Section 19, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 19. When it was the 429th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the house owner's black slave returned and knocked at the door, Ali the Cairene, son of the merchant Hasan, opened it to him, and the negro, seeing him comfortably sitting, returned in haste to his master with the good tidings, saying, 'O my lord, the merchant who is lodged in the house inhabited by the Jinn is alive and well, and sitteth on the bench behind the door.' Then the merchant rose joyfully and went to the house, taking breakfast with him. And when he saw Ali, he embraced him and kissed him between the eyes, asking, 'How hath Allah dealt with thee?' And Ali answered, 'Right well. I slept upstairs in the marble saloon.' Quoth the merchant, 'Did aught come to thee, or didst thou see anything?' And quoth Ali, 'No, I recited some little of the sublime Koran and slept till morning, when I arose and, after making the minor ablution and praying, seated myself on the bench behind the door.' 'Praised be Allah for safety!' exclaimed the merchant, then left him and presently sent him black slaves and white Mamelukes and handmaidens with household gear. They swept the house from top to bottom and furnished it with magnificent furniture, after which 3 white slaves and 3 black slaves and 4 slave girls remained with him to serve him, while the rest returned to their master's house. Now when the merchants heard of him, they sent him presents of all manner things of price, even to food and drink and clothes, and took him with them to the market, asking, 'When will thy baggage arrive?' And he answered, 'After 3 days it will surely come.' When the term had elapsed, the servant of the first hoard, the Golden Rain, came to him and said, 'Go forth and meet the treasure I have brought thee from Al Yaman, together with thy harem. For I bring part of the wealth in the semblance of costly merchandise. But the eunuchs and Mamelukes and the mules and horses and camels are all of the Jann.' Now the Jinni, when he betook himself to Cairo, found Ali's wife and children in sore misery, naked and hungry. So he carried them out of the city in a travelling litter, and clad them in sumptuous raiment of the stuffs which were in the treasure of Al Yaman. So when Ali heard this, he arose and, repairing to the merchants, said to them, 'Rise and go forth with us from the city to meet the caravan bringing my merchandise, and honour us with the presence of your harems to meet my harem.' 'Hearkening and obedience,' answered they, and sending for their harems, went forth all together and took seat in one of the city gardens. And as they sat talking, behold, a dust cloud arose out of the heart of the desert, and they flocked forth to see what it was. Presently it lifted and discovered mules and muleteers, tent pitchers and linkmen, who came on singing and dancing till they reached the garden, when the chief of the muleteers walked up to Ali and, kissing his hand, said to him, 'O my master, we have been long on the way, for we purposed entering yesterday, but we were in fear of the bandits, so abode in our station 4 days, till Almighty Allah rid us of them.' Thereupon the merchants mounted their mules and rode forward with the caravan, the harems waiting behind, till Ali's wife and children mounted with them, and they all entered in splendid train. The merchants marvelled at the number of mules laden with chests, whilst the women of the merchants wondered at the richness of the apparel of his wife and the fine raiment of her children, and kept saying each to other, 'Verily, the king of Baghdad hath no such gear. No, nor any other of the kings or lords or merchants.' So they ceased not to fare forwards in high great state, the men with Ali of Cairo, and the harems with his harem, till they came to the mansion.'" And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 430th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that they ceased not to fare forwards in high state, the men with Ali's men and the women with his wife, till they came to the mansion, where they alighted and brought the mules and their burdens into the midst of the courtyard. Then they unloaded them and warehoused the goods, whilst the merchants' wives went up with Ali's family to the saloon, which they found as it were a luxuriant garden, spread with magnificent furniture. They sat in mirth and good cheer till noon, when they brought them up the midday meal, all manner meats and sweetmeats of the very best; and they ate and drank costly sherbets and perfumed themselves thereafter with rose water and scented woods. Then they took leave and went home, men and women, and when the merchants returned to their places, they sent presents to the husband according to their conditions, and their wives likewise sent presents to the wife, so that there came to them great store of handmaids and negroes and Mamelukes, and all kinds of goods such as grain, sugar, and so forth in abundance beyond account. As for the Baghdad merchant, the landlord of the house, he abode with Ali and quitted him not, but said to him, "Let the black slaves and servants take the mules and the common cattle into one of my other houses to rest." Quoth Ali, "They set out again to night for such a place." Then he gave them leave to go forth and camp outside the city, that they might start on their journey at night come. Whereupon, hardly believing that they were dismissed, they took leave of him and departing to the outliers of the city, flew off through the air to their several abodes. So Ali and his house owner sat together till a third of the night was past, when their colloquy ended and the merchant returned to his own house, and Ali went up to his wife and children and after saluting them, said, "What hath befallen you in my absence all this time?" So she told him what they had suffered of hunger and nakedness and travail, and he said, "Praised be Allah for safety! How did ye come?" Answered she, "O my lord, I was asleep with my children yesternight, when suddenly and unexpectedly one raised us from the ground and flew with us through the firmament, without doing us any hurt, nor did he leave flying with us till he set us down in a place as it were an Arab camping ground, where we saw laden mules and a travelling litter borne upon two great mules, and around it servants, all boys and men. So I asked them, 'Who are ye, and what are these loads, and where are we?' And they answered, 'We are the servants of the merchant Ali of Cairo, son of the merchant jeweller, who hath sent us to fetch you to him at Baghdad.' Quoth I, 'Tell me, is it far or near hence to Baghdad?' They replied, 'Near; there lieth between us and the city but the darkness of the night.' Then they mounted us in the litter, and, when the morrow dawned, we found ourselves with thee, without having suffered any hurt whatever. Quoth he, 'Who gave you these dresses?' And quoth she, 'The chief of the caravan opened one of the boxes on the mules, and taking out thereof these clothes, clad me and thy children each in a suit, after which he locked the case and gave me the key, saying, "Take care of it till thou give it to thy husband, and here it is safe by me." So saying, she gave him the key, and he said, "Dost thou know the chest?" Said she, "Yes, I know it." So he took her down to the magazine and showed her the boxes, when she cried, "This is the one whence the dresses were taken." Upon which he put the key in the lock and opened the chest, wherein he found much raiment, and the keys of all the other cases. So he took them and fell to opening them, one after another, and feasting his eyes upon the gems and the precious ores they contained, whose like was not found with any of the kings. After which he locked them again, took the keys, and returned to the saloon, saying to his wife, "This is of the bounty of Almighty Allah." Then bringing her to the secret slab, he turned the pin and opened the door of the closet, into which he entered with her, and showed her the gold he had laid up therein. Quoth she, "Whence came all this to thee?" "It came to me by the grace of my Lord," answered he.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 431st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Ali's wife had looked upon the gold, she said to him, 'Whence came all this to thee?' "It came to me by the grace of my Lord," answered he. "When I left thee in my trouble, I shipped at Baluk for Damietta and met a friend there who forwarded me to Damascus. In brief, he told her all that had befallen him from first to last. Said she, "O my lord, all this cometh by boon of thy father's blessing and orisons when he prayed for thee before his death, saying, 'I beseech Allah to cast thee into no straits except He grant thee ready relief.' So praised be Allah Almighty for that He hath brought thee deliverance and hath requited thee with more than went from thee. But Allah upon thee, O my lord, return not to thy practice of associating with doubtful folk, but look thou fear Allah, whose name be exalted, both in private and in public." And as she went on to admonish him, he said, "I accept thine admonition and beg the Almighty to remove the froward from amongst us and stablish us in His obedience and in the observance of the law and practice of His Prophet, on whom be blessings and peace." After that, Ali and his wife and children were in all solace of life and gladness, and he opened him a shop in the merchants' bazaar, and stocking it with a somewhat of jewels and bullion, sat therein with his children and white servants. Presently he became the most considerable of the merchants of Baghdad, and his report reached the king of that city, who sent a messenger to command his attendants, saying, "Answer the summons of the king who requireth thee." He replied, "I hear and obey," and straightway prepared his present, and he took 4 trays of red gold, and filling them with jewels and precious metals, such as no king possessed, went up to the palace, and presenting himself before the presence, kissed the ground between his hands, and wished him endurance of goods and glory in the finest language he could command. Said the king, "O merchant, thou cheerest our city with thy presence." And Ali rejoined, "O King of the age, thy slave hath brought thee a gift, and hopeth for acceptance thereof from thy favour." Then he laid the 4 trays before the king, who uncovered them, and seeing that they contained gems, whose fellows he possessed not, and whose worth equalled treasuries of money, said, "Thy present is accepted, O merchant, and Inshallah, we will requite thee with its like." And Ali kissed his hands and went away, whereupon the king called his grandees and said to them, "How many of the kings have sought my daughter in marriage?" "Many," answered they, and he asked, "Hath any of them given me the like of this gift?" Whereto they replied, "Not one, for that none of them hath its like." And he said, "I have consulted Allah Almighty by lot as to marrying my daughter to this merchant. What say ye?" "Be it as thou reckest," answered they. Then he bade the eunuch carry the 4 trays into his seraglio, and going in to his wife, laid them before her. She uncovered them, and seeing therein that whose like she possessed not, no, nor a fraction thereof, said to him, "From which of the kings hadst thou these? Perchance of one of the royalties that seek thy daughter in marriage?" Said he, "Not so, I had them of an Egyptian merchant, who is lately come to this our city. Now when I heard of his coming, I sent to command him to us, thinking to make his acquaintance, so haply we might find with him somewhat of jewels and buy them of him for our daughter's trousseau. He obeyed our summons and brought us these 4 trays as a present, and I saw him to be a handsome youth of dignified aspect and intelligent as elegant, almost such as should be the sons of kings. Wherefore my heart inclined to him at sight, and my heart rejoiced in him, and I thought good to marry my daughter to him. So I showed the gift to my grandees, who agreed with me that none of the kings hath the like of these, and I told them my project. But what sayest thou?" And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 432nd Night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the King of Baghdad, after showing the presents to his wife and highly praising Ali, the merchant jeweller, and informing her of the proposed marriage, asked, "But what sayest thou?" She replied, "O King of the age, the ordering this affair is in Allah's hand, and thine, whatso Allah willeth shall come to pass." Rejoined the King, "If it be His will, I will marry her to none other than this young man." He slept on this resolve, and on the morrow he went out to his divan and summoned Ali and the rest of the merchants of Baghdad, and when all came, bade them be seated. Then said he, "Bring me the Kazi of the Divan," and they brought him, whereupon the King said to him, "O Kazi, write the contract of marriage between my daughter and the merchant Ali the Cairene." But Ali said, "Thy pardon, O our lord the Sultan, it befitteth not that a traitor such as I be the King's son-in-law." Quoth the King, "It is my will to bestow this favour upon thee as well as the Wazirate." And he invested him forthwith in the Wazir's office and ministerial robes. Then Ali sat down in the chair of the Wazirate and said, "O King of the age, thou hast bestowed on me this, and indeed I am honoured by thy bounties. But hear one word I have to say to thee." He replied, "Say on, and fear not." Quoth Ali, "Since it is thine august resolution to marry thy daughter, thou wouldst do better to marry her to my son." Quoth the King, "Hast thou then a son?" And Ali replied, "Yes." "Send for him forthwith," said the King. Thereupon answered Ali, "Hearkening and obedience," and despatched a servant to fetch his son, who came and, kissing the ground before the King, stood in an attitude of respect. The King looked at him and seeing him to be yet comelier than his daughter and goodlier than she in stature and proportion and brightness and perfection, said to him, "What is thy name, O my son?" "My name is Hasan, O our lord the Sultan," replied the young man, who was then 14 years old. Then the Sultan said to the Kazi, "Write the contract of marriage between my daughter Husan al-Wujid and Hasan, son of the merchant Ali the Cairene." So he wrote the marriage contract between them, and the affair was ended in the goodliest fashion. After which all in the Divan went their ways, and the merchants followed the Wazir Ali, escorting him to his house, where they gave him joy of his advancement and departed. Then he went in to his wife, who seeing him clad in the Wazir's habit, exclaimed, "What is this?" when he told her all that had passed from first to last, and she joyed therein with exceeding joy. So sped the night, and on the morrow he went up to the Divan, where the King received him with especial favour, and seating him close by his side, said, "O Wazir, we purpose to begin the wedding festivities and bring thy son in to our daughter." Replied Ali, "O our lord the Sultan, whatso thou deemest good is good." So the Sultan gave orders to celebrate the festivities, and they decorated the city and held high festival for 30 days, in all joy and gladness. At the end of which time Hasan, son of the Wazir Ali, went in to the Princess and enjoyed her beauty and loveliness. When the Queen saw her daughter's husband, she conceived a warm affection for him, and in like manner she rejoiced greatly in his mother. Then the King bade build for his son-in-law, Hasan, Ali's son, a palace beside his own. So they built him with all speed a splendid palace in which he took up his abode. And his mother used to tarry with him some days and then go down to her own house. After a while, the Queen said to her husband, "O King of the age, Hasan's lady mother cannot take up her abode with her son and leave the Wazir, neither can she tarry with the Wazir and leave her son." "Thou sayest sooth," replied the King, and bade edify a third palace beside that of Hasan, which being done in a few days, he caused remove thither the goods of the Wazir, and the minister and his wife took up their abode there. Now the three palaces communicated with one another, so that when the King had a mind to speak with the Wazir by night, he would go to him or send to fetch him. And so with Hasan and his father and mother. On this wise they dwelt in all solace and in the greatest happiness. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 19. Section 20, Volume 5 of The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 20. When it was the 433rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the king and the wazir and his son ceased not to dwell in all solace and in the greatest happiness a while, till the king fell ill and his sickness grew on him. So he summoned the lords of his realm and said to them, There is come upon me a sore malady, peradventure a mortal, and I have therefore summoned you to consult you respecting a certain matter, on which I would have you counsel me as you deem well. They asked, What is the matter of which thou wouldst take counsel with us, O king? And he answered, I am old and sickly, and I fear for the realm after me from its enemies. So I would have you all agree upon some one, that I may proclaim him king in my lifetime, and so ye may be at ease. Whereupon quoth they with one voice, We all approve of thy daughter's husband Hasan, son of the Wazir Ali, for we have seen his wit and perfect understanding, and he knoweth the place of all, great and small. Asked the king, Are ye indeed agreed upon this? And they answered, Yes. Rejoined he, Peradventure ye all say this to my face of respect for me, but behind my back ye will say otherwise. However, they all replied, By Allah, our word is one and the same in public and in private, and we accept him frankly and with hardiness of heart and breadth of breast. Quoth he, Since the case is thus, bring the Kazi of the Holy Law and all the chamberlains and viceroys and officers of state before me tomorrow, and we will order the affair after the goodliest fashion. We hear and obey, answered they, and withdrawing, notified all the Olema, the doctors of the law, and the chief personages among the emirs. So when the morrow dawned, they came up to the divan, and having craved and obtained permission to enter, they saluted the king, saying, Here are we all in thy presence. Whereto he made reply, O emirs of Baghdad, whom will ye have to be king over you after me, that I may inaugurate him during my lifetime, before the presence of you all? Quoth they with one voice, We are agreed upon thy daughter's husband Hasan, son of the Wazir Ali. Quoth he, If it be so, go all of you and bring him before me. So they all arose, and repairing to Hasan's palace, said to him, Rise, come with us to the king. Wherefore? asked he, and they answered, For a thing that will benefit both us and thee. So he went in with them to the king, and kissed the ground before his father-in-law, who said to him, Be seated, O my son. He sat down, and the king continued, O Hasan, all the emirs have approved of thee, and agreed to make thee king over them after me. And it is my purpose to proclaim thee whilst I yet live, and so make an end of the business. But Hasan stood up, and kissing the ground once more before the king, said to him, O our lord, among the emirs there are many who are older than I and greater of worth. Acquit me therefore of this thing. But all the emirs cried out, saying, We consent not but that thou be king over us. Then said Hasan, My father is older than I and he are one thing, and it befits not to advance me over him. But Ali said, I will consent to nothing save whatso contenteth my brethren, and they have all chosen and agreed upon thee. Wherefore gainsay thou not the king's commandment and that of thy brethren. And Hasan hung his head abashed before the king and his father. Then said the king to the emirs, Do ye all accept of him? We do, answered they, and recited thereupon 7 Fatihahs. So the king said, O Kazi, draw up a legal instrument, testifying of these emirs that they are agreed to make king over them my daughter's husband Hasan. The Kazi wrote the act and made it binding on all men, after they had sworn in a body the oath of fealty to Hasan. Then the king did likewise, and bade him take his seat on the throne of kingship, whereupon they all arose and kissed King Hasan's hands and did homage to him, and swore lealty to him. And the new king dispensed justice among the people that day in a fashion right royal, and invested the grandees of the realm in splendid robes of honor. When the Divan broke up, he went in to and kissed the hands of his father-in-law, who spake thus to him: "O my son, look thou rule the lieges in the fear of Allah." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 434th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when King Hasan was quit of the Divan, he went into and kissed the hands of his wife's father, who spake thus to him: "O my son, look thou rule the lieges in the fear of Allah." Whereto he replied, "O my father, through thy prayers for me, the grace and guidance of Allah will come to me." Then he entered his own palace and was met by his wife and her mother and their attendants, who kissed his hands and gave him joy of his advancement, saying, "Be this day blessed." Next he went in to his father and mother, who joyed with exceeding joy in that which Allah had vouchsafed him of his advancement to the kingship, and his father charged him to fear Allah and to deal mercifully with his subjects. He passed the night in glee and gladness, and on the morrow, having prayed the obligatory prayers ending with the usual short chapters of the Koran, he went up to the Divan, whither came all his officers and dignitaries. He passed the day in dispensing justice among the folk, bidding to graciousness and forbidding ungraciousness, and appointing to place and displacing, till day end, when the Divan broke up after the goodliest fashion, and all the troops withdrew and each went his own way. Then he arose and repaired to the palace, where he found his father-in-law's sickness grown heavy upon him, and said to him, "May no ill befall thee." At this the old king opened his eyes and said, "O Hasan," and he replied, "At thy service, O my lord." Quoth the old king, "Mine appointed hour is at hand. Be thou careful of thy wife and her mother, and look thou fear Allah and honour thy parents, and bide in awe of the majesty of the requiting king, and bear in mind that he commandeth justice and good works." And King Hasan replied, "I hear and obey." Now after this the old king lingered 3 days and then departed into the mercy of Almighty Allah. So they laid him out and shrouded and buried him, and held over him readings and perlections of the Koran, to the end of the customary 40 days. And King Hasan, son of the Wazir, reigned in his stead, and his subjects joyed in him, and all his days were gladness. Moreover, his father ceased not to be his chief wazir on his right hand, and he took to himself another wazir to be at his left hand. His reign was a prosperous and well ordered, and he lived a long life as king of Baghdad, and Allah blessed him, by the old king's daughter, with 3 sons who inherited the kingdom after him. And they abode in the solace of life and its pleasures, till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the severer of societies. And the glory be to him who is eternal, and in whose hand are annulling and confirming. And of the tales they tell is one of the Pilgrim Man and the Old Woman. A man of the pilgrims once slept a long sleep, and awaking, found no trace of the caravan. So he rose up and walked on, but lost his way, and presently came to a tent where he saw an old woman standing at the entrance, and by her side a dog asleep. He went up to the tent, and saluting the old woman, sought of her food, when she replied, "Go to yonder wady and catch thy sufficiency of serpents, that I may broil of them for thee and give thee to eat." Rejoined the pilgrim, "I dare not catch serpents, nor did I ever eat them." Quoth the old woman, "I will go with thee and catch some, fear not." So she went with him, followed by the dog, to the valley, and catching a sufficient number of serpents, proceeded to broil them. He saw nothing for it, saith the storyteller, but to eat, in fear of hunger and exhaustion. So he ate of the serpents. Then he was athirst, and asked for water to drink, and she answered, "Go to the spring and drink." Accordingly he went to the spring and found the water thereof bitter, yet needs must he drink of it despite its bitterness, because of the violence of his thirst. Presently he returned to the old woman and said to her, I marvel, O ancient dame, at thy choosing to sojourn in this place. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 435th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the palmer man drank the bitter draught for stress of thirst, he returned and said, I marvel, O ancient dame, at thy choosing to sojourn in this place, and thy putting up with such meat and drink. She asked, And how is it then in thy country? Whereto he answered, In my country are houses wide and spacious, and fruits ripe and delicious, and waters sweet, and viands savours and of goodly use, and meats fat and full of juice, and flocks innumerous, and all things pleasant, and all the goods of life, the like whereof are not, save in the paradise which Allah the Omnipotent hath promised to his servants pious. Replied she, All this have I heard, but tell me, have ye a sultan who ruleth over you and is tyrannical in his rule, and under whose hand you are, one who, if any of you commit an offence, taketh his goods and ruineth him, and who, whenas he will, turneth you out of house and home, and uprooteth you stock and branch? Replied the man, Indeed that may be. And she replied, If so, by Allah, these your delicious food and life of daintyhood and gifts, however good, with tyranny and oppression, are but a searching poison, while our coarse meat, which in freedom and safety we eat, is a healthful medicine. Hast thou not heard that the best of boons, after all Islam, the true Fatah, are sanity and security? Now such boons, quoth he who telleth the tale, may be by the just rule of the Sultan, vice-regent of Allah on his earth, and the goodness of his polity. The Sultan of time past needed but little awfulness, for when the lieges saw him, they feared him. But the Sultan of these days hath need of the most accomplished polity and the utmost majesty, because men are not as men of bygone time, and this our age is one of folk opprobrious, and is greatly calamitous, noted for folly and hardness of heart, and inclined to hate and enmity. If therefore the Sultan, which Almighty Allah forfend, be weak or wanting in polity and majesty, this will be the assured cause of his country's ruin. Quoth the proverb, An 100 years of the Sultan's tyranny, but not 1 year of the people's tyranny one over other. When the lieges oppress one another, Allah setteth over them a tyrannical sultan and a terrible king. Thus it is told in history that one day there was sent to Al-Hajjaj bin Yusuf a slip of paper, whereon was written, Fear Allah and oppress not his servants with all manner of oppression. When he read this, he mounted the pulpit, for he was eloquent and ever ready of speech, and said, O folk, Allah Almighty hath made me ruler over you by reason of your frowardness. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 436th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Hajjaj Yusuf's son read the paper, he mounted the pulpit and said, O folk, Allah Almighty hath made me ruler over you by reason of your frowardness, and indeed, though I die, yet will ye not be delivered from oppression with these your ill deeds. For the Almighty hath created like unto me many an one. If it be not I, 'twill be one more mischievous than I, and a mightier in oppression, and a more merciless in his majesty. Even as saith the poet, For not a deed the hand can try, save 'neath the hand of God on high, nor tyrant harsh work tyranny, uncrushed by tyrant harsh as he. Tyranny is feared, but justice is the best of all things. We beg Allah to better our case. And among tales is that of Abu al-Husan and his slave girl Tawaddud. There was once in Baghdad a man of consequence and rich in monies and immovables, who was one of the chiefs of the merchants. And Allah had largely endowed him with worldly goods, but had not vouchsafed him what he longed for of offspring. And there was passed over him a long space of time, without his being blessed with issue, male or female. His years waxed great, his bones became wasted, and his back bent. Weakness and weariness grew upon him, and he feared the loss of his wealth and possessions, seeing he had no child whom he might make his heir, and by whom his name should be remembered. So he betook himself with supplication to Almighty Allah, fasting by day and praying through the night. Moreover, he vowed many vows to the living, the Eternal, and visited the pious, and was constant in supplication to the Most Highest, till he gave ear to him and accepted his prayer and took pity on his straining and complaining, so that before many days were past, he knew carnally one of his women, and she conceived by him the same night. In due time she finished her months, and casting her burden, bore a male child, as he were a slice of the moon, whereupon the merchant fulfilled his vows in his gratitude to Allah, to whom be honour and glory, and gave alms and clothed the widow and the orphan. On the 7th night after the boy's birth, he named him Abu al-Husan, and the wet nurses suckled him, and the dry nurses dandled him, and the servants and the slaves carried him and handled him, till he shot up and grew tall and throve greatly, and learnt the sublime Koran, and the ordinances of all Islam, and the canons of the true faith, and calligraphy, and poetry, and mathematics, and archery. On this wise he became the union pearl of his age, and the goodliest of the folk of his time and his day, fair of face and of tongue, fluent, carrying himself with a light and graceful gait, and glorying in his stature proportionate and amorous graces, which were to many a bait, and his cheeks were red, and flower white was his forehead, and his side face waxed brown with tender down, even as saith one describing him, "The spring of the down on cheeks right clearly shows, and how, when the spring is gone, shall last the rose? Dost thou not see that the growth upon his cheek is violet bloom that from its leaves outgrows?" He abode a while in ease and happiness with his father, who rejoiced and delighted in him, till he came to man's estate, when the merchant one day made him sit down before him, and said, "O my son, the appointed term draweth near, my hour of death is at hand, and it remaineth but to meet Allah, to whom belong majesty and might. I leave thee what shall suffice thee, even to thy son's son, of monies and mansions, farms and gardens. Wherefore fear thou Almighty Allah, O my son, in dealing with that which I bequeath to thee, and follow none but those who will help thee to the divine favour." Not long after, he sickened and died. So his son ordered his funeral after the goodliest wise, and burying him, returned to his house, and sat mourning for him many days and nights. But behold, certain of his friends came in to him, and said to him, "Whoso leaveth a son like thee is not dead. Indeed, what is past, and fled, and mourning beseemeth none but the young maid and the wife cloistered." And they ceased not from him till they wrought on him to enter the Hammam and break off his mourning. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 20.
Section 21, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 21, 437th through 440th night. When it was the 437th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Abu al-Husn was visited by his friends and taken to the Hammam and persuaded to break off his mourning, he presently forgot his father's charge. and his head was turned by his riches. He thought fortune would always wone with him as it was, and that wealth would ever wax and never wane. So he ate and drank and made merry, and took his pleasure, and gave gifts of gear and coin, and was profuse with gold, and addressed himself up to eating fowls, and breaking the seals of wine flasks, and listening to the giggle of the daughter of the vine as she gurgled from the flagon, and enjoying the jingle of the singing girls. Nor did he give over this way of life, till his wealth was wasted, and the case worsened, and all his goods went from him, and he bit his hands in bitter penitence. For of a truth he had nothing left after that which he had squandered, but a concubine, a slave girl whom his father had bequeathed to him with the rest of his estate. And she had no equal in beauty and loveliness, and brightness, and liveliness, and symmetric stature, and perfect grace. She was past mistress in every manner of arts and accomplishments, and endowed with many excellences, surpassing all the folk of her age and time. She was grown more notorious than a waymark for her seductive genius, and outdid the fair both in theory and practice. And she was noted for her swimming gait, flexile and delicate, albeit she was full 5 feet in height, and by all the boons of fortune decked and dight, with straight arched brows twain, as they were the crescent moon of Shaban, and eyes like gazelle's eyne, and nose like the edge of scimitar fine, and cheeks like anemones of blood-red shine, and mouth like Solomon's seal and sign, and teeth like necklaces of pearls in line, and navel holding an ounce of oil of benzoin, and waist more slender than his body, whom love hath wasted, and whom concealment hath made sick with pine, and hind parts heavier than 2 hills of sand. Briefly, she was a volume of charms after his saying, who saith, her fair shape ravisheth, if face to face she did appear, and if she turn, for severance from her she slayeth sheer. Sun-like, full moon-like, sapling-like unto her character, estrangement no wise appertains, nor cruelty austere. Under the bosom of her shift the garths of Eden are, and the full moon revolveth still upon her neck-ring's sphere. She seemed a full moon rising, and a gazelle browsing, a girl of 9 + 5, shaming the moon and sun, even as saith of her the sayer, eloquent and ingenious. Semblance of full moon heaven bore, when 5 and 5 are conjoined by 4. 'Tis not my sin if she made of me, it's like when it riseth horizon o'er. Clean of skin, odoriferous of breath, it seemed as if she were of fire fashioned, and of crystal moulded. Rose red was the cheek of her, and perfect the shape and form of her, even as one saith of her, describing her. Scented with sandal and musk, right proudly doth she go, with gold and silver and rose and saffron colour aglow. A flower in a garden she is, a pearl in an ouch of gold, or an image in chapel set for worship of high and low. Slender and shapely she is, vivacity bids her arise, but the weight of her hips says sit or softly and slowly go. Whenas her favours I seek and sue for my heart's desire, be gracious, her beauty says, but her coquetry answers no. Glory to him who made beauty her portion, and that of her lover to be the prate of the censurers, hey-ho. She captivated all who saw her with the excellence of her beauty and the sweetness of her smile, and shot them down with the shafts she launched from her eyes. and withal she was eloquent of speech and excellently skilled in verse. Now when Abu al-Husn had squandered all his gold and his ill plight all could behold, and there remained to him naught save this slave girl, he abode 3 days without tasting meat or taking rest and sleep. And the handmaid said to him, O my lord, carry me to the Commander of the Faithful, Harun al-Rashid. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 438th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth the slave girl to her master, O my lord, carry me to Harun al-Rashid, fifth of the sons of Abbas, and seek of him to my price 10,000 dinars. If he deem me dear, say to him, O Prince of True Believers, my handmaid is worth more than this. Do but prove her, and her value will be magnified in thine eyes. For this slave girl hath not her equal, and she were unfit to any but thou. And she added, Beware, O my lord, of selling me at less than the sum I have named. Indeed, 'tis but little for the like of me. Now her owner knew not her worth, nor that she had no equal in her day. But he carried her to the Caliph and set her in the presence, and repeated what she had bidden him say. The Caliph asked her, What is thy name? To which she answered, My name is Tawaddud. He then inquired, O Tawaddud, in what branches of knowledge dost thou excel? And she replied, O my lord, I am versed in syntax and poetry and jurisprudence and exegesis and philosophy, and I am skilled in music and the knowledge of the divine ordinances, and in arithmetic and geodesy and geometry and the fables of the ancients. I know the sublime Koran by heart, and have read it according to the 7, the 10, and the 14 modes. I know the number of its chapters and versets and sections and words, and its halves and fourths and eighths and tenths, the number of prostrations which occur in it, and the sum total of its letters. And I know what there is in it of abrogating and abrogated. Also, what parts of it were revealed at Al-Medina, and what at Mecca, and the cause of the different revelations. I know the holy traditions of the apostles' sayings, historical and legendary, the established, and those whose ascription is doubtful. And I have studied the exact sciences, geometry and philosophy and medicine and logic and rhetoric and composition. And I have learnt many things by rote, and am passionately fond of poetry. I can play the lute, and know its gamut, and notes, and notation, and the crescendo and diminuendo. If I sing and dance, I seduce, and if I dress and scent myself, I slay. In fine, I have reached a pitch of perfection, such as can be estimated only by those of them who are firmly rooted in knowledge. Now when the Caliph heard these words spoken by one so young, he wondered at her eloquence, and turning to Abu al-Husn said, I will summon those who shall discuss with her all she claimeth to know. If she answer correctly, I will give thee the price thou askest for her, and more, and if not, thou art fitter to have her than I. With gladness and goodly gree, O Commander of the Faithful, replied Abu al-Husn. So the Caliph wrote to the Viceroy of Bassorah to send him Ibrahim bin Siyar the prosodist, who was the first man of his day in argument and eloquence and poetry and logic, and bade him bring with him readers of the Koran and learned doctors of the law, and physicians and astrologers and scientists and mathematicians and philosophers. And Ibrahim was more learned than all. In a little while they arrived at the palace of the Caliphate, knowing not what was to do, and the Caliph sent for them to his sitting chamber, and ordered them to be seated. So they sat down, and he bade bring the damsel Tawaddud, who came and, unveiling, showed herself, as she were a sparkling star. The Caliph set her a stool of gold, and she saluted, and speaking with an eloquent tongue said, O Commander of the Faithful, bid the Olema and the doctors of law and leeches and astrologers and scientists and mathematicians and all here present contend with me in argument. So he said to them, I desire of you that ye dispute with this damsel on the things of her faith, and stultify her argument in all she advanceth. And they answered, saying, We hear and we obey Allah and thee, O Commander of the Faithful. Upon this, Tawaddud bowed her head and said, Which of you is the doctor of the law, the scholar, versed in the readings of the Koran and in the traditions? Quoth one of them, I am the man thou seekest. Quoth she, Then ask me of what thou wilt. Said the doctor, Hast thou read the precious book of Allah, and dost thou know its cancelling and cancelled parts? And hast thou meditated its versets and its letters? Yes, answered she. Then, said he, I will proceed to question thee of the obligations and the immutable ordinances. So tell me of these, O damsel, and who is thy Lord, who thy prophet, who thy guide, what is thy point of fronting in prayer, and who be thy brethren? Also, what thy spiritual path, and what thy highway? Whereto she replied, Allah is my Lord, and Mohammed, whom Allah save and assain, my prophet, and the Koran is my guide, and the Kaaba my fronting, and the true believers are my brethren. The practice of good is my path, and the Sunnah my highway. The Caliph again marveled at her words so eloquently spoken by one so young, and the doctor pursued, O damsel, with what do we know Almighty Allah? Said she, With the understanding. Said he, And what is the understanding? Quoth she, It is of two kinds, natural and acquired. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 439th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the damsel continued, The understanding is of two kinds, natural and acquired. The natural is that which Allah, to whom be honor and glory, created for the right direction of his servants after his will. And the acquired is that which men accomplish by dint of study and fair knowledge. He rejoined, Thou hast answered well. Question. Where is the seat of the understanding? Allah casteth it in the heart, whence its lustrous beams ascend to the brain, and there become fixed. Question. How knowest thou the Prophet of Allah? By the reading of Allah's holy book, and by signs and proofs and portents and miracles. Question. What are the obligations and the immutable ordinances? The obligations are 5. 1. Testification that there is no ilah but Allah, no God but the God alone and one, which for partner hath none, and that Muhammad is his servant and his apostle. 2. The standing in prayers. 3. The payment of the poor rate. 4. Fasting Ramazan. 5. The pilgrimage to Allah's holy house for all to whom the journey is possible. The immutable ordinances are 4, to wit, night and day, and sun and moon, the which build up life and hope, nor any son of Adam wotteth if they will be destroyed on the day of judgment. Question. What are the obligatory observances of the faith? They are 5: prayer, almsgiving, fasting, pilgrimage, fighting for the faith, and abstinence from the forbidden. Question. Why dost thou stand up to pray? To express the devout intent of the slave acknowledging the deity. Question. What are the obligatory conditions which precede standing in prayer? Purification, covering the shame, avoidance of soiled clothes, standing on a clean place, fronting the Kaaba, an upright posture, the intent and the pronouncing Allahu Akbar of prohibition. Question. With what shouldest thou go forth from thy house to pray? With the intent of worship mentally pronounced. Question. With what intent shouldest thou enter the mosque? With an intent of service. Question. Why do we front the Qibla? In obedience to 3 divine orders and 1 traditional ordinance. Question. What are the beginning, the consecration, and the end of prayer? Purification beginneth prayer, saying the Allahu Akbar of prohibition consecrateth, and the salutation endeth prayer. Question. What deserveth he who neglecteth prayer? It is reported among the authentic traditions of the Prophet that he said, Whoso neglecteth prayer wilfully and purposely hath no part in al-Islam. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 440th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that after the damsel had repeated the words of that holy tradition, the doctor cried, Thou hast replied aright. Now say me, what is prayer? Prayer is communion between the slave and his Lord, and in it are 10 virtues. 1. It illumineth the heart. 2. It maketh the face shine. 3. It pleaseth the compassionate one. 4. It angereth Satan. 5. It conjureth calamity. 6. It wardeth off the mischief of enemies. 7. It multiplieth mercy. 8. It forfendeth vengeance and punishment. 9. It bringeth the slave nigh unto his Lord. And 10. It restraineth from lewdness and frowardness. Hence it is one of the absolute requisites and obligatory ordinances and the pillar of the faith. Question. What is the key of prayer? Wuzd, or the lesser ablution. Question. What is the key to the lesser ablution? Intention and naming the Almighty. Question. What is the key of naming the Almighty? Assured faith. Question. What is the key of faith? Trust in the Lord. Question. What is the key of trust in the Lord? Hope. Question. What is the key of hope? Obedience. Question. What is the key of obedience? The confession of the unity and the acknowledgement of the divinity of Allah. Question. What are the divine ordinances of wuzu, the minor ablution? They are 6, according to the canon of the Imam al-Shafi Muhammad bin Idris, of whom Allah accept. 1. Intent while washing the face. 2. Washing the face. 3. Washing the hands and forearms. 4. Wiping part of the head. 5. Washing the feet and heels. 6. Observing due order. And the traditional statutes are 10. 1. Nomination. 2. And washing the hands before putting them into the water pot. 3. And mouth rinsing. 4. And snuffing. 5. And wiping the whole head. 6. And wetting the ears within and without with fresh water. 7. And separating a thick beard. 8. And separating the fingers and toes. 9. And washing the right foot before the left. And 10. Doing each of these thrice and all in unbroken order. When the minor ablution is ended, the worshipper should say, I testify that there is no God but the God the One, which for partner hath none, and I testify that Muhammad is his servant and his apostle. O my Allah, make me of those who repent and in purity are permanent. Glory to Thee, O my God, and in Thy praise I bear witness that there is no God save Thou. I crave pardon of Thee, and I repent to Thee, for it is reported in the holy traditions that the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve, said of this prayer, Whoso endeth every ablution with this prayer, the 8 gates of paradise are open to him. He shall enter at which he pleaseth. Question. When a man purposeth ablution, what betideth him from the angels and the devils? When a man prepareth for ablution, the angels come and stand on his right, and the devils on his left hand. If he name Almighty Allah at the beginning of the ablution, the devils flee from him, and the angels hover over him with a pavilion of light, having 4 ropes, to each an angel glorifying Allah and craving pardon for him, so long as he remaineth silent or calleth upon the name of Allah. But if he omit to begin washing with naming Allah, to whom belong might and majesty, neither remains silent, the devils take command of him, and the angels depart from him, and Satan whispereth evil thoughts unto him, till he fall into doubt and come short in his ablution. For, quoth he, on whom be blessing and peace, a perfect ablution driveth away Satan, and assureth against the tyranny of the Sultan. And again quoth he, if calamity befall one who is not pure by ablution, verily and assuredly let him blame none but himself. Question. What should a man do when he awaketh from sleep? He should wash his hands thrice before putting them into the water vessel. Question. What are the Quranic and traditional orders anent ghusl, the complete ablution? The divine ordinances are intent and crowning the whole body with water, that is, the liquid shall come at every part of the hair and skin. Now the traditional ordinances are the minor ablution as preliminary, rubbing the body, separating the hair, and deferring in words the washing of the feet till the end of the ablution. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 21. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York. Section 22, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 22, 441st through 444th night. When it was the 441st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had recounted to the doctor what were the divine and traditional orders anent ghusl or total ablution, quoth he, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me what are the occasions for tayammum, or making the ablution with sand and dust? And what are the ordinances thereof, divine and human? The reasons are 7, viz., want of water, fear lest water lack, need thereto, going astray on a march, sickness, having broken bones in splints, and having open wounds. As for its ordinances, the divine number 4, viz., intent, dust, clapping it to the face and clapping it upon the hands, and the human number 2, nomination and preferring the right before the left hand. Question. What are the conditions, the pillars or essentials, and the traditional statutes of prayer? The conditions are 5. 1. Purification of the members. 2. Covering of the privy parts. 3. Observing the proper hours, either of certainty or to the best of one's belief. 4. Fronting the Qibla. And 5. Standing on a clean place. The pillars or essentials number 12. 1. Intent. 2. The takbir or magnification of prohibition. 3. Standing when able to stand. 4. Repeating the Fatiha or opening chapter of the Quran and saying, in the name of Allah, the Compassionating, the Compassionate, with the verse thereof according to the canon of the Imam al-Shafi. 5. Bowing the body and keeping it bowed. 6. Returning to the upright posture and so remaining for the time requisite. 7. Prostration and permanence therein. 8. Sitting between 2 prostrations and permanence therein. 9. Repeating the latter profession of the faith and sitting up therefore. 10. Invoking benediction on the Prophet, whom Allah bless and preserve. 11. The first salutation, and 12. The intent of making an end of prayer expressed in words. But the traditional statutes are the call to prayer, the standing posture, raising the hands to either side of the face whilst pronouncing the prohibition, uttering the magnification before reciting the Fatiha, seeking refuge with Allah, saying Amin, repeating the chapter of the Quran after the Fatiha, repeating the magnifications during change of posture, saying, May Allah hear him who praiseth him, and O our Lord, to thee be the praise. Praying aloud in the proper place, and praying under the breath prayers so prescribed. The first profession of unity and sitting up thereto, blessing the Prophet therein, blessing his family in the latter profession and the second salutation. Question. On what is the zakat or obligatory poor rate taxable? On gold and silver and camels and oxen and sheep and wheat and barley and holcus and millet and beans and vetches and rice and raisins and dates. Question. What is the zakat or poor rate on gold? Below 20 miskals or dinars, nothing. But on that amount half a dinar for every score, and so on proportionately. Question. On silver? Under 200 dirhams, nothing. Then 5 dirhams on every 200, and so forth. Question. On camels? for every 5 an ewe, or for every 25 a pregnant camel. Question. On sheep? An ewe for every 40 head. Question. What are the ordinances of the Ramazan fast? The Quranic are intent, abstinence from eating, drinking, and carnal copulation, and the stoppage of vomiting. It is incumbent on all who submit to the law, save women in their courses, and 40 days after childbirth. And it becomes obligatory on sight of the new moon or on news of its appearance, brought by a trustworthy person, and commending itself as truth to the hearer's heart. And among its requisites is that the intent be pronounced at nightfall. The traditional ordinances of fasting are hastening to break the fast at sundown, deferring the fore-dawn meal, and abstaining from speech, save for good works and for calling on the name of Allah and reciting the Quran. Question. What things vitiate not the fast? The use of unguents and eye powders, and the dust of the road, and the undesigned swallowing of saliva, and the emission of seed in nocturnal pollution, or at the sight of a strange woman, and blooding and cupping. None of these things vitiates the fast. Question. What are the prayers of the 2 great annual festivals? 2 one-bow prayers, which be a traditional ordinance, without call to prayer or standing up to pronounce the call. But let the Moslem say, prayer is a collector of all folk, and pronounce Allahu Akbar 7 times in the first prayer, besides the takbir of prohibition, and in the second 5 times, besides the magnification of rising up, according to the doctrine of the Imam al-Shafi, on whom Allah have mercy, and make the profession of the faith. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 442nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had answered the doctor anent the festival prayers, quoth he, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me, what are the prayers prescribed on the occasion of an eclipse of the sun or moon? 2 one-bow prayers without call to prayer or standing thereto by the worshipper, who shall make in each 2-bow prayer double standing up and double inclinations and 2-fold prostrations, then sit and testify and salute. Question. What is the ritual of prayer for rain? 2 one-bow prayers without call to prayer or standing thereto. Then shall the Moslem make the profession and the salute. Moreover, the Imam shall deliver an exhortation and ask pardon of Allah in place of the magnification, as in the 2 sermons of the festivals, and turn his mantle upper edge downwards, and pray and supplicate. Question. What are the witr, the additional or occasional prayers? The least is a one-bow prayer, and the most 11. Question. What is the forenoon prayer? At least 2 one-bow prayers, and at most 12. Question. What hast thou to say of the itikaf or retreat? It is a matter of traditional ordinance. Question. What are its conditions? 1. Intent. 2. Not leaving the mosque save of necessity. 3. Not having to do with a woman. 4. Fasting. And 5. Abstaining from speech. Question. Under what conditions is the Hajj or pilgrimage obligatory? Manhood, and understanding and being a Moslem, and practicability, in which case it is obligatory on all once before death. Question. What are the Quranic statutes of the pilgrimage? 1. The ihram or pilgrim's habit. 2. The standing at Arafat. 3. Circumambulating the Kaaba. 4. Running between Safa and Marwa. And 5. Shaving or clipping the hair. Question. What are the Quranic statutes of the Umrah or lesser pilgrimage? Assuming the pilgrim's habit, and compassing and running. Question. What are the Quranic ordinances of the assumption of the pilgrim's habit? Doffing sewn garments, forswearing perfume, and ceasing to shave the head or pare the nails, and avoiding the killing of game, and eschewing carnal copulation. Question. What are the traditional statutes of the pilgrimage? 1. The crying out, Labaka Adsum, here am I, O our Lord, here am I. 2. The Kaaba circuitings of arrival and departure. 3. The passing of the night at the mosque of Muzdalifah and in the valley of Mina. And 4. The lapidation. Question. What is the jihad or holy war and its essentials? Its essentials are 1. The descent of the infidels upon us. 2. The presence of the Imam. 3. A state of preparation. And 4. Firmness in meeting the foe. Its traditional ordinance is incital to battle, in that the Most High hath said, O thou my Prophet, incite the faithful to fight. Question. What are the ordinances of buying and selling? The Quranic are 1. Offer and acceptance, and 2. If the thing sold be a white slave, by whom one profiteth, all possible endeavor to convert him to Al-Islam, and 3. To abstain from usury. The traditional are making void and option before, not after separating, according to his saying, whom Allah bless and preserve. The parties to a sale shall have the option of cancelling or altering terms whilst they are yet unseparated. Question. What is it forbidden to sell for what? On this point I mind me of an authentic tradition reported by Nafi of the Apostle of Allah, that he forbade the barter of dried dates for fresh, and fresh figs for dry, and jerked for fresh meat, and cream for clarified butter. In fine, all eatables of one and the same kind, it is unlawful to buy or barter some for other some. Now when the doctor of law heard her words and knew that she was wit-keen, penetrative, ingenious, and learned in jurisprudence and the traditions and the interpretation of the Koran and what not else, he said in mind, Needs must I maneuver with her, that I may overcome her in the assembly of the Commander of the Faithful. So he said to her, O damsel, what is the lexicographical meaning of uzu? And she answered, Philologically, it signifieth cleanliness and freedom from impurities. Question. And of salat or prayer? An invocation of good. Question. And of ghusl? Purification. Question. And of saum or fasting? Abstention. Question. And of zakat? Increase. Question. And of hajj or pilgrimage? Visitation. Question. And of jihad? Repelling. With this the doctor's arguments were cut off. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 443rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the doctor's arguments were cut off, he rose to his feet and said, Bear witness against me, O Commander of the Faithful, that this damsel is more learned in the law than I am. Quoth she, I will ask thee somewhat, which do thou answer me speedily, and thou be indeed a learned man. Quoth he, Say on. And she said, What are the arrows of the faith? Answered he, They number 10. 1. Testification, that is, religion. 2. Prayer, that is, the covenant. 3. Alms, that is, purification. 4. Fasting, that is, defensive armor. 5. Pilgrimage, that is, the law. 6. Fighting for the faith, that is, a general duty. 7. Bidding to beneficence. And 8. Forbidding from frowardness, both of which are a man's honor. 9. Commune, that is, sociableness of the faithful. And 10. Seeking knowledge, that is, the praiseworthy path. She rejoined, Thou hast replied aright, and now remaineth but one question. What be the roots or fundamentals of Al-Islam? He said, They are 4: sincerity of belief, truth of intent, observance of the lawful limit, and keeping the covenant. Then said she, I have one more question to ask thee, which if thou answer, it is well, else I will take thy clothes. Quoth he, Speak, O damsel. And she said, What are the branches or superstructure of Al-Islam? But he was silent awhile and made no reply. So she cried, Doff thy clothes, and I will expound them to thee. Quoth the Caliph, Expound them, and I will make him put off his clothes for thee. She said, There are 22 branches. 1. Holding fast to the Book of Allah the Most Highest. 2. Taking example by his apostle, whom Allah bless and preserve. 3. Abstaining from evil doing. 4. Eating what is lawful. And 5. Avoiding what is unlawful. 6. Restitution of things wrongfully taken. 7. Repentance. 8. Knowledge of the law. 9. Love of the friend. 10. And of the followers of the true revelation. 11. Belief in the apostles of Al-Islam. 12. Fear of apostasy. 13. Preparation for departing this life. 14. Force of conviction. 15. Mercy on all possible occasions. 16. Strength in time of weakness. 17. Patience under trials. 18. Knowledge of Allah Almighty. And 19. Of what His Prophet hath made known to us. 20. Thwarting Iblis the accursed. 21. Striving earnestly against the lusts of the soul and warring them down. And 22. Devotion to the one God. Now when the Commander of the Faithful heard her words, he bade the professor put off his clothes and hooded turband. And so did that doctor, and went forth, beaten and confounded, from the Caliph's presence. Thereupon another man stood up and said to her, O damsel, hear a few questions from me. Quoth she, Say on. And he asked, What are the conditions of purchase by advance? Whereto she answered, That the price be fixed, the kind be fixed, and the period of delivery be fixed and known. Question. What are the Quranic and the traditional canons of eating? The confession that Allah Almighty provideth the eater and giveth him meat and drink, with thanksgiving to Him therefor. Question. What is thanksgiving? The use by the creature of that which the Creator vouchsafeth to him according as it was created for the creature. Question. What are the traditional canons of eating? The Bismillah and washing both hands, sitting on the left of the hind part, eating with 3 fingers, and eating of that which hath been duly masticated. Question. What are good manners in eating? Taking small mouthfuls, and looking little at one's table companion. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 444th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had answered concerning good manners in eating, the doctor who was trying her rejoined, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me, what are the stays of the heart and their supports? The stays and supports both number 3. 1. Holding fast to the faith, the support whereof is the shunning of infidelity. 2. Holding fast to the traditional law, and its support the shunning of innovation. And 3. Holding fast to obedience, and its support the shunning of disobedience. Question. What are the conditions of wuzu? 1. Being a Moslem. 2. Discernment of good and evil. 3. Purity of the water. And 4. Absence of material or religious impediments. Question. What is belief? It is divided into 9 parts. 1. Belief in the one worshipped. 2. Belief in the condition of slavery of the worshipper. 3. Belief in the personality of the deity. 4. Belief in the 2 handfuls. 5. Belief in providence which allotteth to man his lot. 6. Belief in the abrogating. And 7. In the abrogated. 8. Belief in Allah, His angels and apostles. And 9. In foreordained fate, general and individual, its good and ill, its sweet and bitter. Question. What 3 things do away other 3? It is told of Sufyan al-Sawri that he said, 3 things do away with other 3. Making light of the pious doth away the future life. Making light of kings doth away this life. And making light of expenditure doth away wealth. Question. What are the keys of the heavens, and how many gates have they? Quoth Almighty Allah, And the heaven shall be opened and be full of portals. And quoth he whom Allah bless and preserve, None knoweth the number of the gates of heavens, save He who created the heavens. And there is no son of Adam but hath 2 gates allotted to him in the heavens, one whereby his daily bread descendeth, and another wherethrough his works ascend. The first gate is not closed, save when his term of life cometh to an end, nor the gate of works, good and evil, till his soul ascend for judgment. Question. Tell me of a thing and a half thing and a no thing. The thing is the Moslem, the half thing the hypocrite, and the no thing the miscreant. Question. Tell me of various kinds of hearts. There is the whole heart, the sick heart, the contrite heart, the vowed heart, and the enlightened heart. Now the whole heart is that of Abraham, the friend of Allah. The sick heart is that of the unbeliever in Al-Islam. The contrite heart is that of the pious who fear the Lord. The vowed heart is that of our Lord Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep. And the illuminated heart is that of his followers. Furthermore, the hearts of learned ulema are of three kinds: the heart which is in love with this world, the heart which loveth the next world, and the heart which loveth its Lord. And it is said that hearts are three: the suspended, that of the infidel; the non-existent, that of the hypocrite; and the constant, that of the true believer. Moreover, it is said that the firm heart is of three kinds, viz., the heart dilated with light and faith, the heart wounded with fear of estrangement, and the heart which feareth to be forsaken of its supreme friend. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 22. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, May 2011. Section 23, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 23, 445th through 448th Night. When it was the 445th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the second doctor declared, Thou hast said well, quoth she to the Caliph, O Commander of the Faithful, he hath questioned me till he is weary, and now I will ask of him 2 questions. If he answer them both, it is well, and if not, I will take his clothes, and he shall wend in peace. Quoth the doctor, Ask me what thou wilt. And she said, What sayest thou religion is? Answered he, Religion is confession of faith with the tongue, and conviction with the heart, and correspondent action with the members. He, upon whom be blessings and peace, hath said, The believer is not perfect in belief except he perfect himself in 5 qualities, namely, trust in Allah, committal of his affair to Allah, submission to the commands of Allah, acquiescence in the decrees of Allah, and that all he doth be done for the sake of Allah. So is he of those who are acceptable to the Deity, and who give to him and withhold for him, and such man is perfect in belief. Then said she, What is the divine ordinance of ordinances, and the ordinance which is the initiator of all ordinances, and that of which all others stand in need, and that which comprehendeth all others? And what is the traditional ordinance that entereth into the Quranic, and the prophetic practice whereby the divine is completed? But he was silent and made no reply. whereupon the Caliph bade her expound and ordered him to doff his clothes and give them to her. Said she, "O doctor, the Quranic ordinance of ordinances is the knowledge of Allah Almighty. That which is the initiative of all others is the testifying there is no God but the God, and Mohammed is the Apostle of God. That of which all others have need is the wuzu ablution. That which compriseth all others is the ghusl ablution from defilement. The traditional ordinance that entereth into the Quranic is the separation of the fingers and the thick beard. And that wherewith all Quranic ordinances are completed is circumcision. Therewith was made manifest the defeat of the doctor, who rose to his feet and said, I call Allah to witness, O Commander of the Faithful, that this damsel is more learned than I in theology and what pertaineth to the law." So saying, he put off his clothes and went away ignominiously worsted. Then she turned to the rest of the learned men present and said, "O masters, which of you is the Quranist, the reader and reciter of the Quran, versed in the 7 readings, and in syntax, and in lexicography?" Thereupon a professor arose and, seating himself before her, said, "Hast thou read the Book of Almighty Allah and made thyself thoroughly acquainted with its signs, that is, its verses, and its abrogating parts and abrogated portions, its unequivocal commands and its ambiguous, and the difference of its revelations, Meccan and Medinan? Dost thou understand its interpretation, and hast thou studied it according to the various traditions and origins?" "Yes," answered she, and he said, "What then is the number of its chapters? How many are the decades and versets? How many words and how many letters, and how many acts of prostration, and how many prophets, and how many chapters are Medinan, and how many are Meccan, and how many birds are mentioned in it?" Replied she, "O my lord, its chapters are 114, whereof 70 were revealed at Mecca and 44 at Al Madinah, and it containeth 621 decades, 6,336 versets, 79,439 words, and 323,670 letters. And to the reader thereof, for every letter are given 10 benefits. The acts of prostration it compriseth are 14. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 446th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the professor of Quranic exegesis questioned the damsel, she continued, As regards the prophets named in the book, there be 25, to wit, Adam, Noah, Abraham, Ishmael, Isaac, Jacob, Joseph, Lot, Elisha, Jonah, Salih or Heber, Hud, Shu'ab or Jethro, David, Solomon, Zulkifl or Joshua, Idris, Elias, Yahya or John the Baptist, Zacharias, Job, Moses, Aaron, Jesus, and Muhammad. The peace of Allah and His blessing be on them all. Moreover, 9 flying things are mentioned in the Quran, namely the gnat, the bee, the fly, the ant, the hoopoe, the crow, the locust, the swallow, and the bird of Jesus, on whom be peace, to wit, the bat. Question. What is the most excellent chapter of the Quran? That of the cow. Question. Which is the most magnificent verse? That of the throne. It hath 50 words, bearing in each 50 blessings. Question. What sign or verse hath in it 9 signs or wonders? That in which quoth Allah Almighty, Verily, in the creation of the heaven and the earth, and in the vicissitude of night and day, and in the ship which saileth through the sea laden with what is profitable for mankind, and in the rain water which God sendeth down from heaven, quickening thereby the dead ground, and replenishing the same with all sorts of cattle, and in the change of winds, and in the clouds that are compelled to do service between the heaven and the earth, are signs to people of understanding. Question. Which verse is the most just? That in which Allah saith, Verily, Allah enjoineth justice and the doing of good, and the giving unto kindred what shall be necessary, and He forbiddeth wickedness and iniquity and oppression. Question. Which is the most greedy? That in which quoth Allah, Is it that every man of them greedeth to enter the garden of delight? Question. Which is the most hopeful? That in which quoth Almighty Allah, Say, O my servants who have transgressed against your own souls, despair not of the mercy of Allah, seeing that Allah forgiveth all sins. Aye, gracious, merciful is He. Question. By what school of intonation dost thou read? By that of the people of Paradise, to wit, the version of Nafi. Question. In which verse doth Allah make prophets lie? In that wherein He saith, They, the brothers of Joseph, brought his inner garment stained with false blood. Question. In which doth He make unbelievers speak the truth? In that wherein He saith, The Jews say the Christians are grounded on nothing, and the Christians say the Jews are grounded on nothing, and yet they both read the Scriptures, and, so saying, all say sooth. Question. In which doth God speak in His own person? In that in which He saith, I have not created Jinni and men for any other end than that they should serve me. Question. In which verse do the angels speak? In that which saith, But we celebrate Thy praise and extol Thy holiness. Question. What sayest thou of the formula, I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned? It is obligatory by commandment of Allah on all before reading the Quran, as appeareth by His saying, When thou readest the Quran, seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned. Question. What signify the words seeking refuge, and what are the variants of the formula? Some say, I take refuge with Allah, the all-hearing and all-knowing, and others, with Allah the strong. But the best is that whereof the sublime Quran speaketh, and the traditions perpetuate. And he, whom Allah bless and keep, was used to ejaculate, I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned. And quoth a tradition, reported by Nafi, on the authority of his adopted father, The Apostle of Allah was wont, when he rose in the night to pray, to say aloud, Allahu Akbar, God is most great, with all majesty. Praise be to Allah abundantly. Glory to Allah morn and even be. Then would he say, I seek refuge with Allah from Satan the stoned, and from the delusions of the devils and their evil suggestions. And it is told of Ibn Abbas, of whom Allah accept, that he said, the first time Gabriel came down to the Prophet with revelation, he taught him the seeking refuge, saying, O Mohammed, say, I seek refuge with Allah, the All-Hearing and All-Knowing. Then say, in the name of Allah, the Compassionating, the Compassionate. Read, in the name of thy Lord who created man of blood clots. Now when the Quranist heard her words, he marveled at her expressions, her eloquence, her learning, her excellence, and said, O damsel, what sayest thou of the verse, in the name of Allah, the Compassionating, the Compassionate? Is it one of the verses of the Quran? Yes, it is a verset of the ant, occurring also at the head of the first and between every two following chapters. And there is much difference of opinion respecting this among the learned. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 447th Night, she said, it hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had told the professor concerning the difference of opinion among the learned touching the Basmalah, he said, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me, why is not the formula written at the head of the chapter of immunity? And she answered, when this chapter was revealed from on high for the dissolution of the alliance between the Prophet and the idolaters, he, whom Allah bless and preserve, sent Ali ibn Abi Talib, whose face Allah honor, therewith, and he read the chapter to them, but did not read the Basmalah. Question. What of the excellence of the formula and its blessing? It is told of the Prophet that he said, never is the Basmalah pronounced over aught, but there is a blessing in it. And it is reported, on authority of him whom Allah bless and preserve, that the Lord of Glory swore by his glory that never should the Basmalah be pronounced over a sick person, but he should be healed of his sickness. Moreover, it is said that, when Allah created the empyrean, it was agitated with an exceeding agitation, but he wrote on it, Bismillah, and its agitation subsided. When the formula first descended from heaven to the Prophet, he said, I am safe from three things, earthquake and metamorphosis and drowning. And indeed its boons are great and its blessings too many to enumerate. It is told of Allah's apostle that he said, there will be brought on the judgment day a man with whom he shall reckon, and finding no good deed to his account, shall order him to the fire. But the man will cry, O my God, thou hast not dealt justly by me. Then shall Allah, to whom be honor and glory, say, how so? And the man shall answer, O Lord, for that thou callest thyself the Compassionating, the Compassionate, yet wilt thou punish me with the fire. And Allah, magnified be his majesty, shall reply, I did indeed name myself the Compassionating, the Compassionate. Carry my servant to paradise of my mercy, for I am the most merciful of the mercifuls. Question. What was the origin of the use of the Basmalah? When Allah sent down from heaven the Quran, they wrote, In thy name, O my God. When Allah revealed the words, Say, call upon Allah, or call upon the Compassionating, what days ye pray, for hath He the most excellent names, they wrote, In the name of Allah, the Compassionating, the Compassionate. And when He revealed the words, Your God is one God, there is no God but He, the Compassionating, the Compassionate, they wrote, In the name of Allah, the Compassionating, the Compassionate. Now when the Quranist heard her reply, he hung down his head and said to himself, This be a marvel of marvels. How hath this slave girl expounded the origin of the Basmalah? but by Allah, needs must I go about with her and happily defeat her." So he asked, "Did Allah reveal the Koran all at once or at times manifold?" She answered, "Gabriel the Faithful, on whom be peace, descended with it from the Lord of the worlds upon his Prophet Muhammad, Prince of the Apostles and Seal of the Prophets, by detached versets, bidding and forbidding, covenanting and comminating, and containing advices and instances in the course of 20 years as occasion called for it." Q "Which chapter was first revealed?" According to Ibn Abbas, that entitled Congealed Blood; and according to Jabir bin Abdillah, that called The Covered, which preceded all others. Q "Which verset was the last revealed?" That of usury; and it is also said the verse, "When there cometh Allah's succour and victory." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 448th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel told the Koranist which was the last verse, he said, "Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me the names of the companions who collected the Koran in the lifetime of the Apostle of Allah." And she answered, "They were 4: Ubay ibn Ka'ab, Zayd ibn Sabit, Abu Ubaidah, Amir bin Jarrah, and Uthman bin Affan. Allah accept of them one and all." Q "Who are the readers from whom the accepted reading of the Koran is taken?" They number 4: Abdullah bin Mas'ud, Ubay bin Ka'ab, Ma'az bin Jabal, and Salim bin Abdillah. Q "What sayest thou of the words of the Most High, that which is sacrificed to stones?" The stones are idols which are set up and worshipped instead of Allah the Most High, and from this we seek refuge with Allah. Q "What sayest thou of the words of the Most High, Thou knowest what is in my soul, and I know not what is in thy soul?" They mean, Thou knowest the truth of me and what is in me, and I know not what is in thee. And the proof of this are his words, Thou art he who wottest the hidden things. And it is said also, Thou knowest my essence, but I know not thine essence. Q "What sayest thou of the words of the Most High, O true believers, forbid not yourselves the good things which Allah hath allowed you?" My Shaykh, on whom Allah have mercy, told me that the companion Al Zahak related, there was a people of the true believers who said, "We will dock our members masculine and don sackcloth," whereupon this verse was revealed. But Al-Qutadah declared that it was revealed on account of sundry companions of the Apostle of Allah, namely, Ali ibn Abi Talib and Uthman bin Musab, and others, who said, "We will geld ourselves and don haircloth and make us monks." Q "What sayest thou of the words of the Most Highest, and Allah took Abraham for his friend?" The friend of Allah is the needy, the poor, and according to another saying, he is the lover, he who is detached from the world in the love of Allah Almighty, and in whose attachment there is no falling away. Now when the Koranist saw her pass on in speech with the passage of the clouds, and that she stayed not in reply, he rose to his feet and said, "I take Allah to witness, O Commander of the Faithful, that this damsel is more learned than I in Koranic exegesis and what pertaineth thereto." Then said she, "I will ask thee one question, which, if thou answer it, is well; but if thou answer not, I will strip off thy clothes." Quoth the Commander of the Faithful, ask on, and she inquired, "Which verset of the Koran hath in it 23 Kafs, which 16 Mims, which 140 Ains, and which section lacketh the formula, 'To whom belong glory and glorification and majesty?'" The Koranist could not reply, and she said to him, "Put off thy clothes." So he doffed them, and she continued, "O Commander of the Faithful, the verset of the 16 Mims is in the chapter Hud, and is the saying of the Most High, 'It was said, O Noah, go down in peace from us and blessing upon thee.' That of the 23 Kafs is the verse called of the Faith, in the chapter of the Cow. That of the 140 Ains is in the chapter of Al-Araf, where the Lord saith, 'And Moses chose 70 men of his tribe to attend our appointed time, to each man a pair of eyes.' And the lesson which lacketh the formula, 'To whom be glory and glorification,' is that which comprises the chapters, 'The hour draweth nigh, and the moon shall be cloven in twain, the compassionate and the event.'" Thereupon the professor departed in confusion.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. Section 24. Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 24, 449th through 452nd Night. When it was the 449th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel defeated the Koranist and took off his clothes and sent him away confused, then came forward the skilled physician and said to her, "We are free of theology and come now to physiology. Tell me therefore, how is man made? How many veins, bones, and vertebrae are there in his body? Which is the first and chief vein? And why Adam was named Adam?" She replied, "Adam was called Adam because of his udma, that is, the wheaten color of his complexion, and also, it is said, because he was created of the adim of the earth, that is to say, of the surface soil. His breast was made of the earth of the Kaaba, his head of earth from the east, and his legs of earth from the west. There were created for him 7 doors in his head, viz., the eyes, the ears, the nostrils, and the mouth, and 2 passages before and behind. The eyes were made the seat of the sight sense, the ears the seat of the hearing sense, the nostrils the seat of the smell sense, the mouth the seat of the taste sense, and the tongue to utter what is in the heart of man. Now Adam was made of a compound of the 4 elements, which be water, earth, fire, and air. The yellow bile is the humor of fire, being hot dry; the black bile that of earth, being cold dry; the phlegm that of water, being cold moist; and the blood that of air, being hot moist. There were made in man 360 veins, 249 bones, and 3 souls or spirits, the animal, the rational, and the natural, to each of which is allotted its proper function. Moreover, Allah made him a heart and spleen and lungs and 6 intestines and a liver and 2 kidneys and buttocks and brain and bones and skin and 5 senses: hearing, seeing, smell, taste, touch. The heart he set on the left side of the breast, and made the stomach the guide and governor thereof. He appointed the lungs for a fan to the heart, and stablished the liver on the right side, opposite thereto. Moreover, he made, besides this, the diaphragm and the viscera, and set up the bones of the breast, and latticed them with the ribs. Question: How many ventricles are there in a man's head? 3, which contain 5 faculties, styled the intrinsic senses, to wit, common sense, imagination, the thinking faculty, perception, and memory. Question: Describe to me the configuration of the bones. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 450th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the physicist said to her, Describe to me the configuration of the bones, she replied, Man's frame consists of 240 bones, which are divided into 3 parts: the head, the trunk, and the extremities. The head is divided into calvarium and face. The skull is constructed of 8 bones, and to it are attached the 4 osselets of the ear. The face is furnished with an upper jaw of 11 bones and a lower jaw of 1. And to these are added the teeth, 32 in number, and the os hyoids. The trunk is divided into spinal column, breast, and basin. The spinal column is made up of 24 bones, called fiqar, or vertebrae, the breast of the breastbone and the ribs, which are 24 in number, 12 on each side, and the basin of the hips, the sacrum, and os coccygeus. The extremities divided into upper and lower, arms and legs. The arms are again divided, firstly into shoulder, comprising shoulder blades and collar bone; secondly into the upper arm, which is 1 bone; thirdly into forearm, composed of 2 bones, the radius and the ulna; and fourthly into the hand, consisting of the wrist, the metacarpus of 5, and the fingers, which number 5, of 3 bones each, called the phalanges, except the thumb, which hath but 2. The lower extremities are divided, firstly into thigh, which is 1 bone; secondly into leg, composed of 3 bones, the tibia, the fibula, and the patella; and thirdly into the foot, divided like the hand into tarsus, metatarsus, and toes, and is composed of 7 bones, ranged in 2 rows, 2 in one and 5 in the other; and the metatarsus is composed of 5 bones, and the toes number 5, each of 3 phalanges, except the big toe, which hath only 2. Question: Which is the root of the veins? The aorta, from which they ramify, and they are many, none knoweth the tale of them save He who created them, but I repeat, it is said that they number 360. Moreover, Allah hath appointed the tongue as interpreter for the thought, the eyes to serve as lanterns, the nostrils to smell with, and the hands for prehensors. The liver is the seat of pity, the spleen of laughter, and the kidneys of craft. The lungs are ventilators, the stomach the storehouse, and the heart the prop and pillar of the body. When the heart is sound, the whole body is sound, and when the heart is corrupt, the whole body is corrupt. Q. What are the outward signs and symptoms evidencing disease in the members of the body, both external and internal? A physician who is a man of understanding looketh into the state of the body, and is guided by the feel of the hands, according as they are firm or flabby, hot or cool, moist or dry. Internal disorders are also indicated by external symptoms, such as yellowness of the white of the eyes, which denoteth jaundice, and bending of the back, which denoteth disease of the lungs. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 451st Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had described to the doctor the outer signs and symptoms, quoth he, Thou hast replied aright. Now what are the internal symptoms of disease? The science of the diagnosis of disease by internal symptoms is founded upon 6 canons. 1. The patient's actions. 2. What is evacuated from his body. 3. The nature of the pain. And 4. The sight thereof. 5. Swelling. And 6. The effluvia given off his person. Question. How cometh hurt to the head? By the ingestion of food upon food, before the first be digested, and by fullness upon fullness. This it is that wasteth peoples. He who would live long, let him be early with the morning meal, and not late with the evening meal. Let him be sparing of commerce with women, and chary of such depilatory measures as cupping and bloodletting. And let him make of his belly 3 parts, 1 for food, 1 for drink, and the 3rd for air. For that a man's intestines are 18 spans in length, and it befitteth that he appoint 6 for meat, 6 for drink, and 6 for breath. If he walk, let him go gently. It will be wholesomer for him, and better for his body, and more in accordance with the saying of the Almighty, Walk not proudly on the earth. Question. What are the symptoms of yellow bile, and what is to be feared therefrom? The symptoms are sallow complexion and bitter taste in the mouth with dryness, failure of the appetite, venereal and other, and rapid pulse. And the patient hath to fear high fever and delirium, and eruptions and jaundice, and tumor and ulcers of the bowels, and excessive thirst. Question. What are the symptoms of black bile, and what hath the patient to fear from it, and it get the mastery of the body? The symptoms are false appetite, and great mental disquiet, and cark, and care, and it behoveth that it be evacuated, else it will generate melancholia, and leprosy, and cancer, and disease of the spleen, and ulceration of the bowels. Question. Into how many branches is the art of medicine divided? Into 2. The art of diagnosing diseases, and that of restoring the diseased body to health. Question. When is the drinking of medicine more efficacious than other when? When the sap runs in the wood, and the grape thickens in the cluster, and the 2 auspicious planets, Jupiter and Venus, are in the ascendant. Then setteth in the proper season for drinking of drugs and doing away of disease. Question. What time is it when, if a man drink water from a new vessel, the drink is sweeter and lighter or more digestible to him than at another time, and there ascendeth to him a pleasant fragrance and a penetrating? when he waiteth a while after eating, as quoth the poet, "Drink not upon thy food in haste, but wait a while, else thou with halter shall thy frame to sickness lead. And patient bear a little thirst from food, then drink, and thus, O brother, haply thou shalt win thy need." Question. What food is it that giveth not rise to ailment? That which is not eaten but after hunger, and when it is eaten, the ribs are not filled with it, even as saith Jalinus, or Galen the physician, "Whoso will take in food, let him go slowly, and he shall not go wrongly." And to conclude with his saying, on whom be blessing and peace, "The stomach is the house of disease, and diet the head of healing. For the origin of all sickness is indigestion, that is to say, corruption of the meat." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 452nd Night, She continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel said to the doctor, "The stomach is the house of disease, and diet is the head of healing, for the origin of all sickness is indigestion, that is to say, corruption of the meat in the stomach," he rejoined, "Thou hast replied aright. What sayest thou of the Hammam?" "Let not the full man enter it." Quoth the Prophet, "The bath is the blessing of the house, for that it cleanseth the body and calleth to mind the fire." Question. What Hammams are best for bathing in? Those whose waters are sweet, and whose space is ample, and which are kept well aired, their atmosphere representing the four seasons, autumn and summer and winter and spring. Question. What kind of food is the most profitable? That which women make, and which hath not cost over much trouble, and which is readily digested. The most excellent of food is brewis, or bread sopped in broth, according to the saying of the Prophet, "Brewis excelleth other food, even as Ayisha excelleth other women." Question. What kind of kitchen or seasoning is the most profitable? Flesh meat, quoth the Prophet, is the most excellent of kitchen, for that it is the delight of this world and the next world. Question. What kind of meat is the most profitable? Mutton, but jerked meat is to be avoided, for there is no profit in it. Question. What of fruits? Eat them in their prime, and quit them when their season is past. Question. What sayest thou of drinking water? Drink it not in large quantities, nor swallow it by gulps, or it will give thee headache and cause divers kinds of harm. Neither drink it immediately after leaving the Hammam, nor after carnal copulation or eating, except it be after the lapse of 15 minutes for a young man, or 40 for an old man, nor after waking from sleep. Question. What of drinking fermented liquors? Doth not the prohibition suffice thee in the Book of Almighty Allah, where He saith, "Verily wine and lots and images and the divining arrows are an abomination of Satan's work. Therefore avoid them, that ye may prosper." And again, "They will ask thee concerning wine and lots." Answer, "In both there is great sin, and also some things of use unto men, but their sinfulness is greater than their use." Hence quoth the poet, "O bibber of liquor, art not ashamed to drink what Allah forbade thee drain? Put it far from thee and approach it not. It holds what Allah forbade as bane." And quoth another to the same purport, "I drank the sin till my reason fled. I'll drink that reason to loss misled." As for the advantages that be therein, it disperseth stone and gravel from the kidneys, and strengtheneth the viscera, and banisheth care, and moveth to generosity, and preserveth health and digestion. It conserveth the body, expelleth disease from the joints, purifieth the frame of corrupt humours, engendereth cheerfulness, gladdeneth the heart of man, and keepeth up the natural heat. It contracteth the bladder, enforceth the liver, and removeth obstructions, reddeneth the cheeks, cleareth away maggots from the brain, and deferreth gray hairs. In short, had not Allah, to whom be honour and glory, forbidden it, there were not on the face of the earth aught fit to stand in its stead. As for gambling by lots, it is a game of hazard, such as dicing, not of skill. Question. What wine is best? That which is pressed from white grapes and kept 80 days or more after fermentation. It resembleth not water, and indeed there is nothing on the surface of the earth like unto it. Question. What sayest thou of cupping? It is for him who is overfull of blood, and who hath no defect therein. And whoso would be cupped, let it be during the wane of the moon, on a day without cloud, wind, or rain, and on the 17th of the month. If it fall on a Tuesday, it will be the more efficacious, and nothing is more salutary for the brain and eyes, and for clearing the intellect, than cupping. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 24. Recording by Eva Easton. YouTube.com/user/Eva Easton. Section 25, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 25, 453rd through 456th Night. When it was the 453rd Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel enumerated the benefits of cupping, quoth the doctor, What is the best time for cupping? One should be cupped on the spittle, that is, in the morning before eating, for this fortifieth the wit and the memory. It is reported of the Prophet that when any one complained to him of a pain in the head or legs, he would bid him be cupped, and after cupping not eat salt food, fasting, for it engendereth scurvy. Neither eat sour things as curded milk immediately after cupping. Question. When is cupping to be avoided? On Sabbaths or Saturdays and Wednesdays. And let him who is cupped on these days blame none but himself. Moreover, one should not be cupped in very hot weather, nor in very cold weather. And the best season for cupping is springtide. Quoth the doctor, Now tell me of carnal copulation. Hereupon Tawaddud hung her head, for shame and confusion, before the Caliph's majesty, then said, By Allah, O Commander of the Faithful, it is not that I am at fault, but that I am ashamed, though indeed the answer is on the edge of my tongue. Said the Caliph, Speak, O damsel, whereupon said she, Copulation hath in it many and exceeding virtues and praiseworthy qualities. amongst which are, that it lighteneth the body full of black bile, and calmeth the heat of love, and induceth affection, and dilateth the heart, and dispelleth the sadness of solitude. And the excess of it is more harmful in summer and autumn than in spring and winter. Q. What are its good effects? It banisheth trouble and disquiet, calmeth love and wrath, and is good for ulcers, especially in a cold and dry humor. On the other hand, excess of it weakeneth the sight, and engendereth pains in the legs and head and back. And beware, beware of carnal connection with old women, for they are deadly. Quoth the Imam Ali, whose face Allah honor, 4 things kill and ruin the body: entering the Hammam on a full stomach, eating salt food, copulation on a plethora of blood, and lying with an ailing woman. For she will weaken thy strength and infect thy frame with sickness, and an old woman is deadly poison. And quoth one of them, beware of taking an old woman to wife, though she be richer in hoards than Qarun. Q. What is the best copulation? If the woman be tender of years, comely of shape, fair of face, swelling of breast, and of noble race, she will add to thee strength and health of body. And let her be even as saith a certain poet describing her: seeing thy looks, wot's she what thou desirest, by inspiration wants nor word nor sign. And when thou dost behold her rarest grace, the charms of every garden canst decline. Q. At what time is copulation good? If by night, after food digested, and if by day, after the morning meal. Q. What are the most excellent fruits? Pomegranate and citron. Q. Which is the most excellent of vegetables? Endive. Q. Which of sweet-scented flowers? Rose and violet. Q. How is the seed of man secreted? There is in man a vein which feedeth all the other veins. Now water is collected from the 360 veins, and, in the form of red blood, entereth the left testicle, where it is decocted, by the heat of temperament inherent in the son of Adam, into a thick white liquid, whose odor is as that of the palm spathe. Q. What flying thing is it that emitteth seed and menstruateth? The flittermouse, that is, the bat. Q. What is that which when confined and shut out from the air liveth, and when let out to smell the air dieth? The fish. Q. What serpent layeth eggs? The suban or dragon. With this the physician waxed weary with much questioning, and held his peace, when Tawaddud said to the Caliph, O Commander of the Faithful, he hath questioned me till he is tired out, and now I will ask him one question, which if he answer not, I will take his clothes as lawful prize. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 454th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel said to the Commander of the Faithful, Verily, he hath questioned me till he is tired out, and now I will ask him one question, which if he answer not, I will take his clothes as lawful prize, the Caliph cried, Ask on. So quoth she to the physician, What is that thing which resembleth the earth in roundness, whose resting place and whose spine are hidden from men's eyes, little of price and estimation, narrow of chest and shackled as to throat, though it be nor runaway slave nor pestilent thief, thrust through and through, though not in fray, and wounded, though not in fight? Time eateth its vigour, and water wasteth it away. Now it is beaten without blemish, and then made to serve without stint. United after separation, submissive, but not to him who caresseth it, pregnant without child in belly, drooping, yet not leaning on its side, becoming dirty, yet purifying itself, cleaving to its fear, yet changing, copulating without a yard, wrestling without arms, resting and taking its ease, bitten, yet not crying out, now more complacent than a cup companion, and then more troublesome than summer heat, leaving its mate by night, and embracing her by day, and having its abode in the corners of the mansions of the noble. The physician was silent a while in perplexity, and his colour changed, and he bowed his head and made no reply, whereupon she said to him, "Ho, Sir Doctor, speak or doff thy dress." At this he rose and said, "O Commander of the Faithful, bear witness against me that this damsel is more learned than I in medicine and what else, and that I cannot cope with her." And he put off his clothes and fled forth. Quoth the Caliph to Tawaddud, "Ree us thy riddle," and she replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, it is the button and the button loop." Then she undertook the astronomers and said, "Let him of you who is an astronomer rise and come forward." So the astronomer advanced and sat down before her, and when she saw him she laughed and said, "Art thou the astronomer, the mathematician, the scribe?" "Yes," answered he. Quoth she, "Ask of what thou wilt. Success resteth with Allah." So he said, "Tell me of the sun and its rising and setting." And she replied, "Know that the sun riseth from the shadows in the eastern hemisphere and setteth in the shadows of the western; and each hemisphere compriseth 180 degrees." Quoth Allah Almighty, "I swear by the Lord of the East and of the West." And again, "He it is who hath ordained the sun to shine by day, and the moon for a light by night, and hath appointed her station, that ye might know the number of years and the computation of time. The moon is sultan of the night, and the sun sultan of the day, and they vie with each other in their courses, and follow without overtaking each other." Quoth Almighty Allah, "It is not expedient that the sun overtake the moon in her course, neither doth the night outstrip the day, but each of these luminaries moveth in a peculiar orbit." Q "When the day cometh, what becometh of the night? And what of the day when the night cometh?" "He causeth the night to enter in upon the day, and he causeth the day to enter in upon the night." Q "Enumerate to me the mansions of the moon." "They number 28, to wit: Shahratan, Butayn, Suraya, Dabaran, Hakka, Khanna, Zira, Nasrakh, Tarf, Jabha, Zubra, Sarfa, Awa, Simak, Gafar, Zubani, Iklil, Kalb, Shala, Naam, Balda, Sa'ad al-Zabih, Sa'ad al-Bula, Sa'ad al-Saud, Sa'ad al-Aqbiyah, Farq, the former, and Farq, the latter, and Risha'ah. They are disposed in the order of the letters of the Abjad Hawas or older alphabet, according to their numerical power, and in them are secret virtues which none knoweth save Allah, extolled and exalted be He, and established in science. They are divided among the 12 signs of the zodiac, 2 mansions, and a third of a mansion to each sign. Thus Sharatan, Bhutan, and 1/3 of Suraya belong to Aries. The other 2/3 of Suraya, the Baran, and 2/3 of Hakka to Taurus. The other third of Hakka, Hana, and Zira to Gemini. Nasrach, Tarf, and a third of Jabba to Cancer. The other 2/3 of Jabba, Zubrach, and 2/3 of Sarfa to Leo. The other third of Sarfa, Awa, Simak to Virgo. Gafar, Zubani, and 1/3 of Iklil to Libra. The other 2/3 of Iklil, Kalb, and 2/3 of Shala to Scorpio. The other third of Shala, Naim, and Balda to Sagittarius. Sa'ad al-Zabih, Sa'ad al-Bula, and 1/3 of Sa'ad al-Saud to Capricorn. The other 2/3 of Sa'ad al-Saud, Sa'ad al-Aqbiyah, and 2/3 of Farq, the former, to Aquarius. The other third of Farq, the former, Farq, the latter, and Risha to Pisces. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 455th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel enumerated the mansions and distributed them into their signs, the astronomer said, Thou hast replied aright. Now tell me of the planets and their natures, also of their sojourn in the zodiacal signs, their aspects, auspicious and sinister, their houses, ascendants and descendants. She answered, The sitting is narrow for so large a matter, but I will say as much as I can. Now the planets number 7, which are the Sun, the Moon, Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. The Sun, hot, dry, sinister in conjunction, favorable in opposition, abideth 30 days in each sign. The Moon, cold, moist, and favorable of aspect, tarrieth in each sign 2 days and a third of another day. Mercury is of a mixed nature, favorable in conjunction with the favorable, and sinister in conjunction with the sinister aspects, and abideth in each sign 17 days and a half day. Venus, temperate and favorable, abideth in each sign 25 days. Mars is sinister and woneth in each sign 10 months. Jupiter is auspicious and abideth in each sign a year. Saturn, cold, dry, and sinister, tarrieth in each sign 30 months. The house of the Sun is Leo, her ascendant is Aries, and her descendant Aquarius. The Moon's house is Cancer, his ascendant Taurus, his descendant Scorpio, and his sinister aspect Capricorn. Saturn's house is Capricorn Aquarius, his ascendant Libra, his descendant Aries, and his sinister aspects Cancer and Leo. Jupiter's house is Pisces Sagittarius, his ascendant Cancer, his descendant Capricorn, and his sinister aspects Gemini and Leo. Venus's house is Taurus, her ascendant Pisces, her descendant Libra, and her sinister aspects Aries and Scorpio. Mercury's house is Gemini Virgo, his ascendant Virgo, his descendant Pisces, and his sinister aspect Taurus. Mars' house is Aries Scorpio, his ascendant Capricorn, his descendant Cancer, and his sinister aspect Libra. Now when the astronomer saw her acuteness and comprehensive learning, and heard her fair answers, he bethought him for a sleight to confound her before the Commander of the Faithful, and said to her, O damsel, tell me, will rain fall this month? At this she bowed her head and pondered so long that the Caliph thought her at a loss for an answer, and the astronomer said to her, Why dost thou not speak? Quoth she, I will not speak except the Commander of the Faithful give me leave. So the Caliph laughed and said, How so? Cried she, I would have thee give me a sword, that I may strike off his head, for he is an infidel, an agnostic, an atheist. At this loud laughed the Caliph, and those about him laughed. And she continued, O astronomer, there are 5 things that none knoweth save Allah Almighty. And she repeated the verset, I, Allah, with him is the knowledge of the hour, and he causeth the rain to descend at his own appointed time, and he knoweth what is in the wombs of females, but no soul knoweth what it shall have gotten on the morrow, neither wotteth any soul in what land it shall die. Verily Allah is knowing, informed of all. Quoth the astronomer, Thou hast said well, and I, by Allah, thought only to try thee. Rejoined she, Know that the almanac makers have certain signs and tokens referring to the planets and constellations relative to the coming in of the year, and folk have learned something by experience. Question. What be that? Each day hath a planet that ruleth it. So if the first day in the year fall on first day, Sunday, that day is the sun's, and this portendeth, though Allah alone is all-knowing, oppression of kings and sultans and governors, and much miasma and lack of rain, and that people will be in great tumult, and the grain crop will be good except lentils, which will perish, and the vines will rot, and flax will be dear, and wheat cheap, from the beginning of Tuba to the end of Barmakhat. And in this year there will be much fighting among kings, and there shall be great plenty of good in this year, but Allah is all-knowing. Question. What if the first day fall on second day, Monday? That day belongeth to the moon, and portendeth righteousness in administrators and officials, and that it will be a year of much rain, and grain crops will be good. But linseed will decay, and wheat will be cheap in the month Kiak. Also the plague will rage, and the sheep and goats will die. Grapes will be plentiful, and honey scarce, and cotton cheap. And Allah is omniscient. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 456th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel ended her notice of second day, the astronomer said to her, Now tell me what will occur if New Year's Day fall on third day, Tuesday. She replied, "This is Mars' day and portendeth death of great men and much destruction and deluge of blood and dearness of grain, lack of rain and scarcity of fish, which will anon be in excess and anon fail. Lentils and honey in this year will be cheap, and linseed dear, and only barley will thrive, to the exception of all other cereals. Great will be the fighting among kings, and death will be in the blood, and there will be much mortality among asses." Question. What if it fall on Fourth Day? That is Mercury's day, and portendeth great tumult among the folk, and much enmity, and though rains be moderate, rotting of some of the green crops. Also that there will be sore mortality among cattle and young children, and much fighting by sea. That wheat will be dear from Bermuda to Misra, and other grains cheap. Thunder and lightning will abound, and honey will be dear. Palm trees will thrive and bear abundantly, and flax and cotton will be plentiful, while radishes and onions will be dear. But Allah is all-knowing. Question. What if it fall on Fifth Day? That is Jupiter's day, and portendeth equity in wazirs, and righteousness in qazis and fakirs, and the ministers of religion. And that good will be plentiful. Rains and fruit and trees and grain will abound, and flax, cotton, honey, grapes, and fish be cheap, and Allah is omniscient. Question. What if it fall on Meeting Day or Friday? That day appertaineth to Venus, and portendeth oppression in the chiefs of the Jinn, and talk of forgery and backbiting. There will be much dew. The autumn crops will be good in the land, and there will be cheapness in one town and not in another. Ungraciousness will be rife by land and sea. Linseed will be dear, also wheat in Hatur, but cheap in Amshir. Honey will be dear, and grapes and watermelons will rot, and Allah is omniscient. Question. What if it fall on the Sabbath, Saturday? That is Saturn's day, and portendeth the preferment of slaves and Greeks, and those in whom there is no good, neither in their neighborhood. There will be great drought and dearth. Clouds will abound, and death will be rife among the sons of Adam, and woe to the people of Egypt and Syria from the oppression of the Sultan, and failure of blessing upon the green crops, and rotting of grain. And Allah is all-knowing. Now with this the astronomer hung his head very low, and she said to him, "O astronomer, I will ask thee one question, which if thou answer not, I will take thy clothes." "Ask," replied he. Quoth she, "Where is Saturn's dwelling place?" And he answered, "In the seventh heaven." Question. And that of Jupiter? In the sixth heaven. Question. And that of Mars? In the fifth heaven. Question. And that of the sun? In the fourth heaven. Question. And that of Venus? In the third heaven. Question. And that of Mercury? In the second heaven. Question. And that of the moon? In the first heaven. Quoth she, "Well answered, but I have one more question to ask thee." And quoth he, "Ask." Accordingly she said, "Now tell me concerning the stars, into how many parts are they divided?" But he was silent and answered nothing, and she cried to him, "Put off thy clothes." So he doffed them and she took them, after which the Caliph said to her, "Tell us the answer to thy question." She replied, "O Commander of the Faithful, The stars are divided into three parts, whereof one third is hung in the sky of the earth, as it were lamps to give light to the earth, and a part is used to shoot the demons withal, when they draw near by stealth to listen to the talk in heaven. Quoth Allah Almighty, Verily, we have dight the sky of the earth with the adornment of the stars, and have appointed them for projectiles against every rebellious Satan. And a third part is hung in air to illuminate the seas, and give light to what is therein. Quoth the astronomer, I have one more question to ask, which if she answer, I will avow myself beaten. Say on, answered she. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 25. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, May 2011. Section 26, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 26, 457th through 460th night. When it was the 457th night, she continued, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the astronomer said, Now tell me what four contraries are based upon other four contraries. Replied she, The four qualities of caloric and frigoric, humidity and siccity. For of heat Allah created fire, whose nature is hot-dry; of dryness, earth, which is cold-dry; of cold, water, which is cold-wet; of moisture, air, which is hot-wet. Moreover, He created 12 signs of the zodiac: Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces, and appointed them of the four humors: 3 fiery, Aries, Leo, and Sagittarius; 3 earthly, Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn; 3 airy, Gemini, Libra, and Aquarius; and 3 watery, Cancer, Scorpio, and Pisces. Hereupon the astronomer rose and saying, Bear witness against me that she is more learned than I, away he went beaten. Then quoth the Caliph, Where is the philosopher? At which one rose hastily and came forward and said to Tawaddud, What is time, and what be its limits and its days, and what things bringeth it? Replied she, Time is a term applied to the hours of the night and day, which are but the measures of the courses of the sun and moon in their several heavens, even as Allah Almighty telleth us when He saith, A sign to them also is the night, from which we strip off the day, and lo, they are plunged in darkness, and the sun runneth to her place of rest. This is the ordinance of the Sublime, the All-Knowing. Question. How cometh unbelief to the son of Adam? It is reported of the Apostle, whom Allah bless and preserve, that he said, Unbelief in a man runneth as the blood runneth in his veins, when he revileth the world and time and night and the hour. And again, Let none of you revile time, for time is God. neither revile the world, for she saith, May Allah not aid him who revileth me! Neither revile the hour, for the hour is surely coming, there is no doubt thereof. Neither revile the earth, for it is a portent, according to the saying of the Most High, Out of the ground have we created you, and into the same will we cause you to return. And we will bring you forth yet thence another time. Question. What are the five that ate and drank, yet came not out of loins nor womb? Adam and Simeon, and Salis she-camel, and Ishmael's ram, and the bird that Abu Bakr the truth-teller saw in the cave. Question. Tell me of five that are in paradise, and are neither humans, jinns, nor angels. Jacob's wolf, and the seven sleepers' dog, and Esdras' ass, and Salis camel, and Duldul the mule of the Prophet, upon whom be blessings and peace. Question. What man prayed a prayer neither on earth nor in heaven? Solomon, when he prayed on his carpet, borne by the wind. Question. Ree me this riddle. A man once looked at a handmaid during dawn prayer, and she was unlawful to him, but at noonday she became lawful to him. By mid-afternoon she was again unlawful, but at sundown she was lawful to him. At supper time she was a third time unlawful, but by daybreak she became once more lawful to him. This was a man who looked at another slave girl in the morning, and she was then unlawful to him, but at midday he bought her, and she became lawful to him. At mid-afternoon he freed her, and she became unlawful to him, but at sundown he married her, and she was again lawful to him. At nightfall he divorced her, and she was then a third time unlawful to him, but next morning at daybreak he took her back, and she became once more lawful to him. Question. Tell me what tomb went about with him that laid buried therein? Jonah's whale, when it had swallowed him. Question. What spot of lowland is it upon which the sun shone once, but will never again shine till Judgment Day? The bottom of the Red Sea, when Moses smote it with his staff, and the sea clave asunder in 12 places, according to the number of the tribes. Then the sun shone on the bottom, and will do so never more until Judgment Day. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 458th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the philosopher then addressed the damsel, saying, What was the first skirt that trailed over the face of the earth? She replied, That of Hagar, out of shame before Sarah, and it became a custom among the Arabs. Question. What is that which breatheth without life? Quoth Almighty Allah, By the morning when it breatheth. Question. Ree me this riddle. A number of pigeons came to a high tree and lighted, some on the tree and others under it. Said those on the tree to those on the ground, If one of you come up to us, ye will be a third part of us all in number, and if one of us descend to you, we shall be like unto you in number. How many pigeons were there in all? 12. 7 alighted on the tree, and 5 beneath. And if one go up, those above would be 8 to 4. And if one go down, both would be 6, and Allah is all-knowing. With this the philosopher put off his clothes and fled. Whereupon the next contest took place, for she turned to the Olema present and said, "Which of you is the rhetorician that can discourse on all arts and sciences?" There came forward a sage hight Ibrahim bin Siyar and said to her, "Think me not like the rest." Quoth she, "It is the more assured to me that thou wilt be beaten, for that thou art a boaster; and Allah will help me to victory over thee, that I may strip thee of thy clothes. So if thou sentest one to fetch thee wherewithal to cover thyself, 'twould be well for thee." Cried he, "By Allah, I will assuredly conquer thee and make thee a byword among the peoples, generation after generation." Rejoined she, "Do penance in advance for thy broken oath." Then he asked, "What 5 things did Allah create before He made man?" And she answered, "Water and earth and light and darkness and the fruits of the earth." Q "What did Allah create with the hand of omnipotence?" "The Arsh, throne of God, or the empyreal heaven, and the tree Tubā, and Adam and the Garden of Eden. These Allah created with the hand of His omnipotence, but to all other created things He said, 'Be,' and they were." Q "Who is thy father in Al Islam?" "Mohammed, whom Allah bless and preserve." Q "Who was the father in Al Islam of Mohammed?" "Abraham, the friend of God." Q "What is the faith of Al Islam?" "The professing that there is no God but the God, and that Mohammed is the apostle of God." Q "What is thy first and thy last?" "My first is man's seed in the shape of foul water, and my last filthy carrion. The first of me is dust, and the last of me is dust." Quoth the poet, "Of dust was I created, and man did I become, in question ever ready and I fluent in reply. Then I unto the dust returned, became of it again, for that in very deed of dust at first create was I." He continued, "What thing was it whose first state was wood and its last life?" "Moses' staff, when he cast it on the valley ground, and it became, by permission of Allah, a writhing serpent." Q "What is the meaning of the word of the Lord, 'And I have other occasion for it'?" "He (Moses) was wont to plant his staff in the ground, and it would flower and fruit and shade him from the heat and from the cold. Moreover, it would carry him when he was weary, and whilst he slept guard his sheep from lions and wild beasts." Q "What woman was born of a man alone, and what man of a woman alone?" "Eve of Adam and Jesus of Mary." Q "Tell me of the 4 fires, what fire eateth and drinketh? What fire eateth but drinketh not? What fire drinketh but eateth not? And what other neither eateth nor drinketh?" "The fire of the world eateth but drinketh not. The fire which eateth and drinketh is hell fire. The fire of the sun drinketh but eateth not, and the fire of the moon neither eateth nor drinketh." Q "Which is the open door and which the shut?" "The traditional ordinances are the open door, the Koranic the shut door." Q "Of what doth the poet speak when he saith, 'And dweller in the tomb, whose food is at his head, when he eateth of that meat, of words he waxeth fain. He riseth, and he walketh, and he talketh without tongue, and returneth to the tomb where his kith and kin are lain. No living wight is he, yet in honour he abides, nor dead, yet he deserveth that Allah him assain." She replied, "The reed pen." Quoth he, "What doth the poet refer to in these verses? 'Two vests in one, blood flowing easiest wise, rosy red ears and mouth wide open lies. It hath a cock like form, its belly pecks, and if you price it, half a dirham buys.'" She replied, "The ink case." Quoth he, "And in these?" Ho say to men of wisdom, wit, and lore, to sapient, reverent, clever counsellor, "Tell me what was't you saw that bird bring forth, when wandering Arab land and Ajam o'er?" "No flesh it beareth and it hath no blood, nor down nor any feathers e'er it wore. 'Tis eaten cooked and eke 'tis eaten cold; 'tis eaten buried 'neath the flames that roar. It showeth twofold colours, silver white and yellow brighter than pure golden ore. 'Tis not seen living, or we count it dead. So ree my riddle, rich in marvel store." She replied, "Thou makest longsome the questioning anent an egg worth a mite." Q "And this?" "I waved to and fro and he waved to and fro, with a motion so pleasant, now fast and now slow, and at last he sunk down on my bosom of snow. 'Your lover friend?' 'No friend, my fan,' said she. Q "How many words did Allah speak to Moses?" It is related of the Apostle that he said, "God spoke to Moses 1,515 words." Q "Tell me of 14 things that speak to the Lord of the worlds." "The 7 heavens and the 7 earths, when they say, 'We come obedient to thy command.'" And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 459th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel made the answer, the philosopher continued, "Tell me of Adam and how he was first created." And she said, "Allah created Adam of clay; the clay he made of foam, and the foam of the sea of darkness, darkness of light, light of a fish, the fish of a rock, the rock of a ruby, the ruby of water, and the water he created by his omnipotence according to his saying, exalted be his name. His commandment, when he willeth aught, is but to say, Be, and it is." Q "What is meant by the poet in these verses?" "And eater, lacking mouth and even maw, yet trees and beasts to it are daily bread. Well fed it thrives and shows a lively life, but give it water and you do it dead? This," quoth she, "is fire." "And in these?" he asked. "Two lovers barred from every joy and bliss, who through the livelong night embracing lie, they guard the folk from all calamities, but with the rising sun apart they fly?" She answered, "The leaves of a door." Quoth he, "Tell me of the gates of Gehenna." Quoth she, "They are 7 in number and their names are comprised in these 2 couplets, Jahannam, next Lazα, and third Hatim; then count Sa'ir and Sakar eke, 5-fold. 6th comes Jahim and Hawiyah the 7th. Here are 7 hells in 4 lines briefly told." Quoth he, "To what doth the poet refer when he saith, 'She wears a pair of ringlets long let down behind her, as she comes and goes at speed; and eye that never tastes of sleep, nor sheds a tear, for ne'er a drop it hath at need. that never all its life wore stitch of clothes, yet robes mankind in every mode of weed?" Quoth she, "A needle." Q "What is the length and what the breadth of the bridge Al Sirat?" "Its length is 3,000 years' journey, 1,000 in descent and 1,000 in ascent, and 1,000 level. It is sharper than a sword and finer than a hair."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 460th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel had described to him Al Sirat, the philosopher said, "Inform me how many intercessions with Allah hath the Prophet for each soul?" 3. Q "Was Abu Bakr the first who embraced Al Islam?" "Yes." Q "Yet Ali became a Moslem before him?" "Ali came to the Prophet when he was a boy of 7 years old, for Allah vouchsafed him knowledge of the way of salvation in his tender youth, so that he never prostrated himself to idols." Quoth he, "Tell me which is the more excellent, Ali or Abbas?" Now she knew that, in propounding this question, Ibrahim was laying a trap for her; for if she said, "Ali is more excellent than Abbas," she would lack excuse with the Caliph for undervaluing his ancestor. So she bowed her head awhile, now reddening, then paling, and lastly said, "Thou askest me of two excellent men, each having his own excellence. Let us return to what we were about." When the Caliph Harun al Rashid heard her, he stood up and said, "Thou hast spoken well, by the Lord of the Ka'abah, O Tawaddud." Then quoth Ibrahim the rhetorician, "What meaneth the poet when he saith, 'Slim-waisted one whose taste is sweetest sweet, likest a lance whereupon no head we scan, and all the lieges find it work them weal, eaten of afternoon in Ramazan?'" She answered, "The sugar cane," and he said, "Tell me of many things." Asked she, "What are they?" and he said, "What is sweeter than honey? What is sharper than the sword? What is swifter than poison? What is the delight of a moment and what the contentment of 3 days? What is the pleasantest of days? What is the joy of a week? What is that debt the worst debtor denieth not? What is the prison of the tomb? What is the joy of the heart? What is the snare of the soul? What is death in life? What is the disease that may not be healed? What is the shame that may not be wiped off? What is the beast that woneth not in cultivated fields, but lodgeth in waste places, and hateth the sons of Adam, and hath in him somewhat of the make of 7 strong and violent beasts?" Quoth she, "Hear what I shall say in reply, then put off thy clothes, that I may explain to thee." And the Caliph said, "Expound, and he shall doff his clothes." So she said, "Now that which is sweeter than honey is the love of pious children to their 2 parents. That which is sharper than the sword is the tongue. That which is swifter than poison is the envier's eye. The delight of a moment is carnal copulation, and the contentment of 3 days is the depilatory for women. The pleasantest of days is that of profit on merchandise. The joy of a week is the bride. The debt which the worst debtor denieth not is death. The prison of the tomb is a bad son. The joy of the heart is a woman obedient to her husband. And it is said also that when flesh meat descendeth upon the heart, it rejoiceth therein. The snare of the soul is a disobedient slave. Death in life is poverty. The disease that may not be healed is an ill nature, and the shame that may not be wiped away is an ill daughter. Lastly, the beast that woneth not in cultivated fields, but lodgeth in waste places, and hateth the sons of Adam, and hath in him somewhat of the make of 7 strong and violent beasts, is the locust, whose head is as the head of a horse, its neck as the neck of a bull, its wings as the wings of the vulture, its feet as the feet of the camel, its tail as the tail of the serpent, its belly as the belly of the scorpion, and its horns as the horns of the gazelle. The Caliph was astounded at her quickness and understanding, and said to the rhetorician, "Doff thy clothes." So he rose up and cried, "I call all who are present in this assembly to witness that she is more learned than I and every other learned man." And he put off his clothes and gave them to her, saying, "Take them, and may Allah not bless them to thee." So the Caliph ordered him fresh clothes and said, "O Tawaddud, there is one thing left of that for which thou didst engage, namely, chess." And he sent for experts of chess and cards and tric-trac. The chess players sat down before her, and they set the pieces, and he moved and she moved, but every move he made she speedily countered. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 26. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, May 2011. Section 27, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 27, 461st through 464th night. When it was the 461st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the damsel was playing chess with the expert in presence of the Commander of the Faithful, Harun al-Rashid, whatever move he made was speedily countered by her, till she beat him and he found himself checkmated. Quoth he, I did but lead thee on that thou mightest think thyself skillful, but set up again, and thou shalt see." So they placed the pieces a second time, when he said in himself, "Open thine eyes, or she will beat thee." And he fell to moving no piece, save after calculation, and ceased not to play till she said, "Thy king is dead, checkmate." When he saw this, he was confounded at her quickness and understanding, but she laughed and said, "O professor, I will make a wager with thee on this third game. I will give thee the queen and the right hand castle and the left hand knight. If thou beat me, take my clothes, and if I beat thee, I will take thy clothes." Replied he, "I agree to this," and they replaced the pieces, she removing queen, castle, and knight. Then said she, "Move, O master." So he moved, saying to himself, "I cannot but beat her with such odds," and planned a combination. But behold, she moved on, little by little, till she made one of her pawns a queen, and pushing up to him pawns and other pieces to take off his attention, set one in his way and tempted him to take it. Accordingly he took it, and she said to him, the measure is meted and the loads equally balanced. Eat till thou art over full. Naught shall be thy ruin, O son of Adam, save thy greed. Knowest thou not that I did but tempt thee, that I might finesse thee? See, this is checkmate," adding, "So doff off thy clothes." Quoth he, "Leave me my bag trousers, so Allah repay thee!" And he swore by Allah that he would contend with none so long as Tawaddud abode in the realm of Baghdad. Then he stripped off his clothes and gave them to her and went away. Thereupon came the backgammon player, and she said to him, "If I beat thee this day, what wilt thou give me?" Quoth he, "I will give thee 10 suits of brocade of Constantinople, figured with gold, and 10 suits of velvet, and 1,000 gold pieces. And if I beat thee, I ask nothing but that thou write me an acknowledgment of my victory." Quoth she, "To it then, and do thy best." So they played, and he lost and went away, chattering in Frankish jargon and saying, "By the bounty of the Commander of the Faithful, there is not like her in all the regions of the world." Then the Caliph summoned players on instruments of music and asked her, "Dost thou know aught of music?" When she answered, "Even so," he bade bring a worn lute, polished by use, whose owner, forlorn and lone, was by parting trodden down, and of which quoth one, describing it, "Allah watered a land and upsprang a tree, struck root deep down, and raised head a sky. The birds o'ersang it when green its wood, and the fair o'ersing now the wood is dry." So they brought the lute in a bag of red satin, with tassels of saffron coloured silk, and she opened the bag and took it out, and behold, on it was graven, "Oft hath a tender bough made lute for maid, whose swift sweet lays at feast men's hearts invade. She sings, it follows on her song, as though the Bulbuls taught her all the modes she played. She laid her lute in her lap, and with bosom inclining over it, bent to it with the bending of a mother who suckleth her child. Then she preluded in 12 different modes, till the whole assembly was agitated with delight like a waving sea, and she sang the following: "Cut short this strangeness, leave unruth of you, my heart shall love you aye, by youth of you. Have ruth on one who sighs and weeps and moans, pining and yearning for the troth of you." The Caliph was ravished and exclaimed, "Allah bless thee and be merciful to him who taught thee." Whereupon she rose and kissed the ground before him. Then he sent for money and paid her master Abu al-Husn 100,000 gold pieces to her price. After which he said to her, "O Tawaddud, ask a boon of me." Replied she, "I ask of thee that thou restore me to my lord who sold me." "'Tis well," answered the Caliph, and restored her to her master and gave her 5,000 dinars for herself. Moreover, he appointed Abu al-Husn one of his cup companions for a permanence.—And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 462nd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Caliph gave the damsel 5,000 dinars for herself and restored her to her master, whom he appointed one of his cup companions for a permanence, and assigned him a monthly stipend of 1,000 dinars so long as he should live. And he abode with the damsel Tawaddud in all solace and delight of life. Marvel then, O King, at the eloquence of this damsel, and the hugeness of her learning and understanding, and her perfect excellence in all branches of art and science. And consider the generosity of the Commander of the Faithful, Harun al-Rashid, in that he gave her master this money and said to her, "Ask a boon of me," and she besought him to restore her to her lord. So he restored her to him and gave her 5,000 dinars for herself and made him one of his boon companions. Where is such generosity to be found after the Abbasid Caliphs? May Allah Almighty have mercy upon them, one and all. And they tell a tale of the Angel of Death with the proud king and the devout man. It is related, O auspicious king, that one of the olden monarchs was once minded to ride out in state with the officers of his realm and the grandees of his retinue, and display to the folk the marvels of his magnificence. So he ordered his lords and emirs equip them therefor, and commanded his keeper of the wardrobe to bring him of the richest of raiment, such as befitted the king in his state. And he bade them bring his steeds of the finest breeds and pedigrees every man needs. Which being done, he chose out of the raiment which rejoiced him most, and of the horses that which he deemed best. And donning the clothes, together with a collar set with marguerites and rubies and all manner jewels, mounted and set forth in state, making his destrier prance and curvet among his troops, and glorying in his pride and despotic power. And Iblis came to him, and laying his hand upon his nose, blew into his nostrils the breath of hauteur and conceit, so that he magnified and glorified himself, and said in his heart, "Who among men is like unto me?" And he became so puffed up with arrogance and self-sufficiency, and so taken up with the thought of his own splendor and magnificence, that he would not vouchsafe a glance to any man. Presently there stood before him one clad in tattered clothes and saluted him, but he returned not his salam, whereupon the stranger laid hold of his horse's bridle. "Lift thy hand," cried the king, "thou knowest not whose bridle rein it is whereof thou takest hold." Quoth the other, "I have a need of thee." Quoth the king, "Wait till I alight and then name thy need." Rejoined the stranger, "It is a secret, and I will not tell it but in thine ear." So the king bowed his head to him and he said, "I am the Angel of Death and I purpose to take thy soul." Replied the king, "Have patience with me a little, whilst I return to my house and take leave of my people and children and neighbours and wife." "By no means so," answered the Angel; "thou shalt never return nor look on them again, for the fated term of thy life is past." So saying, he took the soul of the king, who fell off his horse's back dead, and departed thence. Presently the Death Angel met a devout man, of whom Almighty Allah had accepted and saluted him. He returned the salute, and the Angel said to him, "O pious man, I have a need of thee which must be kept secret." "Tell it in my ear," quoth the devotee, and quoth the other, "I am the Angel of Death." Replied the man, "Welcome to thee and praise be Allah for thy coming! I am aweary of awaiting thine arrival, for indeed long hath been thine absence from the lover which longeth for thee." Said the Angel, "If thou have any business, make an end of it." But the other answered, saying, "There is nothing so urgent to me as the meeting with my Lord, to whom be honour and glory." And the Angel said, "How wouldst thou fain have me take thy soul?" "I am bidden to take it as thou willest and choosest." He replied. tarry till I make the wuzu ablution and pray; and, when I prostrate myself, then take my soul while my body is on the ground." Quoth the Angel, "Verily, my Lord (be He extolled and exalted!) commanded me not to take thy soul but with thy consent and as thou shouldst wish, so I will do thy will." Then the devout man made the minor ablution and prayed; and the Angel of Death took his soul in the act of prostration, and Almighty Allah transported it to the place of mercy and acceptance and forgiveness. And they tell another tale of the Angel of Death and the rich king. A certain king had heaped up coin beyond count and gathered store of all precious things, which Allah the Most Highest hath created. So, in order that he might take his pleasure whenas he should find leisure to enjoy all this abounding wealth he had collected, he built him a palace wide and lofty, such as befitteth and beseemeth kings, and set thereto strong doors and appointed for its service and its guard servants and soldiers and doorkeepers to watch and ward. One day he bade the cooks dress him somewhat of the goodliest of food and assembled his household and retainers and boon companions and servants to eat with him and partake of his bounty. Then he sat down upon the sofa of his kingship and dominion, and propping his elbow upon the cushion, addressed himself, saying, "O soul, thou hast gathered together all the wealth of the world. So now take thy leisure therein and eat of this good at thine ease, in long life and prosperity ever rife."—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 463rd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that hardly had the King made an end of saying to himself, "Eat of this weal at thine ease, in long life and prosperity ever rife," when a man clad in tattered raiment, with an asker's wallet hanging at his neck, as he were one who came to beg food, knocked with the door ring, a knock so loud and terrible that the whole palace shook as with quake of earth and the King's throne trembled. The servants were affrighted and rushed to the door, and when they saw the man who had knocked, they cried out at him, saying, "Woe to thee! What manner of unmannerly fashion be this? Wait till the King eateth, and we will then give thee of what is left." Quoth he, "Tell your lord to come out and speak with me, for I have of him a pressing need and a matter to heed." They cried, "Away, fool! Who art thou that we should bid our lord come forth to thee?" But he said, "Tell him of this." So they went in and told the King, who said, "Did ye not rebuke him and draw upon him and threaten him?" Now as he spoke, behold, there came another knock at the gate, louder than the first knock, whereupon the servants sprang at the stranger with staves and weapons, to fall upon him and slay him. But he shouted at them, saying, "Bide in your steads, for I am the Angel of Death." Hereat their hearts quaked and their wits forsook them, their understandings were in confusion, their side muscles quivered in perturbation, and their limbs lost the power of motion. Then said the King to them, "Tell him to take a substitute in my place, and one to relieve me in this case." But the Angel answered, saying, "I will take no substitute, and I come not but on thine account, to cause separation between thee and the goods thou hast gathered together and the riches thou hast heaped up and entreasured." When the King heard this, he wept and groaned, saying, "Allah curse the treasure which hath deluded and undone me and diverted me from the service of my Lord!" I deemed it would profit me, but to-day it is a regret for me and a calamity to me, and behold, I go forth empty-handed of it and leave it to my foes." Thereupon Allah caused the treasure to speak out, and it said, "Wherefore cursest thou me? Curse thyself, for Allah created both me and eke thyself of the dust and appointed me to be in thine hand, that thou mightest provide thee with me a viaticum for the next world, and give alms with me to the poor and the needy and the sick, and build mosques and hospices and bridges and aqueducts, so might I be an aidance unto thee in the world to come. But thou didst garner me and hoard me up, and on thine own vanities bestowedst me, neither gavest thou thanks for me as was due, but wast ungrateful to me, and now thou must leave me to thy foes. And thou hast naught save thy regretting and thy repenting. But what is my sin, that thou shouldst revile me?" Then the Angel of Death took the King's soul as he sat on his throne before he ate of the food, and he fell down dead. Quoth Allah Almighty, "While they were rejoicing for that which had been given them, we suddenly laid hold on them, and behold, they were seized with despair." And they tell another tale of the Angel of Death and the King of the Children of Israel. There was a puissant despot among the kings of the Banu Israel, who sat one day upon the throne of his kingship, when he saw come in to him by the gate of the hall a man of forbidding aspect and horrible presence. The king was affrighted at his sudden intrusion, and his look terrified him. So he sprang up before him and said, "Who art thou, O man? Who gave thee leave to come in to me, and who invited thee to enter my house?" Quoth the stranger, "Verily, the lord of the house sent me to thee, nor can any doorkeeper exclude me, nor need I leave to come in to kings. For I reck not of a sultan's majesty, neither of the multitude of his guards. I am he from whom no tyrant is at rest, nor can any man escape from my grasp. I am the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies." Now when the king heard this, a palsy crept over him, and he fell on his face in a swoon. But presently coming to himself, he asked, "Art thou then the Angel of Death?" And the stranger answered, "Yes." "I conjure thee by Allah," quoth the king, "grant me one single day's respite, that I may pray pardon of my sins and ask absolution of my Lord, and restore to their rightful owners the monies which are in my treasures, so I may not be burdened with the woe of a reckoning, nor with the misery of punishment therefor." Replied the Angel, "Well away! Well away! This may be in no way." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 464th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that quoth the Death Messenger to the King, "Well away! Well away! This may be in no way. How can I grant thee a reprieve when the days of thy life are counted, and thy breaths numbered, and thy moments fixed and written?" "Grant me an hour," asked the King; but the Angel answered, saying, "The hour was in the account and hath sped, and thou unheeding aught; and hath fled, and thou taking no thought; and now thy breathings are accomplished, and there remaineth to thee but one breath." Quoth the King, "Who will be with me when I am transported to my tomb?" Quoth the Angel, "Naught will be with thee but thy works good or evil." "I have no works," said the King, and the Angel, "Doubtless thy long home will be in hell fire and thy doom the wrath of the Almighty." Then he seized the soul of the King and he fell off his throne and dropped on the earth dead. And there arose a mighty weeping and wailing and clamour of keening for him among the people of his court. And had they known that to which he went of the wrath of his Lord, their weeping for him had been sorer and their wailing louder and more abounding. And a story is told of Iskandar Zu al-Karnayn and a certain tribe of poor folk. It is related that Iskandar Zu al-Karnayn once came in his journeyings upon a tribe of small folk who owned naught of the weals of the world, and who dug their graves over against the doors of their houses, and were wont at all times to visit them, and sweep the earth from them, and keep them clean, and pray at them, and worship Almighty Allah at them. And they had no meat save grasses and the growth of the ground. So Iskandar sent a man to summon their king, but he refused to come, saying, "I have no need of him." Thereupon Iskandar went to him and said, "How is it with you, and what manner of men are ye? For I see with you forsooth naught of gold or silver, nor find I with you aught of the weals of the world." Answered the king, "None hath his fill of the weals of the world." Iskandar then asked, "Why do you dig your graves before your house doors?" And the king answered, "That they may be the perspective of our eye glances, so we may look on them and ever renew talk and thought of death, neither forget the world to come, and on this wise the love of the world be banished from our hearts, and we be not thereby distracted from the service of our Lord the Almighty." Quoth Iskandar, "Why do ye eat grasses?" And the other replied, "Because we abhor to make our bellies the tombs of animals, and because the pleasure of eating outstrippeth not the gullet." Then putting forth his hand, he brought out a skull of a son of Adam, and laying it before Iskandar said, "O Zu al-Karnayn, Lord of the Two Horns, knowest thou who owned this skull?" Quoth he, "Nay." And quoth the other, "He who owned this skull was a king of the kings of the world, who dealt tyrannously with his subjects, specially wronging the weak and wasting his time in heaping up the rubbish of this world, till Allah took his sprite and made the fire his abiding sight, and this is his head." He then put forth his hand and produced another skull, and laying it before Iskandar, said to him, "Knowest thou this?" "No," answered the conqueror, and the other rejoined, "This is the skull of another king, who dealt justly by his lieges, and was kindly solicitous for the folk of his realm and his dominions, till Allah took his soul and lodged him in his garden and made high his degree in heaven." Then laying his hands on Iskandar's head, he said, "Would I knew which of these two art thou!" Whereupon Iskandar wept with sore weeping and straining the king to his bosom, cried, "If thou be minded to company with me, I will commit to thee as Wazir the government of my affairs and share with thee my kingdom." Cried the other, well away, I have no mind to this." "And why so?" asked Iskandar, and the king answered, "Because all men are thy foes by reason of the wealth and the worlds thou hast won, while all men are my true friends, because of my contentment and pauperdom, for that I possess nothing, neither covet aught of the goods of life. I have no desire to them nor wish for them, neither reck I aught save contentment." So Iskandar pressed him to his breast and kissed him between the eyes and went his way. And among the tales they tell is one concerning The righteousness of King Anushirwan. It is told of Anushirwan, the just king, that once upon a time he feigned himself sick, and bade his stewards and intendants go round about the provinces of his empire and the quarters of his dominion, and seek him out a mud brick thrown away from some ruined village, that he might use it as medicine, informing his intimates that the leeches had prescribed this to him. So they went round of the provinces of his reign and of all the lands under his sway, and said to him on return, "In all the realm we have found nor ruined site nor castaway mud brick." At this Anushirwan rejoiced and rendered thanks to the Lord, saying, "I was but minded to try my kingdom and prove mine empire, that I might know if any place therein remained ruined and deserted, so I might rebuild and repeople it. But since there be no place in it but is inhabited, the affairs of the reign are best conditioned and its ordinance is excellent, and its populousness hath reached the pitch of perfection." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 27. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, May 2011.
Section 28, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Simon Wainwright. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 28. When it was the 465th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the high officials returned and reported, we have found in the empire nor ruined site nor rotten brick, the just king thanked his God and said, Verily, the affairs of the realm are best conditioned, and its ordinance is excellent, and its populousness hath reached the pink of perfection. And ken thou, O king, continued Scheherazade, that these olden kings strave not and toiled not for the peopling of their possessions, but because they knew that the more populous a country is, the more abundant is that which is desired therein, and because they wist the saying of the wise and the learned to be true without other view, namely, religion dependeth on the king on the troops on the treasury on the populousness of the country, and its prosperity on the justice done to the lieges. Wherefore they upheld no one in tyranny or oppression, neither suffered their dependents and suit to work injustice, knowing that kingdoms are not established upon tyranny, but that cities and places fall into ruin when oppressors are set as rulers over them, and their inhabitants disperse and flee to other governments, whereby ruin falleth upon the realm. The imports fail, the treasuries become empty, and the pleasant lives of the subjects are perturbed. For that they love not a tyrant, and cease not to offer up successive prayers against him, so that the king hath no ease of his kingdom, and the vicissitudes of fortune speedily bring him to destruction. And they tell a tale concerning the Jewish Kazai and his pious wife. Among the children of Israel, one of the Kazis had a wife of surpassing beauty, constant in fasting and abounding in patience and long-suffering. And he, being minded to make the pilgrimage to Jerusalem, appointed his own brother Kazi in his stead during his absence, and commended his wife to his charge. Now this brother had heard of her beauty and loveliness, and had taken a fancy to her. So no sooner was his brother gone than he went to her and sought her love favors. But she denied him and held fast to her chastity. The more she repelled him, the more he pressed his suit upon her, till, despairing of her and fearing lest she should acquaint his brother with his misconduct, whenas he should return, he suborned false witnesses to testify against her of adultery, and cited her and carried her before the king of the time, who adjudged her to be stoned. So they dug a pit, and seating her therein, stoned her, till she was covered with stones. And the man said, Be this hole her grave? But when it was dark, a passer-by, making for a neighboring hamlet, heard her groaning in sore pain, and pulling her out of the pit, carried her home to his wife, whom he bade dress her wounds. The peasant woman tended her till she recovered, and presently gave her her child to be nursed. And she used to lodge with the child in another house by night. Now a certain thief saw her, and lusted after her. So he sent to her, seeking her love favors. But she denied herself to him, wherefore he resolved to slay her. And making his way into her lodging by night, and she sleeping, thought to strike at her with a knife, but it smote the little one and killed it. Now when he knew his misdeed, fear overtook him, and he went forth the house, and Allah preserved from him her chastity. But as she awoke in the morning, she found the child by her side, with throat cut. And presently the mother came, seeing her boy dead, said to the nurse, "'Twas thou didst this murder him." Therewith she beat her a grievous beating, and pursued to put her to death. But after her husband interposed and delivered the woman, saying, "By Allah, thou shalt not do on this wise." So the woman, who had somewhat of money with her, fled forth for her life, knowing not whither she should wend. Presently she came to a village, where she saw a crowd of people about a man crucified to a tree stump, but still in the chains of life. "What hath he done?" she asked. And they answered, "He hath committed a crime, which nothing can expiate but death, or the payment of such a fine by way of alms." So she said to them, "Take the money and let him go." And when they did so, he repented at her hands, and vowed to serve her, for the love of Almighty Allah, till death should release him. Then he built her a cell, and lodged her therein, after which he betook himself to wood cutting, and brought her daily her bread. As for her, she was constant in worship, so that there came no sick man or demoniac to her, but she prayed for him, and he was straightway healed. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 466th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the woman's cell was visited by folk, and she constant in worship, it befell by decree of the Almighty that he sent down upon her husband's brother, the same who had caused her to be stoned, a cancer in the face, and smote the villager's wife, the same who had beaten her with leprosy, and afflicted the thief, the same who had murdered the child with palsy. Now when the Kazai returned from his pilgrimage, he asked his brother of his wife, and he told him that she was dead, whereat he mourned sore, and accounted her with her Maker. After a while, very many folk heard of the pious recluse, and flocked to her cell from all parts of the length and breadth of the earth. Whereupon said the Kazai to his brother, O my brother, wilt thou not seek out yonder pious woman? Haply Allah shall decree thee healing at her hands. And he replied, O my brother, carry me to her. Moreover, the husband of the leprous woman heard of the pious devotee, and carried his wife to her, as did also the people of the paralytic thief. And they all met at the door of the hermitage. Now she had a place wherefrom she could look out upon those who came to her, without their seeing her. And they waited till her servant came, when they begged admittance and obtained permission. Presently she saw them all, and recognized them. So she veiled and cloaked her face and body, and went out and stood in the door, looking at her husband and his brother, and the thief, and the peasant woman. But they could not recognize her. Then said she to them, O folk, ye shall not be relieved of what is with you till ye confess your sins. For when the creature confesseth his sins, the Creator relenteth towards him, and granteth him that wherefore he restoreth to him. Quoth the Kazai to his brother, O my brother, repent to Allah, and persist not in thy frowardness, for it will be more helpful to thy relief. And the tongue of the case spake this speech: This day oppressor and oppressed meet, and Allah showeth secrets we secret. This is a place where sinners low are brought, and Allah raiseth saint to highest seat. Our Lord and Master shows the truth right clear, though sinner froward be or own defeat. Alas for those who rouse the Lord to wrath, as though of Allah's wrath they nothing weet. O whoso seekest honors, know they are from Allah, and his fear with love entreat. Saith the relator, then quoth the brother, Now I will tell the truth. I did thus and thus with thy wife. And he confessed the whole matter, adding, And this is my offense. Quoth the leprous woman, As for me, I had a woman with me, and imputed to her that of which I knew her to be guiltless, and beat her grievously, and this is my offense. And quoth the paralytic, And I went in to a woman to kill her, after I had tempted her to commit adultery, and she had refused. And I slew a child that lay by her side, and this is my offense. Then said the pious woman, O my God, even as thou hast made them feel the misery of revolt, so show them now the excellence of submission. For thou over all things art omnipotent, and Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, made them whole. Then the Kazai fell to looking on her and considering her straitly, till she asked him why he looked so hard. And he said, I had a wife, and were she not dead, I had said that thou art she. Hereupon she made herself known to him, and both began praising Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, for that which He had vouchsafed them of the reunion of their loves. But the brother and the thief and the villager's wife joined in imploring her forgiveness. So she forgave them one and all, and they worshipped Allah in that place and rendered her due service till death parted them. And one of the Sayyids hath related this tale of the shipwrecked woman and her child. I was circuiting the Kaaba one dark night, when I heard a plaintive voice speaking from a contrite heart, and saying, O bountiful one, thy past boon indeed, by my heart shall thy covenant never be undone. Hearing this voice, my heart fluttered, so that I was like to die. But I followed the sound, and behold, it came from a woman, to whom I said, Peace be with thee, O handmaid of Allah. Whereto she replied, And with thee be peace, and the mercy of Allah and His blessings. Quoth I conjure thee by Allah the Most Great, tell me, what is the covenant to which thy heart is constant? Quoth she, But that thou adjurest me by the Omnipotent, I would not tell thee my secrets. See what is before me. So I looked, and lo, there was a child lying asleep before her, and breathing heavily in his slumber. Said she, Know that I set forth, being big, with this boy, to make the pilgrimage to this house, and took passage in a ship. But the waves rose against us, and the winds blew contrary, and the vessel broke up. I saved myself on a plank, and on that bit of wood I gave birth to this child. And while he lay on my bosom, and the waves beating upon me, and Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 467th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the woman continued, Now while the boy lay on my bosom and the waves beat upon me, there swam up to me one of the sailors, who climbed on the plank and said, By Allah, I desire thee whilst thou wast yet in the ship, and now I have come at thee. So yield thy body to me, or I will throw thee into the sea. Said I, Out on thee! Hast thou no memory of that which thou hast seen? And is it no warning to thee? Quoth he, I have seen the like of this many a time, and come off safe and care not. Quoth I, O fellow, we are now in a calamity, whence we hope to be delivered by obedience to Allah, and not by disobedience. But he persisted with me, and I feared him and thought to put him off. So I said to him, Wait till this babe shall sleep. But he took the child off my lap and threw him into the sea. Now when I saw this desperate deed, my heart sank, and sorrow was sore upon me. So I raised my eyes heavenwards and said, O thou that interposest between a man and his heart, intervene between me and this leonine brute. For thou over all things art omnipotent. And by Allah, hardly had I spoken, when a beast rose out of the sea and snatched him off the plank, When I saw myself alone, my sorrows redoubled, and my grief and longing for my child I recited. My coolth of eyes and darling child of me is lost, and racked my heart with agony. My body wrecked, and red-hot coals of love burning my liver with sore pangs I see. In this my sorrow shows no gleam of joy, save thy high grace and my expectancy. Hast seen, O Lord, what unto me befell? My son, lost, and parting pangs I dree. Take ruth on us and make us meet again. For now my stay and only hope's in thee. I abode in this condition a day and a night, and when morning dawned I caught sight of the sails of a vessel shining afar off, nor did the waves cease to drive me, and the winds to waft me on, till I reached the ship, whose sails I had sighted. The sailors took me up and looked, and behold, my babe was amongst them. So I threw myself upon him and said, O folk, this is my child. How and whence came ye by him? Quoth they, whilst we were sailing along the seas, the ship suddenly stood still, and lo, that which stayed us was a beast, as it were a great city, and this babe on its back, sucking his thumbs. So we took him up. Now when I heard this, I told them my tale, and all that had betided me, and returned thanks to my Lord for his goodness, and vowed to him that never, whilst I lived, would I stir from his house, nor swerve from his service. And since then I have never asked of him aught, but he hath given it me. Now when she had made an end of her story, quoth the Sayyid, I put my hand to my alms pouch, and would have given to her, but she exclaimed, Away from me, thou idle man! Have I not told thee of his mercies and the graciousness of his dealings? And shall I take an alms from other than his hand? And I could not prevail with her to accept aught of me. So I left her and went away, reciting these couplets. How many boons conceals the Deity, eluding human sight in mystery? How many graces come on heels of stresses, and fill the burning heart with jubilee? How many a sorrow in the morn appears, and turns at night tide into gladdest cree? If things go hard with thee some day, trust the Eternal, the Almighty God of unity, and pray the Prophet that he intercede. Through intercession every wish shalt see. And she left not the service of her Lord, cleaving unto his house till death came to her. And a tale is also told by Malik bin Dinar, Allah have mercy on him, of the pious black slave. We were once afflicted with drought at Bassorah, and went forth sundry times to pray for rain, but saw no sign of our prayers being accepted. So I went, I and Ita al-Salami and Sabit al-Banani and Naja al-Baka and Muhammad bin Wasiya and Yaub al-Sukiyani and Habib al-Farsi and Hassan bin Abi Sinan and Atba al-Ghulam and Salih al-Muzani till we reached the oratory, when the boys came out of the schools, and we prayed for rain, but saw no sign of acceptance. So about midday the people went away, and I and Sabit al-Banani tarried in the place of prayer till nightfall, when we saw a black of comely face, slender of shank, and big of belly, approach us, clad in a pair of woolen drawers. If all he wore had been priced, it would not have fetched a couple of dirhams. He brought water and made the minor ablution. Then, going up to the prayer niche, prayed 2 inclinations deftly, his standing and bowing and prostration being exactly similar in both. Then he raised his glance heavenwards and said, O my God, and my Lord and Master, how long wilt thou reject thy servants in that which offereth no hurt to thy sovereignty? Is that which is with thee wasted, or are the treasuries of thy kingdom annihilated? I conjure thee by thy love to me forthwith to pour out upon us thy rain clouds of grace. He spake, and hardly had he made an end of speaking when the heavens clouded over, and there came a rain, as if the mouths of waterskins had been opened. And when we left the oratory, we were knee-deep in water. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 468th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that hardly had he spoken when the heavens clouded over, and there came a rain, as if the mouths of waterskins had been opened. And when we left the oratory, we were knee-deep in water, and we were lost in wonder at the black. So I accosted him and said to him, Woe to thee, O black! Art thou not ashamed of what thou saidst? He turned to me and asked, What said I? And I, Thy saying to Allah, by thy love of me. And what giveth thee to know that he loveth thee? Replied he, Away from me, O thou distracted by the world from the care of thine own soul. Where was I when he gave me strength to profess the unity of the Godhead, and vouchsafed unto me the knowledge of him? How deemest thou that he aided me thus except of his love to me? Adding, Verily, his love to me is after the measure of my love to him. Quoth I, Tarry a while with me, so may Allah have mercy on thee. But he said, I am a chattel, and the book enjoineth me to obey my lesser master. So we followed him afar off, till we saw him enter the house of a slave broker. Now the first half of the night was past, and the last half was longsome upon us. So we went away. But next morning we repaired to the slave dealer, and said to him, Hast thou a lad to sell us for service? He answered, Yes, I have 100 lads or so, and they are all for sale. Then he showed us slave after slave, till he had shown us some 70. But my friend was not amongst them. And the dealer said, These are all I have. But as we were going out from him, we saw a ruinous hut behind his house. And going in, behold, we found the black standing there. I cried, 'Tis he, by the Lord of the Kaaba! And turning to the dealer, said to him, Sell me yonder slave. Replied he, O Abu Yahya, this is a pestilent, unprofitable fellow, who hath no concern by night but weeping, and by day but repentance. I rejoined, It is for that I want him. So the dealer called him, and he came out, showing drowsiness. Quoth his master, Take him at thine own price, so thou hold me free of all his faults. I bought him for 20 dinars, and asked, What is his name? And the dealer answered, Mayum the monkey. And I took him by the hand and went out with him, intending to go home. But he turned to me and said, Allah, I am not fit for the service of God's creatures. Replied I bought thee that I might serve thee myself, and on my head be it. Asked he, Why so? And I answered, Wast thou not in company with us yesterday in the place of prayer? Quoth he, And didst thou hear me? And quoth I, It was I accosted thee yesterday and spoke with thee. Thereupon he advanced till we came to a mosque, where he entered and prayed a 2-bow prayer, after which he said, O my God and my Lord and Master, the secret that was between me and thee thou hast discovered unto thy creatures, and hast brought me to shame before the worldling. How then shall life be sweet to me, now that other than thou hath happened upon that which is between thee and me? I conjure thee to take my soul to thee forthright. So saying, he prostrated himself, and I awaited a while without seeing him raise his head. So I shook him, and behold, he was indeed dead. The mercy of Almighty Allah be upon him. I laid him out, stretching his arms and legs, and looked at him, and lo, he was smiling. Moreover, whiteness had got the better of blackness on his brow, and his face was radiant with light, like a young moon. As we wondered at his case, the door opened, and a young man came in to us and said, Peace be with you. May Allah make great our reward and yours for our brother Maimum. Here is his shroud. Wrap him in it. So saying, he gave us 2 robes. Never had we seen the like of them, and we shrouded him therein. And now his tomb is a place whither men resort to pray for rain and ask their requirements of Allah. Be he extolled and exalted. And how excellently well saith the poet on this theme: The heart of Gnostic homed in heavenly garth. Heaven decks, and Allah's porters aid afford. Lo, here they drink old wine commingled with tasnim, the wine of union with the Lord. Safe is the secret twixt the friend and them, safe from all hearts but from that heart adored. And they recounted another anecdote of the devout tray maker and his wife. There was once among the children of Israel a man of the worthiest, who was strenuous in the service of his Lord, and abstained from things worldly, and drave them away from his heart. He had a wife who was a helpmate meet for him, and who was at all times obedient to him. They earned their living by making trays and fans, whereat they wrought all through the light hours, and at nightfall the man went out into the streets and highways, seeking a buyer for what they had made. They were wont to fast continually by day, and one morning they arose fasting, and worked at their craft till the light failed them, when the man went forth according to custom to find purchasers for his wares, and fared on till he came to the door of the house of a certain man of wealth, one of the sons of this world, high in rank and dignity. Now the tray maker was fair of face and comely of form, and the wife of the master of the house saw him and fell in love with him, and her heart inclined to him with exceeding inclination. So, her husband being absent, she called her handmaid and said to her, Contrive to bring yonder man to us. Accordingly the maid went out to him and called him and stopped him as though she would buy what he held in hand. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 28. Recording by Simon Wainwright.
Section 29, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 29. 469th through 472nd Night. When it was the 469th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the maidservant went out to the man and asked him, Come in, my lady hath a mind to buy some of thy wares, after she hath tried them and looked at them. The man thought she spoke truly, and, seeing no harm in this, entered and sat down as she bade him, and she shut the door upon him. Whereupon her mistress came out of her room, and taking him by the gaberdine, drew him within and said, How long shall I seek union of thee? Verily, my patience is at an end on thine account. See now, the place is perfumed and provision prepared, and the householder is absent this night, and I give to thee my person without reserve. I, whose favors kings and captains and men of fortune have sought this long while, but I have regarded none of them. And she went on talking thus to him, whilst he raised not his eyes from the ground, for shame before Allah Almighty, and fear of the pains and penalties of his punishment, even as saith the poet, Twixt me and riding many a noble dame was naught but shame which kept me chaste and pure. My shame was cure to her, but haply were shame to depart, she ne'er had known a cure. The man strove to free himself from her, but could not. So he said to her, I want one thing of thee. She asked, What is that? And he answered, I wish for pure water, that I may carry it to the highest place of thy house, and do somewhat therewith, and cleanse myself of an impurity which I may not disclose to thee. Quoth she, The house is large, and hath closets and corners and privies at command. But he replied, I want nothing but to be at a height. So she said to her slave girl, Carry him up to the belvedere on the house terrace. Accordingly the maid took him up to the very top, and giving him a vessel of water, went down and left him. Then he made the ablution and prayed a 2-bow prayer, after which he looked at the ground, thinking to throw himself down, but seeing it afar off, feared to be dashed to pieces by the fall. Then he bethought him of his disobedience to Allah, and the consequences of his sin. So it became a light matter to him to offer up his life and shed his blood. And he said, O my God and my Lord, Thou seest that which is fallen on me, neither is my case hidden from thee. Thou indeed over all things art omnipotent, and the tongue of my case reciteth and saith, I show my heart and thoughts to thee, and thou alone my secret's secrecy canst know. If I address thee fain I cry aloud, or if I mute, my signs for speech I show. O thou to whom no second be conjoined, a wretched lover seeks thee in his woe. I have a hope my thoughts as true confirm, and heart that fainteth as right well canst trow. To lavish life is hardest thing that be, yet easy an thou bid me life forego. But, an it be thy will to save from stowre, thou, O my hope, to work this work hast power. Then the man cast himself down from the belvedere, but Allah sent an angel who bore him up on his wings and brought him down to the ground, whole and without hurt or harm. Now when he found himself safe on the ground, he thanked and praised Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, for his merciful protection of his person and his chastity. And he went straight to his wife who had long expected him, and he empty-handed. Then seeing him, she asked him why he had tarried, and what was come of that he had taken with him, and why he returned empty-handed. Whereupon he told her of the temptation which had befallen him, and she said, Alhamdolillah, praise be God, for delivering thee from seduction and intervening between thee and such calamity. Then she added, O man, the neighbours used to see us light our oven every night, and if they see us fireless this night, they will know that we are destitute. Now it behoveth in gratitude to Allah that we hide our destitution and conjoin the fast of this night to that of the past, and continue it for the sake of Allah Almighty. So she rose and filling the oven with wood, lighted it, to baffle the curiosity of her woman neighbours, reciting these couplets. Now I indeed will hide desire and all repine, and light up this my fire that neighbours see no sign. Accept I what befalls by order of my Lord, haply he too accept this humble act of mine. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 470th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that after the good wife had lit the fire to baffle the curiosity of her women neighbours, she and her husband made the wuzu ablution and stood up to pray, when behold, one of the neighbours' wives came and asked leave to take a firebrand from the oven. Do what thou wilt with the oven, answered they. But when she came to the fire, she cried out, saying, Ho, such an one, to the tray maker's wife, take up thy bread ere it burn. Quoth the wife to her husband, Hearest thou what she saith? Quoth he, Go and look. So she went up to the oven, and behold, it was full of fine bread and white. She took up the scones and carried them to her husband, thanking Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, for his abounding good and great bounty. And they ate of the bread and drank water and praised the Almighty. Then said the woman to her husband, Come, let us pray to Allah the Most Highest, so haply He may vouchsafe us what shall enable us to dispense with the weariness of working for daily bread, and devote ourselves wholly to worshipping and obeying Him. The man rose in assent and prayed, whilst his wife said Amin to his prayer, when the roof clove in sunder and down fell a ruby, which lit the house with its light. Hereat they redoubled in praise and thanksgiving to Allah, praying what the Almighty willed, and rejoiced at the ruby with great joy. And the night being far spent, they lay down to sleep, and the woman dreamt that she entered Paradise, and saw therein many chairs ranged and stools set in rows. She asked what the seats were, and it was answered her, These are the chairs of the prophets, and those are the stools of the righteous and the pious. Quoth she, Which is the stool of my husband such an one? And it was said to her, It is this. So she looked, and seeing a hole in its side, asked, what may be this hole?" And the reply came, "It is the place of the ruby that dropped upon you from your house roof." Thereupon she awoke, weeping and bemoaning the defect in her husband's stool among the seats of the righteous. So she told him the dream and said to him, "Pray Allah, O man, that this ruby return to its place, for endurance of hunger and poverty during our few days here were easier than a hole in thy chair among the just in paradise." Accordingly he prayed to his Lord, and lo! the ruby flew up to the roof and away whilst they looked at it, and they ceased not from their poverty and their piety till they went to the presence of Allah, to whom be honour and glory. And they also tell a tale of Al-Hajjaj and the Pious Man. Al-Hajjaj bin Yusuf al-Sakafi had been long in pursuit of a certain man of the notables, and when at last he was brought before him, he said, "O enemy of Allah, he hath delivered thee over to me," and cried, "Hale him to prison and lay him by the heels in heavy fetters, and build a closet over him, that he may not come forth of it, nor any go into him." So they bore him to the jail and summoned the blacksmith with the irons. And every time the smith gave a stroke with his hammer, the prisoner raised his eyes to heaven and said, "Is not the whole creation and the empire thereof His?" Then the jailers built the cage over him and left him therein, lorn and lone, whereupon longing and consternation entered into him, and the tongue of his case recited in extempore verse, "O wish of wistful man, for thee I yearn. My heart seeks grace of one no heart shall spurn. Unhidden from thy sight is this my case, and for one glance of thee I pine and burn. They jailed and tortured me with sorest pains. Alas, for lone one can no aid discern. But, albe lone, I find thy name befriends, and cheers, though sleep to eye shall ne'er return. And thou, except of me, I care for naught, and only thou what's in my heart canst learn." Now when night fell dark, the jailor left his watchman to guard him, and went to his house. And on the morrow, when he came to the prison, he found the fetters lying on the ground and the prisoner gone, whereat he was affrighted and made sure of death. So he returned to his place and bade his family farewell, after which he took in his sleeve his shroud and the sweet herbs for his corpse, and went in to Al-Hajjaj. And as he stood before the presence, the governor smelt the perfumes and asked, "What is that?" When the jailor answered, "O my lord, it is I who have brought it." "And what moved thee to that?" enquired the governor, whereupon he told him his case. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 471st Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the jailor told his case to Al-Hajjaj, the governor cried, "Woe to thee! Didst thou hear him say aught?" Answered the jailor, "Yes. Whilst the blacksmith was hammering his irons, he ceased not to look up heavenwards and say, 'Is not the whole creation and the empire thereof His?'" Rejoined Al-Hajjaj, "Dost thou not know that He on whom he called in thy presence delivered him in thine absence?" And the tongue of the case recited on this theme, "O Lord, how many a grief from me hast driven, nor can I sit or stand without thy hold. How many, many things I cannot count. Thou savest from many, many and manifold." And they also tell a tale of the blacksmith who could handle fire without hurt. It reached the ears of a certain pious man that there abode in such a town a blacksmith who could put his hand into the fire and pull out the iron red hot, without the flames doing him aught of hurt. So he set out for the town in question and asked for the blacksmith, and when the man was shown to him, he watched him at work and saw him do as had been reported to him. He waited till he had made an end of his day's work, then going up to him, saluted him with the salam and said, "I would be thy guest this night." Replied the smith, "With gladness and goodly gree," and carried him to his place, where they supped together and lay down to sleep. The guest watched, but saw no sign in his host of praying through the night, or of special devoutness, and said in his mind, "Haply he hideth himself from me." So he lodged with him a second and a third night, but found that he did not exceed the devotions prescribed by the law and custom of the Prophet, and rose but little in the dark hours to pray. At last he said to him, "O my brother, I have heard of the gift with which Allah hath favoured thee, and have seen the truth of it with mine eyes. Moreover, I have taken note of thine assiduity in religious exercises, but find in thee no such piety as distinguisheth those who work saintly miracles. Whence then cometh this to thee?" "I will tell thee," answered the smith. "Know that I was once passionately enamoured of a slave girl, and ofttimes sued her for love liesse, but could not prevail upon her, because she still held fast by her chastity. Presently there came a year of drought and hunger and hardship. Food failed, and there befell a sore famine. As I was sitting one day at home, somebody knocked at the door, so I went out, and behold, she was standing there, and she said to me, 'O my brother, I am sorely an-hungered, and I lift mine eyes to thee, beseeching thee to feed me for Allah's sake.' Quoth I, 'Wottest thou not how I love thee and what I have suffered for thy sake? Now I will not give thee one bittock of bread, except thou yield thy person to me.' Quoth she, 'Death, but not disobedience to the Lord.' Then she went away and returned after 2 days with the same prayer for food as before. I made her a like answer, and she entered and sat down in my house, being nigh upon death. I set food before her, whereupon her eyes brimmed with tears and she cried, 'Give me meat for the love of Allah, to whom belong honour and glory.' But I answered, 'Not so, by Allah, except thou yield thyself to me.' Quoth she, 'Better is death to me than the wrath and wreak of Allah the Most Highest,' and she rose and left the food untouched.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 472nd Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the man set food before her, the woman said, "Give me meat for the love of Allah, to whom be honour and glory." But I answered, "Not so, by Allah, except thou yield to me thy person." Quoth she, "Better is death than the wrath and wreak of Allah." And she rose and left the food untouched and went away, repeating these couplets: O Thou, the One whose grace doth all the world embrace, Thine ears have heard, Thine eyes have seen my case. Privation and distress have dealt me heavy blows, the woes that weary me no utterance can trace. I am like one athirst who eyes the landscape's eye, yet may not drink a draught of streams that rail and race. My flesh would tempt me by the sight of savoury food, whose joys shall pass away and pangs maintain their place. She then disappeared for 2 days, when she again came and knocked at the door. So I went out to her, and lo, hunger had taken away her voice. But after a rest she said, "O my brother, I am worn out with want and know not what to do, for I cannot show my face to any man but to thee. Say, wilt thou feed me for the love of Allah Almighty?" But I answered, "Not so, except thou yield to me thy person." And she entered my house and sat down. Now I had no food ready, but when the meat was dressed and I laid it in a saucer, behold, the grace of Almighty Allah entered into me, and I said to myself, "Out on thee! This woman, weak of wit and faith, hath refrained from food till she can no longer for stress of hunger. And while she refuseth time after time, thou canst not forbear from disobedience to the Lord." And I said to myself, "O my God, I repent to thee of that which my flesh purposed." Then I took the food and carrying it to her said, "Eat, for no harm shall betide thee. This is for the love of Allah, to whom belong honor and glory." Then she raised her eyes to heaven and said, "O my God, if this man say sooth, I pray thee forbid fire to harm him in this world and the next. For thou over all things art omnipotent and prevalent in answering the prayer of the penitent." Then I left her and went to put out the fire in the brazier. Now the season was winter and the weather cold, and a live coal fell upon my body. But by the decree of Allah, to whom be honor and glory, I felt no pain, and it became my conviction that her prayer had been answered. So I took the coal in my hand, and it burnt me not, and going in to her I said, "Be of good cheer, for Allah hath granted thy prayer." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 29. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, May 2011. Section 30, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 30, 473rd through 476th Night. When it was the 473rd night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the blacksmith continued. So I went in to her and said, Be of good cheer, for Allah hath granted thy prayer." Then she dropped the morsel from her hand and said, "O my God, now that thou hast shown me my desire of him, and hast granted me my prayer for him, take thou my soul, for thou over all things art almighty." And straightway he took her soul to him, the mercy of Allah be upon her. And the tongue of the case extemporized and spake on this theme. She prayed, the Lord of grace her prayer obeyed, and spared the sinner who for sin had prayed. He showed her all she prayed him to grant, and death, as prayed she, her portion made. Unto his door she came and prayed for food, and sued his ruth for what her misery made. He leant to error, following his lusts, and hoped to enjoy her as her wants persuade. But he knew little of what Allah willed, nor was repentance, though unsought, denayed. Fate comes to him who flies from fate, O Lord, and lot and daily bread by thee are weighed. And they also tell of the devotee to whom Allah gave a cloud for service, and the devout king. There was once among the children of Israel a man of the devout, for piety acclaimed, and for continence and asceticism enfamed, whose prayers were ever granted, and who by supplication obtained whatso he wanted. And he was a wanderer in the mountains, and was used to pass the night in worship. Now Almighty Allah had subjected to him a cloud, which travelled with him wherever he went, and poured on him its water treasures in abundance, that he might make his ablutions and drink. After a long time, when things were thus, his fervour somewhat abated, whereupon Allah took the cloud away from him and ceased to answer his prayers. On this account great was his grief and long was his woe, and he ceased not to regret the time of grace and the miracle vouchsafed to him, and to lament and bewail and bemoan himself, till he saw in a dream one who said to him, "An thou wouldest have Allah restore to thee thy cloud, seek out a certain king in such a town and beg him to pray for thee. So will Allah, be He extolled and exalted, give thee back thy cloud and bespread it over thee by virtue of his pious prayers." And he began repeating these couplets, "Wend to that pious prayerful Emir, who can with gladness thy condition cheer, and he pray Allah thou shalt win thy wish, and heavy rain shall drop from welkin clear. He stands all kings above in potent worth, nor to compare with him doth aught appear. Near him thou soon shalt hap upon thy want, and see all joy and gladness draw thee near. Then cut the wolds and wilds unfounted, till the goal thou goest for anigh shalt speer." So the hermit set out for the town named to him in the dream, and coming thither after long travel, inquired for the king's palace, which was duly shown to him. And behold, at the gate he found a slave officer sitting on a great chair and clad in gorgeous gear. So he stood to him and saluted him, and he returned his salam and asked him, "What is thy business?" Answered the devotee, "I am a wronged man and come to submit my case to the king." Quoth the officer, "Thou hast no access to him this day, for he hath appointed unto petitioners and inquirers one day in every 7, on which they may go in to him. So wend thy ways in welfare till then." The hermit was vexed with the king for thus veiling himself from the folk, and said in thought, "How shall this man be a saint of the saints of Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, and he on this wise?" Then he went away and awaited the appointed day. Now, quoth he, when it came, I repaired to the palace, where I found a great number of folk at the gate, expecting admission, and I stood with them till there came out a Wazir robed in gorgeous raiment and attended by guards and slaves, who said, "Let those who have petitions to present enter." So I entered with the rest and found the king seated facing his officers and grandees, who were ranged according to their several ranks and degrees. The Wazir took up his post and brought forward the petitioners, one by one, till it came to my turn, when the king looked on me and said, "Welcome to the Lord of the Cloud! Sit thee down till I make leisure for thee." I was confounded at his words and confessed his dignity and superiority, and when the king had answered the petitioners and had made an end with them, he rose and dismissed his Wazirs and grandees. Then, taking my hand, he led me to the door of the private palace, where we found a black slave, splendidly arrayed, with helm on head, and on his right hand and his left bows and coats of mail. He rose to the king and, hastening to obey his orders and forestall his wishes, opened the door. We went in hand, till we came to a low wicket, which the king himself opened, and led me into a ruinous place of frightful desolation, and thence passed into a chamber, wherein was naught but a prayer carpet and ewer for ablution and some mats of palm leaves. Here the King doffed his royal robes and donned a coarse gown of white wool and a conical bonnet of felt. Then he sat down and making me sit, called out to his wife, "Ho, such an one!" And she answered from within, saying, "Here am I." Quoth he, "Knowest thou who is our guest to day?" Replied she, "Yes, it is the Lord of the Cloud." The King said, "Come forth, it mattereth not for him." And behold, there entered a woman, as she were a vision, with a face that beamed like the new moon, and she wore a gown and veil of wool.—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 474th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the King called to his wife, she came forth from the inner room, and her face beamed like the new moon, and she wore a gown and a veil of wool. Then said the King, "O my brother, dost thou desire to hear our story, or that we should pray for thee and dismiss thee?" Answered the hermit, "Nay, I wish to hear the tale of you twain, for that to me were preferable." Said the King, "My forefathers handed down the throne, one to the other, and it descended from great one to great one in unbroken succession, till the last died and it came to me. Now Allah had made this hateful to me, for I would fain have gone a wandering over earth and left the folk to their own affairs; but I feared lest they should fall into confusion and anarchy and misgovernment, so as to swerve from divine law, and the union of the faith be broken up. Wherefore, abandoning my own plans, I took the kingship and appointed to every head of them a regular stipend, and donned the royal robes, and posted slave officers at the doors as a terror to the dishonest, and for the defence of honest folk and the maintenance of law and limitations. Now when free of this, I entered this place and, doffing my royal habit, donned these clothes thou seest. And this my cousin, the daughter of my father's brother, hath agreed with me to renounce the world and helpeth me to serve the Lord. So we are wont to weave these palm leaves and earn during the day a wherewithal to break our fast at nightfall. And we have lived on this wise nigh upon 40 years. Abide thou with us, so Allah have mercy on thee, till we sell our mats, and thou shalt sup and sleep with us this night, and on the morrow wend thy ways with that thou wishest, Inshallah." So he tarried with them till the end of the day, when there came a boy 5 years old, who took the mats they had made, and carrying them to the market, sold them for a carat, and with this bought bread and beans and returned with them to the King. The hermit broke his fast and lay down to sleep with them, but in the middle of the night they both arose and fell to praying and weeping. When daybreak was near, the King said, "O my God, this thy servant beseecheth thee to return him his cloud, and to do this thou art able. So, O my God, let him see his prayer granted and restore him his cloud." The Queen amined to his orisons, and behold, the cloud grew up in the sky, whereupon the King gave the hermit joy, and the man took leave of them and went away, the cloud companying him as of old. And whatsoever he required of Allah after this, in the names of the pious King and Queen, he granted it without fail, and the man made thereon these couplets: My Lord hath servants fain of piety, hearts in the wisdom garden ranging free, their bodies' lusts at peace and motionless, for breasts that bide in purest secrecy. Thou seest all silent, awesome of their Lord, for hidden things unseen, and seen they see. And they tell a tale of the Moslem champion and the Christian damsel. The commander of the faithful, Omar bin al-Khattab, whom Allah accept, once levied for holy war an army of Moslems to encounter the foe before Damascus, and they laid close siege to one of the Christians' strongholds. Now there were amongst the Moslems 2 men, brothers, whom Allah had gifted with fire and bold daring against the enemy, so that the commander of the besieged fortress said to his chiefs and braves, "Were but yonder 2 Moslems ta'en or slain, I would warrant you against the rest of their strain." Wherefore they left not to set for them all manner of toils and snares, and ceased not to maneuver and lie in wait and ambush for them, till they took one of them prisoner and slew the other, who died a martyr. They carried the captive to the captain of the fort, who looked at him and said, "Verily, to kill this man were indeed a pity, but his return to the Moslem would be a calamity." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 475th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the enemy carried their Moslem captive before the captain of the fort, the Christian looked at him and said, "Verily, to kill this man were a pity indeed, but his return to the Moslem would be a calamity. O that he might be brought to embrace the Nazarene faith and be to us an aid and an arm." Quoth one of his patrician knights, "O Emir, I will tempt him to abjure his faith, and on this wise: we know that the Arabs are much addicted to women, and I have a daughter, a perfect beauty, whom when he sees, he will be seduced by her." Quoth the captain, "I give him into thy charge." So he carried him to his place and clad his daughter in raiment such as added to her beauty and loveliness. Then he brought the Moslem into the room and set before him food, and made the fair girl stand in his presence as she were a handmaid obedient to her lord and awaiting his orders that she might do his bidding. When the Moslem saw the evil sent down upon him, he commended himself to Allah Almighty and, closing his eyes, applied himself to worship and to reciting the Koran. Now he had a pleasant voice and a piercing wit, and the Nazarene damsel presently loved him with passionate love and pined for him with extreme repine. This lasted 7 days, at the end of which she said to herself, "Would to heaven he would admit me into the faith of Al Islam." And the tongue of her case recited these couplets: "Wilt turn thy face from heart that's all thine own, this heart thy ransom and this soul thy wone? I'm ready home and kin to quit for aye, and every faith for that of sword disown. I testify that Allah hath no mate, this proof established and this truth is known. Haply shall deign He union grant with one, averse and heart in heart love overthrown. For oft times door erst shut is opened wide, and after evil case all good is shown." At last her patience failed her and her breast was straitened, and she threw herself on the ground before him, saying, "I conjure thee by thy faith that thou give ear to my words." Asked he, "What are they?" And she answered, "Expound unto me Al Islam." So he expounded to her the tenets of the faith, and she became a Moslemah, after which she was circumcised, and he taught her to pray. Then said she to him, "O my brother, I did but embrace Al Islam for thy sake and to win thy favours." Quoth he, The law of Al-Islam forbiddeth sexual commerce save after a marriage before two legal witnesses, and a dowry, and a guardian are also requisite. Now I know not where to find witnesses, or friend, or parapherne, but, an thou can contrive to bring us out of this place, I may hope to make the land of Al-Islam and pledge myself to thee that none other than thou in all Islam shall be wife to me." Answered she, "I will manage that," and calling her father and mother, said to them, "Indeed, this Moslem's heart is softened, and he longeth to enter the faith; so I will grant him that which he desireth of my person. But he saith, It befitteth me not to do this in a town where my brother was slain. Could I but get outside it, my heart would be solaced, and I would do that which is wanted of me. Now there is no harm in letting me go forth with him to another town, and I will be a surety to you both and to the Emir for that which ye wish of him." Therefore her father went to their captain and told him this, whereat he joyed with exceeding joy and bade him carry them forth to a village that she named. So they went out and made the village where they abode the rest of their day, and when night fell, they got ready for the march and went their way, even as saith the poet, "The time of parting, cry they, draweth nigh. How oft this parting threat I but reply! I've naught to do but cross the wild and wold, and mile by mile o'er fountless wastes to fly. If the beloved seek another land, sons of the road whereso they wend, wend I. I make desire direct me to their side, the guide to show me where the way doth lie." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 476th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the prisoner and the lady abode in the village the rest of their day and, when night fell, made ready for the march and went upon their way, and travelled all night without stay or delay. The young Moslem, mounting a swift blood horse and taking up the maiden behind him, ceased not devouring the ground till it was bright morning, when he turned aside with her from the highway and, alighting, they made the wuzu ablution and prayed the dawn prayer. Now as they were thus engaged, behold, they heard the clank of swords and clink of bridles and men's voices and tramp of horse, whereupon he said to her, "Ho, such an one! The Nazarenes are after us. What shall we do? The horse is so jaded and broken down that he cannot stir another step." Exclaimed she, "Woe to thee! Art thou then afraid and affrighted?" "Yes," answered he, and she said, "What didst thou tell me of the power of thy Lord and his readiness to succour those who succour seek? Come, let us humble ourselves before him and beseech him. Haply he shall grant us his succour and endue us with his grace. Extolled and exalted be he!" Quoth he, "By Allah, thou sayest well." So they began humbling themselves and supplicating Almighty Allah, and he recited these couplets, "Indeed, I hourly need thy choicest aid, and should, though crown were placed upon my head, thou art my chiefest want, and if my hand won what it wisheth, all my wants were sped. Thou hast not anything withholdest thou, like pouring rain thy grace is showered. I'm shut therefrom by sins of me, yet thou, O Clement, deignest pardon light to shed. O care dispeller, deign dispel my grief. None can, save thou, dispel a grief so dread." Whilst he was praying and she was saying Amin, and the thunder of horse tramp nearing them, lo! the brave heard the voice of his dead brother, the martyr, speaking and saying, "O my brother, fear not nor grieve. For the host whose approach thou hearest is the host of Allah and His angels, whom He hath sent to serve as witnesses to your marriage. Of a truth Allah hath made His angels glorify you, and He bestoweth on you the meed of the meritorious and the martyrs. And He hath rolled up the earth for you as it were a rug, so that by morning you will be in the mountains of Al-Madinah. And thou, when thou foregatherest with Omar bin al-Khattab, of whom Allah accept, give him my salutation and say to him, Allah abundantly requite thee for Al-Islam, because thou hast counselled faithfully and hast striven diligently." Thereupon the angels lifted up their voices in salutation to him and his bride, saying, "Verily, Almighty Allah appointed her in marriage to thee 2000 years before the creation of your father Adam, with whom be peace evermore." Then joy and gladness and peace and happiness came upon the twain. Confidence was confirmed, and established was the guidance of the pious pair. So when dawn appeared, they prayed the accustomed prayer and fared forward. Now it was the wont of Omar, son of Al-Khattab, Allah accept him, to rise from morning prayer in the darkness before dawn, and at times he would stand in the prayer niche with 2 men behind him, and begin reciting the chapter entitled Cattle, or that entitled Women, whereupon the sleeper awoke, and he who was making his wuzu ablution accomplished it, and he who was afar came to prayer. Nor had he made an end of the first bow ere the mosque was full of folk. Then he would pray his second bow quickly, repeating a short chapter. But on that morning he hurried over both first and second inclinations, repeating in each a short chapter. Then, after the concluding salutation, turning to his companions, he said to them, "Come, let us fare forth to meet the bride and bridegroom," at which they wondered, not understanding his words. But he went out and they followed him, till they came to the gate of the city, where they met the young Moslem who, when the day broke and the standards of Al-Medinah appeared to him, had pushed forward for the gate, closely followed by his bride. There he was met by Omar, who bade make a marriage feast, and the Moslems came and ate. Then the young Moslem went in unto his bride, and Almighty Allah vouchsafed him children. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 30. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, June 2011. Section 31, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 31. 477th through 480th night. When it was the 477th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Omar, on whom be peace, bade make a marriage feast, and the Moslems came and ate. Then the young Moslem went in unto his bride, and Almighty Allah vouchsafed him children, who fought in the Lord's way and preserved genealogies, for they gloried therein. And how excellent is what is said on such theme! I saw thee weep before the gates in plain, whilst only curious wight reply would deign, hath eye bewitched thee or hath evil lot? 'Twixt thee and door of friend set bar of bane. Wake up this day, O wretch, persist in prayer. Repent as wont repent departed men. Haply shall wash thy sins forgiveness showers, and on thine erring head some ruth shall rain, and prisoner shall escape despite his bonds, and slave from thraldom freedom shall attain. And they ceased not to be in all solace and delight of life till there came to them the destroyer of delights and the sunderer of societies. And a tale is told by Sidi Ibrahim bin al-Khawas, on whom be the mercy of Allah, concerning himself and the Christian king's daughter and the Moslem. My spirit urged me once upon a time to go forth into the country of the Infidels, and I strove with it, and struggled to put away from me this inclination, but it would not be rejected. So I fared forth and journeyed about the land of the unbelievers, and traversed it in all its parts. For divine grace enveloped me, and heavenly protection encompassed me, so that I met not a single Nazarene, but he turned away his eyes and drew off from me, till I came to a certain great city, at whose gate I found a gathering of black slaves, clad in armour, and bearing iron maces in their hands. When they saw me, they rose to their feet and asked me, "Art thou a leech?" And I answered, "Yes." Quoth they, "Come, speak to our king," and carried me before their ruler, who was a handsome personage of majestic presence. When I stood before him, he looked at me and said, "Art a physician thou?" "Yes," quoth I, and quoth he to his officers, "Carry him to her and acquaint him with the condition before he enter." So they took me out and said to me, "Know that the king hath a daughter, and she is stricken with a sore disease, which no doctor hath been able to cure; and no leech goeth in to her and treateth, without healing her, but the king putteth him to death. So bethink thee what thou seest fitting to do." I replied, "The king drove me to her, so carry me to her." Thereupon they brought me to her door and knocked, and behold, I heard her cry out from within, saying, "Admit to me the physician, Lord of the wondrous secret." And she began reciting, "Open the door, the leech now draweth near, and in my soul a wondrous secret speer. How many of the near far distant are? How many distant far are nearest near? I was in strangerhood amidst you all, but willed the truth my solace should appear. Joined us the potent bonds of faith and creed, we met as dearest fear greets dearest fear. He sued for interview, whenas pursued the spy, and blamed us, envy's gibe and jeer. Then leave your chiding and from blame desist, for fie upon you, not a word I'll hear. I care for naught that disappears and fleets, my cares for things nor fleet nor disappear." And lo, a Shaykh, a very old man, opened the door in haste and said to me, "Enter." So I entered and found myself in a chamber strewn with sweet scented herbs, and with a curtain drawn across one corner, from behind which came a sound of groaning and grame, weak as from an emaciated frame. I sat down before the curtain and was about to offer my salam, when I bethought me of his words, whom Allah save and assain, "Accost not a Jew nor a Christian with the salam salutation, and when ye meet them in the way, constrain them to the straightest part thereof." So I withheld my salutation, but she cried out from behind the curtain, saying, "Where is the salutation of unity? and indivisibility, O Coas?" I was astonished at her speech and asked, "How knowest thou me?" Whereto she answered, "When the heart and thoughts are whole, the tongue speaketh eloquently from the secret recesses of the soul. I begged him yesterday to send me one of his saints, at whose hands I might have deliverance. And behold, it was cried to me from the dark places of my house, 'Grieve not, for we soon will send thee Ibrahim the basket maker.' Then I asked her, 'What of thee?' And she answered, 'It is now 4 years since there appeared to me the manifest truth, and he is the relator and the ally and the uniter and the sitter by, whereupon my folk looked askance upon me with an evil eye, and taxed me with insanity, and suspected me of depravity; and there came not into me doctor but terrified me, nor visitor but confounded me.' Quoth I, 'And who led thee to the knowledge of what thou wottest?' Quoth she, 'The manifest signs and visible portents of Allah; and, when the path is patent to thee, thou espiest with thine own eyes both proof and prover.' Now whilst we were talking, behold, in came the old man appointed to guard her and said, 'What doth thy doctor?' And she replied, 'He knoweth the hurt and hath hit upon the healing.'"—And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 478th Night, She said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Shaykh, her guardian, went into her, he said, "What doth thy doctor?" And she replied, "He knoweth the hurt and hath hit upon the healing." Hereupon he manifested joy and gladness and accosted me with a cheerful countenance, then went and told the King, who enjoined to treat me with all honour and regard. So I visited her daily for 7 days, at the end of which time she said to me, "O Abu Ishak, when shall be our flight to the land of Al Islam?" "How canst thou go forth?" replied I, "and who would dare to aid thee?" Rejoined she, "He who sent thee to me, driving thee as it were." And I observed, "Thou sayest sooth." So when the morrow dawned, we fared forth by the city gate and all eyes were veiled from us, by commandment of Him who when He desireth aught, saith to it, Be, and it becometh. So that I journeyed with her in safety to Mecca, where she made a home hard by the Holy House of Allah and lived 7 years, till the appointed day of her death. The earth of Mecca was her tomb, and never saw I any more steadfast in prayer and fasting than she. Allah send down upon her His mercies, and have compassion on him who saith, When they to me had brought the leech and surely showed the signs of flowing tears and pining malady, the face veil he withdrew from me and 'neath it naught, save breath of one unsouled, unbodied could he see. Quoth he, "This be a sickness love alone shall cure. Love hath a secret from all guess of man wide free." Quoth they, "An folk ignore what here there be with him, nature of ill and eke its symptomology, how then shall medicine work a cure?" At this quoth I, "Leave me alone, I have no guessing specialty." And they tell a tale of the Prophet and the justice of Providence. A certain Prophet made his home for worship on a lofty mountain, at whose foot was a spring of running water, and he was wont to sit by day on the summit, that no man might see him, calling upon the name of Allah the Most Highest, and watching those who frequented the spring. One day, as he sat looking upon the fountain, behold, he espied a horseman, who came up and dismounted thereby, and taking a bag from his neck, set it down beside him. After which he drank of the water and rested awhile. Then he rode away, leaving behind him the bag, which contained gold pieces. Presently up came another man to drink of the spring, who saw the bag, and finding it full of money, took it up. Then, after satisfying his thirst, he made off with it in safety. A little after came a woodcutter, white, with a heavy load of fuel on his back, and sat down by the spring to drink, when lo, back came the first horseman, in great trouble, and asked him, "Where is the bag which was here?" And when he answered, "I know nothing of it," the rider drew his sword and smote him and slew him. Then he searched his clothes, but found naught. So he left him and wended his ways. Now when the Prophet saw this, he said, "O Lord, one man hath taken 1,000 dinars, and another man hath been slain unjustly." But Allah answered him, saying, "Busy thyself with thy devotions, for the ordinance of the universe is none of thine affair." The father of this horseman had violently despoiled of 1,000 dinars the father of the second horseman. So I gave the son possession of his sire's money. As for the woodcutter, he had slain the horseman's father. Wherefore I enabled the son to obtain retribution for himself. Then cried the Prophet, "There is none other God than thou. Glory be to thee only. Verily thou art the knower of secrets." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 479th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Prophet was bidden by inspiration of Allah to busy himself with his devotions and learned the truth of the case, he cried, "There is none other God but thou. Glory be to thee only. Verily thou and thou alone wottest hidden things." Furthermore, one of the poets hath made these verses on the matter: The Prophet saw whatever eyes could see, and fain of other things inquired he. And when his eyes saw things misunderstood, quoth he, "O Lord, this slain from sin was free. This one hath won him wealth withouten work, albe appeared he garbed in penury. And that in joy of life was slain, although, O man's creator, free of sin he be." God answered, "'Twas his father's good thou saw'st him take, by heirship, not by roguery. Yon woodman too that horseman's sire had slain, whose son avenged him with just victory. Put off, O slave of me, this thought, for I in men have set mysterious secrecy. Bow to our law and humble thee, and learn, for good and evil issues our decree." And a certain pious man hath told us the tale of The Ferryman of the Nile and the Hermit. I was once a ferryman on the Nile, and used to ply between the eastern and the western banks. Now one day, as I sat in my boat, there came up to me an old man of a bright and beaming countenance, who saluted me, and I returned his greeting. And he said to me, "Wilt thou ferry me over for the love of Allah Almighty?" I answered, "Yes." And he continued, "Wilt thou moreover give me food for Allah's sake?" To which again I answered, "With all my heart." So he entered the boat, and I rowed him over to the eastern side, remarking that he was clad in a patched gown and carried a gourd bottle and a staff. When he was about to land, he said to me, I desire to lay on thee a heavy trust. Quoth I, What is it? Quoth he, It hath been revealed to me that my end is near hand, and that tomorrow about noon thou wilt come and find me dead under yonder tree. Wash me and wrap me in the shroud thou wilt see under my head, and after thou hast prayed over me, bury me in this sandy ground, and take my gown and gourd and staff, which do thou deliver to one who shall come and demand them of thee. I marveled at his words, and I slept there. On the morrow I awaited till noon the event he had announced, and then I forgot what he had said till near the hour of afternoon prayer, when I remembered it, and hastening to the appointed place, found him under the tree dead, with a new shroud under his head, exhaling a fragrance of musk. So I washed him and shrouded him and prayed over him, then dug a hole in the sand and buried him, after I had taken his ragged gown and bottle and staff, with which I crossed the Nile to the western side and there nighted. As soon as morning dawned and the city gate opened, I sighted a young man known to me as a loose fellow, clad in fine clothes and his hands stained with henna, who said to me, Art thou not such an one? Yes, answered I, and he said, Give me the trust. Quoth I, What is that? Quoth he, The gown, the gourd, and the staff. I asked him, Who told thee of them? And he answered, I know nothing save that I spent yesternight at the wedding of one of my friends, singing and carousing till daylight, when I lay me down to sleep and take my rest. And behold, there stood by me a personage who said, Verily Allah Almighty hath taken such a saint to himself, and hath appointed thee to fill his place. So go thou to a certain person, naming the ferryman, and take of him the dead man's gown and bottle and staff, for he left them with him for thee. So I brought them out and gave them to him, whereupon he doffed his clothes and donning the gown went his way and left me. And when the glooms closed around me, I fell a weeping. But that night, while sleeping, I saw the Lord of Holiness, glorified and exalted be He, in a dream, saying, O my servant, is it grievous to thee that I have granted to one of my servants to return to me? Indeed, this is of my bounty, that I vouchsafe to whom I will, for I over all things am Almighty. So I repeated these couplets. Lover with loved loseth will and aim, all choice, and couldst thou know were sinful shame. O grant he favour and with union grace, or from thee turn away, he hath no blame. And from such turning thou no joy enjoy, depart, the place for thee no place became. Or canst his near discern not from his far? Then love's in vain, and thou'rt a rear and lame. If pine for thee afflict my sprite, or men hale me to death, the rein thy hand shall claim. So turn thee to and fro to meet his one. What thou ordainst none shall dare defame. My love hath naught of aim but thine approof, and if thou say we part, I say the same. And of the tales they tell is one concerning the Island King and the pious Israelite. There was once a notable of the children of Israel, a man of wealth, who had a pious and blessed son. when his last hour drew nigh, his son sat down at his head and said to him, O my lord, give me an injunction. Quoth the father, O dear son, I charge thee, swear not by Allah, or truly or falsely. Then he died, and certain lewd fellows of the children of Israel heard of the charge he had laid on his son, and began coming to the latter and saying, Thy father had such and such moneys of mine, and thou knowest it. So give me what was entrusted to him, or else make oath that there was no trust. The good son would not disobey his sire's injunction, so gave them all they claimed, and they ceased not to deal thus with him till his wealth was spent and he fell into straitest predicament. Now the young man had a pious and blessed wife, who had borne him 2 little sons. So he said to her, The folk have multiplied their demands on me, and while I had the wherewithal to free myself of debt, I rendered it freely. But naught is now left us, and if others make demands upon me, we shall be in absolute distress, I and thou. Our best way were to save ourselves by fleeing to some place where none knoweth us, and earn our bread among the lower of the folk. Accordingly he took ship with her and his 2 children, knowing not whither he should wend. But when Allah judgeth, there is none to reverse his judgment. And quoth the tongue of the case, O flyer from thy home when foes affright, whom led to weal and happiness such flight? Grudge not this exile when he flees abroad, where he on wealth and welfare may alight. And pearls for ever did abide in shell. The kingly crown they ne'er had decked and dight. The ship was wrecked, yet the man saved himself on a plank, and his wife and children also saved themselves, but on other planks. The waves separated them, and the wife was cast up in one country, and one of the boys in another. The second son was picked up by a ship, and the surges threw the father on a desert island, where he landed and made the wuzu ablution. Then he called the prayer call. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 480th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the man landed upon the island, he made the wuzu ablution to free himself from the impurities of the sea, and called the call to prayer and stood up to his devotions, when behold, there came forth of the sea creatures of various kinds and prayed with him. When he had finished, he went up to a tree and stayed his hunger with its fruits, after which he found a spring of water and drank thereof and praised Allah, to whom be honor and glory. He abode thus 3 days, and whenever he stood up to pray, the sea creatures came out and prayed in the same manner as he prayed. Now after the 3rd day he heard a voice crying aloud and saying, O thou just man and pious, who didst so honor thy father and revere the decrees of thy Lord, grieve not, for Allah, be He extolled and exalted, shall restore to thee all which left thy hand. In this isle are hoards and monies and things of price, which the Almighty willeth thou shalt inherit, and they are in such a part of this place. So bring thou them to light, and verily we will send ships unto thee, and do thou bestow charity on the folk and bid them to thee. So he sought out that place, and the Lord discovered to him the treasures in question. Then ships began resorting to him, and he gave abundant largesse to the crews, saying to them, Be sure ye direct the folk unto me, and I will give them such and such a thing, and appoint to them this and that. Accordingly there came folk from all parts and places, nor had 10 years passed over him ere the island was peopled and the man became its king. No one came to him but he entreated him with munificence, and his name was noised abroad through the length and breadth of the earth. Now his elder son had fallen into the hands of a man who reared him and taught him polite accomplishments. And in like manner the younger was adopted by one who gave him a good education and brought him up in the ways of merchants. The wife also happened upon a trader who entrusted to her his property, and made a covenant with her that he would not deal dishonestly by her, but would aid her to obey Allah, to whom belong majesty and might, and he used to make her the companion of his voyages and his travels. Now the elder son heard the report of the king, and resolved to visit him, without knowing who he was. So he went to him and was well received by the king, who made him his secretary. Presently the other son heard of the king's piety and justice, and was also taken into his service as a steward. Then the brothers abode a while, neither knowing the other, till it chanced that the merchant, in whose home was their mother, also hearing of the king's righteous and generous dealing with the lieges, freighted a ship with rich stuffs and other excellent produce of the land, and taking the woman with him, set sail for the island. He made it in due course, and landing, presented himself with his gift before the king, who rejoiced therein with exceeding joy, and ordered him a splendid return present. Now there were among the gifts certain aromatic roots, of which he would have the merchant acquaint him with the names and uses. So he said to him, "Abide with us this night." And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 31. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, June 2011.
Section 32, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah Tadelman. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 32. When it was the 481st night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when the king said, 'Abide with us this night,' the merchant replied, 'We have in the ship one to whom I have promised to entrust the care of her to none save myself, and the same is a holy woman whose prayers have brought me weal, and I have felt the blessing of her counsels.' Rejoined the king, 'I will send her some trusty men, who shall pass the night in the ship and guard her and all that is with her.' The merchant agreed to this, and abode with the king, who called his secretary and steward, and said to them, 'Go and pass the night in this man's ship, and keep it safe, inshallah.' So they went into the ship, and seating themselves, this on the poop and that on the bow, passed a part of the night in repeating the names of Allah, to whom belong majesty and might. Then quoth one to the other, 'Ho, such a one! The king bade us keep watch, and I fear lest sleep overtake us. So come, let us discourse of stories of fortune, and of the good we have seen in the trials of life.' Quoth the other, 'O my brother, as for my trials, fate parted me from my mother and a brother of mine, whose name was even as thine, and the cause of our parting was this. My father took ship with us from such a place, and the winds rose against us and were contrary, so that the ship was wrecked, and Allah broke our fair companionship.' Hearing this, the first asked, 'What was the name of thy mother, O my brother?' And the second answered, 'So and so.' Thereat brother threw himself upon brother, saying, 'By Allah, thou art my very brother!' And each fell to telling the other what had befallen him in his youth. whilst the mother heard all they said, but held her peace, and in patience possessed her soul. Now when it was morning, one said to the other, Come, brother, let us go to my lodging and talk there. And the other said, 'Tis well. So they went away, and presently the merchant came back, and finding the woman in great trouble, said to her, What hath befallen thee, and why this concern? Quoth she, Thou sentest to me yesternight men who tempted me to evil, and I have been in sore annoy with them. At this he was wroth, and repairing to the king, reported the conduct of his two trusty wights. The king summoned the twain forthwith, as he loved them for their fidelity and piety, and sending for the woman, that he might hear from her own lips what she had to say against them, thus bespake her. O woman, what hath betided thee from these two men in whom I trust? She replied, O king, I conjure thee by the Almighty, the bountiful one, the Lord of the Empyrean, bid them repeat the words they spoke yesternight. So he said to them, Say what ye said, and conceal naught thereof. Accordingly they repeated their talk, and lo! the king, rising from his throne, gave a great cry, and threw himself upon them, embracing them, and saying, By Allah, ye are my very sons! Therewith the woman unveiled her face, and said, And by Allah, I am their very mother. So they were united, and abode in all solace of life, and its delight, till death parted them. And so glory be to him who delivereth his servant when he restoreth to him, and disappointeth not his hope in him and his trust. And how well saith the poet on the subject, Each thing of things hath his appointed tide, when 'tis, O brother, granted or denied. Repine not in affliction hit thee hard, for woe and welfare I conjoint abide. How oft shall woman see all grief surround, yet feel a joyance thrill what lies inside? How many a wretch, on whom the eyes of folk look down, shall grace exalt to pomp and pride? This man is one long-suffering grief and woe, whom change and chance of time hath sorely tried. The world divided from what he held dearest, after long union scattered far and wide, but deigned his Lord unite them all again, and in the Lord is every good descried. Glory to him whose providence rules all, living as surest proofs for us decide. Near is the near one, but no wisdom clearer shows him, nor distant wayfare brings him nearer. And this tale is told of Abu al-Hasan and Abu Ja'afar the leper. I had been many times to Mecca, Allah increase its honor, and the folk used to follow me for my knowledge of the road and remembrance of the water stations. It happened one year that I was minded to make the pilgrimage to the holy house in visitation of the tomb of his prophet, on whom be blessing and peace, and I said to myself, I well know the way and will fare alone. So I set out and journeyed till I came to Al-Qadisiyah, and, entering the mosque there, saw a man suffering from black leprosy seated in the prayer niche. Quoth he on seeing me, O Abu al-Hasan, I crave thy company to Mecca. Quoth I to myself, I fled from all my companions, and how shall I company with lepers? So I said to him, I will bear no man company, and he was silent at my words. Next day I walked on alone till I came to Al-Aqaba, where I entered the mosque and found the leper seated in the prayer niche. So I said to myself, Glory be to Allah! How hath this fellow preceded me hither? But he raised his head to me and said with a smile, O Abu al-Hasan, he doth for the weak that which surpriseth the strong. I passed that night confounded at what I had seen, and, as soon as morning dawned, set out again by myself. But when I came to Arafat and entered the mosque, behold, there was the leper seated in the niche. So I threw myself upon him, and kissing his feet, said, O my lord, I crave thy company. But he answered, This may in no way be. Then I began weeping and wailing at the loss of his converse, when he said, Spare thy tears, which will avail thee not. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 482nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that Abu al-Hasan continued, Now, when I saw the leper man seated at the prayer niche, I threw myself upon him, and said, O my lord, I crave thy company, and fell to kissing his feet. But he answered, This may in no way be. Then I began weeping and wailing at the loss of his company, when he said, Spare thy tears, which will avail thee not, and he recited these couplets. Why dost thou weep when I depart, and thou didst parting claim, and cravest union when we ne'er shall reunite the same? Thou lookedst on nothing save my weakness and disease, and saidst, Nor goes nor comes, or night or day, the sickly frame. Seest not how Allah, glorified his glory ever be, deigneth to grant his slave's petition wherewithal he came. If I to eyes of men be that, and only that they see, and this my body show itself so full of grief and grame, And have I not a food that shall supply me to the place where crowds unto my Lord resort impelled by single aim? I have a high creating Lord whose mercies aye are hid, a Lord who hath none equal, and no fear is known to him. So fare thee safe, and leave me lone in strangerhood to wone, for he, the only one, consoles my loneliness so lone. Accordingly I left him, but every station I came to I found he had foregone me, till I reached Al-Medina, where I lost sight of him, and could hear no tidings of him. Here I met Abu Yazid al-Bustami and Abu Bakr al-Shibli, and a number of other sheikhs and learned men, to whom with many complaints I told my case, and they said, Heaven forbid that thou shouldst gain his company after this. He was Abu Ja'afar the leper, in whose name folk at all times pray for rain, and by whose blessing prayers their end attain. When I heard their words, my desire for his company redoubled, and I implored the Almighty to reunite me with him. Whilst I was standing on Arafat, one pulled me from behind, and so I turned, and behold, it was my man. At this sight I cried out with a loud cry, and fell down in a fainting fit, but when I came to myself, he had disappeared from my sight. This increased my yearning for him, and the ceremonies were tedious to me, and I prayed Almighty Allah to give me sight of him. Nor was it but a few days after, when lo! One pulled me from behind, and I turned, and it was he again. Thereupon he said, Come, I conjure thee, and ask thy want of me. So I begged him to pray for me 3 prayers. First, that Allah would make me love poverty. Secondly, that I might never lie down at night upon provision assured to me. And thirdly, that he would vouchsafe me to look upon his bountiful face. So he prayed for me as I wished, and departed from me. And indeed Allah hath granted me what the devotee asked in prayer. To begin with, he hath made me so love poverty that, by the Almighty, there is naught in the world dearer to me than it. And secondly, since such a year, I have never lain down to sleep upon assured provision. Withal hath he never let me lack aught. As for the third prayer, I trust that he will vouchsafe me that also, even as he hath granted the 2 precedent. For right bountiful and beneficent is his Godhead, and Allah have mercy on him who said, Garb of Fakir, renouncement, lowliness, his robe of tatters, and of rags his dress, and pallor ornamenting brow as though 'twere wanness such as waning crescents show. Wasted him prayer through the long-lived night, and flooding tears ne'er cease to dim his sight. Memory of him shall cheer his lonely room. The Almighty nearest is in nightly gloom. The refuge helpeth such Fakir in need, help e'en the cattle and the winged breed. Allah for sake of him of wrath is fain, and for the grace of him shall fall the rain. And if he pray one day for plague to stay, 'twill stay and bait man's wrong and tyrant slay. While folk are sad, afflicted one in each, he in his mercies rich, the generous leech. Bright shines his brow, and thou regard his face. Thy heart illumined shines by light of grace. O thou who shunnest souls of worth innate, departs thee, woe to thee, of sins the weight. Thou thinkest to overtake them while thou bearest follies which slay thee whatso way thou farest. Didst wot their worth, thou hadst all honor showed, and tears in streamlets from thine eyes had flowed. To cater troubled men, flowers lack their smell, and brokers ken for how much clothes can sell. So hasten with thy Lord reunion sue, and haply fate shall lend thee aidance due. Rest from rejection and estrangement stress, and joy thy wish and will shall choicely bless. His court wide open, for the sewer is dight, one very God, the Lord, the Almighty might. And they also tell a tale of the Queen of the Serpents. There was once, in days of yore, and in ages and times long gone before, a Grecian sage called Daniel, who had disciples and scholars, and the wise men of Greece were obedient to his bidding, and relied upon his learning. Withal had Allah denied him a man-child. One night, as he lay musing and weeping over the lack of a son who might inherit his lore, he bethought him that Allah, extolled and exalted be He, heareth the prayer of those who resort to him, and that there is no doorkeeper at the door of his bounties, and that he favoureth whom he will without compt, and sendeth no supplicant empty way, nay, he filleth their hands with favours and benefits. So he besought the Almighty and the Bountiful to vouchsafe him a son to succeed him, and to endow him abundantly with his beneficence. Then he returned home, and carnally knew his wife, who conceived by him the same night. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 483rd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the Grecian sage returned home and knew his wife who conceived by him the same night. A few days after this he took his ship for a certain place, but the ship was wrecked, and he saved himself on one of her planks, while only 5 leaves remained to him of all the books he had. When he returned home, he laid the 5 leaves in a box, and locking it, gave the key to his wife, who then showed big with child, and said to her, Know that my decease is at hand, and that the time draweth nigh for my translation from this abode temporal to the home which is eternal. Now thou art with child, and after my death wilt haply bear a son. If this be so, name him Hasib Karim al-Din, and rear him with the best of rearing. When the boy shall grow up, and shall say to thee, What inheritance did my father leave me? Give him these 5 leaves, which when he shall have read and understood, he will be the most learned man of his time. Then he farewelled her, and heaving one sigh, departed the world and all that is therein. The mercy of Allah, the most highest, be upon him. His family and friends wept over him, and washed him, and bore him forth in great state, and buried him, after which they wended their ways home. But few days passed ere his widow bare a handsome boy, and named him Hasib Karim al-Din, as her husband charged her, and immediately after his birth she summoned the astrologers, who calculated his ascendants, and drawing his horoscope said to her, Know, O woman, that this birth will live many a year, but that will be after a great peril in the early part of his life, wherefrom can he escape? He will be given the knowledge of all the exact sciences. So saying, they went their ways. She suckled him 2 years, then weaned him, and when he was 5 years old she placed him in a school to learn his book, but he would read nothing. So she took him from school, and set him to learn a trade, but he would not master any craft, and there came no work from his hands. The mother wept over this, and the folk said to her, Marry him, haply he will take heart for his wife, and learn him a trade. So she sought a girl, and married him to her, but despite marriage and the lapse of time, he remained idle as before, and would do nothing. One day some neighbors of hers, who were woodcutters, came to her and said, Buy thy son an ass and cords and an axe, and let him go with us to the mountain, and we will all of us cut wood for fuel. The price of the wood shall be his and ours, and he shall provide thee and his wife with his share. When she heard this, she joyed with exceeding joy, and bought her son an ass and cords and hatchet. Then, carrying him to the woodcutters, delivered him into their hands, and solemnly committed him to their care. Said they, Have no concern for the boy, our Lord will provide for him. He is the son of our sheikh. So they carried him to the mountain, where they cut firewood and loaded their asses therewith, then returned to the city, and selling what they had cut, spent the monies on their families. This they did the next day, and the 3rd, and ceased not for some time, till it chanced one day a violent storm of rain broke over them, and they took refuge in a great cave till the downfall should pass away. Now Hasib Karim al-Din went apart from the rest, into a corner of the cavern, and sitting down, fell to smiting the floor with his axe. Presently he noted that the ground sounded hollow under the hatchet, so he dug there a while, and came to a round flagstone with a ring in it. When he saw this, he was glad, and called his comrades the woodcutters. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 484th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Hasib Karim al-Din saw the flagstone with the ring, he was glad, and called his comrades the woodcutters, who came to him, and finding it was fact, soon pulled up the stone, and discovered under it a trap-door, which, being opened, showed a cistern full of bees' honey. Then they said to one another, This is a large store, and we have nothing for it but to return to the city, and fetch vessels wherein to carry away the honey, and sell it and divide the price, whilst one of us stands by the cistern to guard it from outsiders. Quoth Hasib, I will stay and keep watch over it till you bring your pots and pans. So they left him on guard there, and repairing to the city, fetched vessels, which they filled with honey, and loading their asses therewith, carried them to the streets, and sold the contents. They returned on the morrow, and thus they did several days in succession, sleeping in the town by night, and drawing off the stuff by day, whilst Hasib abode on guard by it, till but little remained, when they said to one another, It was Hasib Karim al-Din found the honey, and tomorrow he will come down to the city, and complain against us, and claim the price of it, saying, 'Twas I found it, nor is there escape for us, but that we let him down into the cistern, to bail out the rest of the honey, and leave him there. So he will die of hunger, and none shall know him. They all fell in with this plot as they were making for the place, and when they reached it, one said to him, "O Hasib, go down into the pit and bale out for us the rest of the honey." So he went down and passed up to them what remained of the honey, after which he said to them, "Draw me up, for there is nothing left." They made him no answer, but loading their asses went off to the city and left him alone in the cistern. Thereupon he fell to weeping and crying, "There is no majesty and there is no might save in Allah, the glorious, the great." Such was his case, but as regards his comrades, when they reached the city and sold the honey, they repaired to Hasib's mother, weeping, and said to her, "May thy head outlive thy son Hasib." She asked, "What brought about his death?" And they answered, "We were cutting wood on the mountain top, when there fell on us a heavy downfall of rain, and we took shelter from it in a cavern, and suddenly thy son's ass broke loose, and fled into the valley, and he ran after it to turn it back, when there came out upon them a great wolf, who tore thy son in pieces, and ravined the ass." When the mother heard this, she beat her face, and strewed dust on her head, and fell to mourning for her son. And she kept life and soul together, only by the meat and drink which they brought her every day. As for the woodcutters, they opened them shops, and became merchants, and spent their lives in eating and drinking and laughing and frolicking. Meanwhile, Hasib Karim al-Din, who ceased not to weep and call for help, sat down upon the cistern edge, when, behold, a great scorpion fell down on him, so he rose and killed it. Then he took thought and said, "The cistern was full of honey. How came the scorpion here?" Accordingly he got up and examined the well right and left, till he found a crevice from which the scorpion had fallen, and saw the light of day shining through it. So he took out his woodman's knife and enlarged the hole till it was big as a window. Then he crept through it, and, after walking for some time, came to a vast gallery, which led him to a huge door of black iron, bearing a padlock of silver, wherein was a key of gold. He stole up to the door, and looking through the chink, saw a great light shining within. So he took the key, and opening the door, went on for some time, till he came to a large artificial lake, wherein he caught sight of something that shimmered like silver. He walked up to it, and at last he saw, hard by a hillock of green jasper, and on the hilltop a golden throne studded with all manner gems. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 32. The 481st night to the 484th night. Recording by Sarah Tatelman.
Section 33, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 33. 485th through 488th night. When it was the 485th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Hasib reached the hillock, he found it of green jasper, surmounted by a golden throne, studded with all manner gems, round which were set many stools, some of gold, some of silver, and others of leek green emerald. He clomb the hillock, and, counting the stools, found them 12,000 in number. Then he mounted the throne which was set on the center, and, seating himself thereon, fell to wondering at the lake and the stools. And he marveled till drowsiness overcame him, and he drops asleep. Presently he was aroused by a loud snorting and hissing and rustling, so he opened his eyes, and sitting up saw each stool occupied by a huge serpent, 100 cubits in length. At this sight great fear get hold of him. His spittle dried up for the excess of his dread, and he despaired of life, as all their eyes were blazing like live coals. Then he turned towards the lake, and saw that what he had taken for shimmering water was a multitude of small snakes. None knoweth their compt save Allah the Most High. After a while there came up to him a serpent as big as a mule, bearing on its back a tray of gold, wherein lay another serpent which shone like crystal, and whose face was as that of a woman, and who spake with human speech. And as soon as she was brought up to Hasib, she saluted him, and he returned the salutation. Thereupon one of the serpents seated on the stools came up, and lifting her off the tray, set her on one of the seats, and she cried out to the other serpents in their language, whereupon they all fell down from their stools and did her homage, but she signed to them to sit, and they did so. Then she addressed Hasib, saying, "Have no fear of us, O youth, for I am the queen of the serpents and their sultana." When he heard her speak on this wise, he took heart, and she bade the serpents bring him somewhat of food. So they brought apples and grapes and pomegranates and pistachio nuts and filberts and walnuts and almonds and bananas, and set them before him. And the queen serpent said, "Welcome, O youth, what is thy name?" Answered he, "Hasib Karim al-Din." And she rejoined, "O Hasib, eat of these fruits, for we have no other meat, and fear thou have nothing from us at all." Hearing this, he ate his fill and praised Allah Almighty. And presently they took away the trays from before him, and the queen said, "Tell me, O Hasib, whence thou art, and how camest thou hither, and what hath befallen thee?" So he told her his story from first to last, the death of his father, his birth, his being sent to school where he learnt nothing, his becoming a woodcutter, his finding the honey cistern, his being abandoned therein, his killing the scorpion, his widening the crevice, his finding the iron door, and his coming upon the queen, and he ended his long tale with saying, "These be my adventures from beginning to end, and only Allah wotteth what will betide me after all this." Quoth the queen, after listening to his words, "Nothing save good shall betide thee." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 486th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when the Serpent queen had heard his story, she said, "Nothing save good shall betide thee. But I would have thee, O Hasib, abide with me some time, that I may tell thee my history and acquaint thee with the wondrous adventures which have happened to me." "I hear and obey thy hest," answered he, and she began to tell in these words: The Adventures of Bulukiya. Know thou, O Hasib, there was once in the city of Cairo a king of the Banu Israel, a wise and a pious, who was bent double by poring over books of learning. And he had a son named Bulukiya. When he grew old and weak and was nigh upon death, his grandees and officers of state came up to salute him. And he said to them, O folk, know that at hand is the hour of my march from this world to the next, and I have no charge to lay on you, save to commend to your care my son Bulukiya. Then said he, I testify that there is no God save the God. And heaving one sigh, departed the world, the mercy of Allah be upon him. They laid him out and washed him and buried him with a procession of great state. Then they made his son Bulukiya sultan in his stead, and he ruled the kingdom justly, and the people had peace in his time. Now it befell one day that he entered his father's treasuries to look about him, and coming upon an inner compartment and finding the semblance of a door, opened it and passed in. And lo, he found himself in a little closet, wherein stood a column of white marble, on the top of which was a casket of ebony. He opened this also, and saw therein another casket of gold, containing a book. He read the book, and found in it an account of our Lord Muhammad, whom Allah bless and preserve, and how he should be sent in the latter days, and be the Lord of the first prophets and the last. On seeing the personal description, Bulukiya's heart was taken with love of him, so he at once assembled all the notables of the children of Israel, the Cohens or diviners, the scribes, and the priests, and acquainted them with the book, reading portions of it to them, and adding, O folk, needs must I bring my father out of his grave and burn him. The lieges asked, Why wilt thou burn him? And he answered, Because he hid this book from me, and imparted it not to me. Now the old king had excerpted it from the Torah or Pentateuch and the books of Abraham, and had set it in one of his treasuries, and concealed it from all living. Rejoined they, O king, thy father is dead, his body is in the dust, and his affair is in the hands of his Lord. Thou shalt not take him forth of his tomb. So he knew that they would not suffer him to do this thing by his sire, and leaving them he repaired to his mother, to whom said he, O my mother, I have found in one of my father's treasuries a book containing a description of Mohammed, whom Allah bless and keep, a prophet who shall be sent in the latter days, and my heart is captivated with love of him. Wherefore am I resolved to wander over the earth till I foregather with him, else I shall die of longing for his love. Then he doffed his clothes and donned an Abba gown of goat's hair and coarse sandals, saying, O my mother, forget me not in thy prayers. She wept over him and said, What will become of us after thee? But Bulukiya answered, I can endure no longer, and I commit my affair and thine to Allah who is Almighty. Then he set out on foot Syriawards, without the knowledge of any of his folk, and coming to the seaboard found a vessel, whereupon he shipped as one of the crew. They sailed till he made an island, where Bulukiya landed with the crew. But straying away from the rest, he sat down under a tree, and sleep got the better of him. When he awoke, he sought the ship, but found that they had set sail without him. And in that island he saw serpents as big as camels and palm trees, which repeated the names of Allah, be He extolled and exalted, and blessed Mohammed, whom the Lord assain and save, proclaiming the unity and glorifying the glorious, whereat he wondered. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 487th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that when Bulukiya saw the serpents glorifying God and proclaiming the unity, he wondered with extreme wonder. When they saw him, they flocked to him, and one of them said to him, Who and whence art thou, and whither goest thou, and what is thy name? Quoth he, My name is Bulukiya. I am of the children of Israel, and being distracted for love of Mohammed, whom Allah bless and keep, I come in quest of him. But who are ye, O noble creatures?" Answered they, "We are of the dwellers in the Jahannam hell, and Almighty Allah created us for the punishment of Kafirs." "And how came ye hither?" asked he, and the serpents answered, "Know, O Bulukiya, that hell of the greatness of her boiling breatheth twice a year, expiring in the summer and inspiring in the winter, and hence the summer heat and winter cold. When she exhaleth, she casteth forth of her maw, and we are drawn in again with her inhaled breath." Quoth Bulukiya, "Say me, are there greater serpents than you in hell?" And they said, "Of a truth we are cast out with the expired breath, but by reason of our smallness. For in hell every serpent is so great that were the biggest of us to pass over its nose, it would not feel us." Asked Bulukiya, "Ye sing the praises of Allah and invoke blessings on Muhammad, whom the Almighty assain and save. Whence wot ye of Muhammad?" And they answered, "O Bulukiya, verily his name is written on the gates of Paradise, and but for him Allah had not created the worlds nor Paradise, nor heaven, nor hell, nor earth, for he made all things that be solely on his account, and hath conjoined his name with his own in every place. Wherefore we love Mohammed, whom Allah bless and preserve." Now hearing the serpents converse did but inflame Bulukiya's love for Mohammed and yearning for his sight. So he took leave of them and, making his way to the seashore, found there a ship made fast to the beach. He embarked therein as a seaman and sailed nor ceased sailing till he came to another island. Here he landed and walking about a while found serpents great and small, none knoweth their number save Almighty Allah, and amongst them a white serpent, clearer than crystal, seated in a golden tray borne on the back of another serpent as big as an elephant. Now this, O Hasib, was the serpent queen, none other than myself. Quoth Hasib, "And what answer didst thou make him?" Quoth she, "Know, O Hasib, that when I saw Bulukiya, I saluted him with the salam, and he returned my salutation; and I said to him, 'Who and what art thou, and what is thine errand, and whence comest thou, and whither goest thou?' Answered he, 'I am of the children of Israel. My name is Bulukiya, and I am a wanderer for the love of Mohammed, whose description I have read in the revealed scriptures, and of whom I go in search. But what art thou, and what are these serpents about thee?' Quoth I, 'O Bulukiya, I am the queen of the serpents. And when thou shalt foregather with Mohammed, whom Allah assain and save, bear him my salutation.' Then Bulukiya took leave of me and journeyed till he came to the Holy City, which is Jerusalem. Now there was in that stead a man who was deeply versed in all sciences, more especially in geometry and astronomy and mathematics, as well as in white magic and spiritualism. And he had studied the Pentateuch and the Evangel and the Psalms and the books of Abraham. His name was Affan, and he had found in certain of his books that whoso should wear the seal ring of our Lord Solomon, men and jinn and birds and beasts and all created things would be bound to obey him. Moreover, he had discovered that our Lord Solomon had been buried in a coffin which was miraculously transported beyond the 7 seas to the place of burial. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 488th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Affan had found in certain books that none, mortal or spirit, could pluck the seal ring from the Lord Solomon's finger, and that no navigator could sail his ship upon the seven seas over which the coffin had been carried. Moreover, he had found out by reading that there was a herb of herbs, and that if one express its juice and anoint therewith his feet, he should walk upon the surface of any sea that Allah Almighty had created, without wetting his soles. But none could obtain this herb without he had with him the Serpent Queen. When Bulukiya arrived at the Holy City, he at once sat down to do his devotions and worship the Lord, and whilst he was so doing, Affan came up and saluted him as a true believer. Then, seeing him reading the Pentateuch and adoring the Almighty, he accosted him, saying, "What is thy name, O man, and whence comest thou, and whither goest thou?" He answered, "My name is Bulukiya. I am from the city of Cairo and am come forth wandering in quest of Mohammed, whom Allah bless and preserve." Quoth Affan, "Come with me to my lodging that I may entertain thee." "To hear is to obey," replied Bulukiya. So the devotee took him by the hand and carried him to his house, where he entreated him with the utmost honour and presently said to him, "Tell me thy history, O my brother, and how thou camest by the knowledge of Mohammed, whom Allah assain and save, that thy heart hath been taken with love of him and compelled thee to fare forth and seek him. And lastly, tell me who it was directed thee in this road." So he related to him his tale in its entirety, whereupon Affan, who well nigh lost his wits for wonder, said to him, "Make tryst for me with the Queen of the Serpents, and I will bring thee in company with Mohammed, albeit the date of his mission is yet far distant. We have only to prevail upon the Queen and carry her in a cage to a certain mountain where the herbs grow, and as long as she is with us, the plants as we pass them will parley with human speech and discover their virtues by the ordinance of Allah the Most High. For I have found in my books that there is a certain herb, and all who express its juice and anoint therewith their feet shall walk upon whatsoever sea Almighty Allah hath made, without wetting sole. When we have found the magical herb, we will let her go her way, and then will we anoint our feet with the juice and cross the seven seas till we come to the burial place of our Lord Solomon. Then we will take the ring off his finger and rule even as he ruled, and win all our wishes. We will enter the main of Murks and drink of the water of life, and so the Almighty will let us tarry till the end of time, and we shall foregather with Mohammed, whom Allah bless and preserve." Hearing these words, Bulukiya replied, "O Affan, I will make tryst for thee with the Serpent Queen, and at once show thee her abiding place." So Affan made him a cage of iron, and providing himself with two bowls, one full of wine and the other of milk, took ship with Bulukiya and sailed till they came to the island, where they landed and walked upon it. Then Affan set up the cage, in which he laid a noose, and withdrew after placing in it the two bowls, when he and Bulukiya concealed themselves afar off. Presently up came the Queen of the Serpents, that is, myself, and examined the cage. When she, that is I, smelt the savour of the milk, she came down from the back of the snake which bore her tray. Then she went to the bowl of wine and drank of it, whereupon her head became giddy and she slept. When Affan saw this, he ran up and locking the cage upon her, set it on his head, and made for the ship, he and Bulukiya. After a while she awoke and, finding herself in a cage of iron on a man's head, and seeing Bulukiya walking beside the bearer, said to him, "This is the reward of those who do no hurt to the sons of Adam?" Answered he, "O Queen, have no fear of us, for we will do thee no hurt at all. We wish thee only to show us the herb which, when pounded and squeezed, yieldeth a juice, and this rubbed upon the feet conferreth the power of walking dry-shod upon what sea soever Almighty Allah hath created. And when we have found that, we will return thee to thy place and let thee wend thy way." Then Affan and Bulukiya fared on for the hills where grew the herbs, and, as they went about with the Queen, each plant they passed began to speak and avouch its virtues by permission of Allah the Most High. As they were thus doing, and the herbs speaking right and left, behold, a plant spoke out and said, "I am the herb ye seek, and all who gather and crush me, and anoint their feet with my juice, shall fare over what sea soever Allah Almighty hath created, and yet ne'er wet sole." When Affan heard this, he set down the cage from his head, and gathering what might suffice them of the herb, crushed it, and filling 2 vials with the juice, kept them for future use, and with what was left they anointed their feet. Then they took up the Serpent Queen's cage and journeyed days and nights till they reached the island, where they opened the cage and let out her, that is me. When I found myself at liberty, I asked them what use they would make of the juice, and they answered, "We design to anoint our feet and to cross the 7 seas to the burial place of our Lord Solomon and take the seal ring from his finger." Quoth I, "Far, far is it from your power to possess yourselves of the ring." They inquired, "Wherefore?" And I replied, "Because Almighty Allah vouchsafed unto our Lord Solomon the gift of this ring, and distinguished him thereby, for that he said to him, 'O Lord, give me a kingdom which may not be obtained after me, for thou verily art the giver of kingdoms.' So that ring is not for you." And I added, "Had ye twain taken the herb, whereof all who eat shall not die until the first blast, it had better availed you than this ye have gotten, for ye shall no wise come at your desire thereby." Now when they heard this, they repented them with exceeding penitence and went their ways. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 33. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, June 2011. Section 34, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 34. 489th through 492nd Night. When it was the 489th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that when Bulukiya and Affan heard these words, they repented them with exceeding penitence, and went their ways, Such was their case. But as regards myself, continued the Serpent Queen, I went in quest of my host, and found it fallen in piteous case, the stronger of them having grown weak in my absence, and the weaker having died. When they saw me, they rejoiced, and flocking about me, asked, What hath befallen thee, and where hast thou been? So I told them what had passed, after which I gathered my forces to Ether and repaired with them to the mountain Kaf, where I was wont to winter, summer freshing in the place where thou now seest me, O Hasib Karim al-Din. This then is my story and what befell me. Thereupon Hasib marveled at her words and said to her, I beseech thee, of thy favour, bid one of thy guards bear me forth to the surface of the earth, that I may go to my people. She replied, O Hasib, thou shalt not have leave to depart from us till winter come, and needs must thou go with us to the mountain Kaf, and solace thyself with the sight of the hills, and sands, and trees, and birds, magnifying the one God, the victorious. And look upon Marids and Ifrits and Jinn, whose number none knoweth save Almighty Allah. When Hasib heard this, he was sore chafed and chagrined. Then he said to her, Tell me of Affan and Bulukiya. When they departed from thee and went their way, did they cross the 7 seas and reach the burial place of our Lord Solomon, or not? And if they did, had they power to take the ring or not? Answered she, Know that when they left me, they anointed their feet with the juice, and walking over the water, fared on from sea to sea, diverting themselves with the wonders of the deep, nor ceased they faring till they had traversed the 7 seas and came in sight of a mountain, soaring high in air, whose stones were emeralds, and whose dust was musk, and in it was a stream of running water. When they made it, they rejoiced, saying each to the other, Verily, we have won our wish. And they entered the passes of the mountain and walked on, till they saw from afar a cavern, surmounted by a great dome, shining with light. So they made for the cavern, and entering it beheld therein a throne of gold, studded with all manner jewels, and about it stools whose number none knoweth save Allah Almighty. And they saw lying at full length upon the throne our Lord Solomon, clad in robes of green silk inwoven with gold, and broidered with jewels and precious minerals. His right hand was passed over his breast, and on the middle finger was the seal ring, whose lustre outshone that of all other gems in the place. Then Affan taught Bulukiya adjurations and conjurations galore, and said to him, Repeat these conjurations, and cease not repeating, until I take the ring. Then he went up to the throne, but as he drew near unto it, lo, a mighty serpent came forth from beneath it, and cried out at him with so terrible a cry that the whole place trembled, and sparks flew from its mouth, saying, Begone, or thou art a dead man. But Affan busied himself with his incantations, and suffered himself not to be startled thereby. Then the serpent blew such a fiery blast at him that the place was like to be set on fire, and said to him, Woe to thee! Except thou turn back, I will consume thee. Hearing these words, Bulukiya left the cave, but Affan, who suffered himself not to be troubled, went up to the Prophet. Then he put out his hand to the ring, and touched it, and strove to draw it off the Lord Solomon's finger. And behold, the serpent blew on him once more, and he became a heap of ashes. Such was his case. But as regards Bulukiya, he fell down in a swoon. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 490th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Queen continued, When Bulukiya saw Affan burnt up by the fire and become a heap of ashes, he fell down in a swoon. Thereupon the Lord, magnified be his majesty, bade Gabriel descend earthwards and save him ere the serpent should blow on him. So Gabriel descended without delay, and finding Affan reduced to ashes and Bulukiya in a fit, aroused him from his trance, and saluting him asked, How camest thou hither? Bulukiya related to him his history from first to last, adding, Know that I came not hither but for the love of Mohammed, whom Allah assain and save, of whom Affan informed me that his mission would take place at the end of time. Moreover, that none should foregather with him but those who endured to the latter days by drinking of the water of life through means of Solomon's seal. So I companied him hither, and there befell him what befell. But I escaped the fire, and now it is my desire that thou inform me where Mohammed is to be found. Quoth Gabriel, O Bulukiya, go thy ways, for the time of Mohammed's coming is yet far distant. Then he ascended up to heaven forthright. And Bulukiya wept with sore weeping, and repented of that which he had done, calling to mind my words, whenas I said to them, Far is it from man's power to possess himself of the ring. Then he descended from the mountain and returned in exceeding confusion to the seashore, and passed the night there, marvelling at the mountains and seas and islands around him. When morning dawned, he anointed his feet with the herb juice, and descending to the water, set out and fared on over the surface of the seas days and nights, astonished at the terrors of the main and the marvels and wonders of the deep, till he came to an island as it were the Garden of Eden. So he landed, and finding himself in a great and pleasant island, paced about it, and saw with admiration that its dust was saffron, and its gravel carnelian, and precious minerals. Its hedges were of jessamine, its vegetation was of the goodliest of trees, and of the brightest of odoriferous shrubs. Its brushwood was of Comorin and Sumatran aloes wood, and its reeds were sugar canes. Round about it were roses and narcissus and amaranths and gilliflowers and camomiles and white lilies and violets and other flowers of all kinds and colors. Of a truth, the island was the goodliest place, abounding in space, rich in grace, a compendium of beauty, material and spiritual. The birds warbled on the boughs with tones far sweeter than chaunt of Koran, and their notes would console a lover whom longings unman. And therein the gazelle frisked free and fain, and wild cattle roamed about the plain. Its trees were of tallest height, its streams flowed bright, its springs welled with water sweet and light, and all therein was a delight to sight and sprite. Bulukiya marvelled at the charms of the island, but knew that he had strayed from the way he had first taken in company with Affan. He wandered about the place and solaced himself with various spectacles until nightfall, when he climbed into a tree to sleep. But as he sat there, musing over the beauty of the sight, behold, the sea became troubled, and there rose up to the surface a great beast, which cried out with a cry so terrible that every living thing upon the isle trembled. As Bulukiya gazed upon him from the tree and marveled at the bigness of his bulk, he was presently followed unexpectedly by a multitude of other sea beasts in kind manifolds, each holding in his forepaw a jewel which shone like a lamp, so that the whole island became as light as day for the luster of the gems. After a while there appeared, from the heart of the island, wild beasts of the land. None knoweth their number save Allah the Most High, amongst which Bulukiya noted lions and panthers and lynxes and other ferals. And these land beasts flocked down to the shore, and foregathering with the sea beasts, conversed with them till daybreak, when they separated and each went his own way. Thereupon Bulukiya, terrified by what he had seen, came down from the tree and, making the sea shore, anointed his feet with the magical juice, and set out once more upon the surface of the water. He fared on days and nights over the second sea, till he came to a great mountain skirting which ran a wady without end, the stones whereof were magnetic iron, and its beasts lions and hares and panthers. He landed on the mountain foot and wandered from place to place till nightfall, when he sat down sheltered by one of the base hills on the seaside, to eat of the dried fish thrown up by the sea. Presently he turned from his meal, and behold, a huge panther was creeping up to rend and raven him. So he anointed his feet in haste with the juice, and descending to the surface of the water, fled walking over the third sea in the darkness, for the night was black and the wind blew stark. Nor did he stay his course till he reached another island, whereon he landed and found there trees bearing fruits both fresh and dry. So he took of these fruits and ate, and praised Allah Almighty, after which he walked for solace about the island till eventide. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 491st night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that Bulukiya, continued the Queen, walked for solace about the island till eventide, when he lay down to sleep. As soon as day brake, he began to explore the place, and ceased not for 10 days. After which he again made the shore and anointed his feet, and, setting out over the fourth sea, walked upon it many nights and days, till he came to a third island of fine white sand, without sign of trees or grass. He walked about it a while, but, finding its only inhabitants sakers which nested in the sand, he again anointed his feet and trudged over the fifth sea, walking night and day, till he came to a little island, whose soil and hills were like crystal. Therein were the veins wherefrom gold is worked, and therein also were marvelous trees, whose like he had never seen in his wanderings, for their blossoms were in hue as gold. he landed and walked about for diversion till it was nightfall, when the flowers began to shine through the gloom like stars. Seeing this sight, he marveled and said, "Assuredly the flowers of this island are of those which wither under the sun and fall to the earth, where the winds smite them, and they gather under the rocks and become the elixir which the folk collect and thereof make gold." He slept there all that night, and at sunrise he again anointed his feet and, descending to the shore, fared on over the sixth sea nights and days, till he came to a fifth island. Here he landed and found, after walking an hour or so, two mountains covered with a multitude of trees, whose fruits were as men's heads hanging by the hair, and others whose fruits were green birds hanging by the feet. Also a third kind, whose fruits were like aloes. If a drop of the juice fell on a man, it burnt like fire. And others, whose fruits wept and laughed, besides many other marvels which he saw there. Then he returned to the seashore, and finding there a tall tree, sat down beneath it till supper time, when he climbed up into the branches to sleep. As he sat considering the wonderful works of Allah, behold, the waters became troubled, and there rose therefrom the daughters of the sea, each mermaid holding in her hand a jewel, which shone like the morning. They came ashore, and foregathering under the trees, sat down and danced and sported and made merry, whilst Bulukiya amused himself with watching and wondering at their gambols, which were prolonged till the morning, when they returned to the sea and disappeared. Then he came down and, anointing his feet, set out on the surface of the seventh sea, over which he journeyed 2 whole months, without getting sight of highland, or island, or broadland, or lowland, or shoreland, till he came to the end thereof. And so doing, he suffered exceeding hunger, so that he was forced to snatch up fishes from the surface of the sea and devour them raw, for stress of famine. In such case he pushed on till in early forenoon he came to the sixth island, with trees a-growing and rills a-flowing, where he landed and walked about, looking right and left, till he came to an apple tree, and put forth his hand to pluck of the fruit, when lo! one cried out to him from the tree, saying, "An thou draw near to this tree and cut of it aught, I will cut thee in twain." So he looked and saw a giant 40 cubits high, being the cubit of the people of that day, whereat he feared with sore fear, and refrained from that tree. Then said he to the giant, "Why dost thou forbid me to eat of this tree?" Replied the other, "Because thou art a son of Adam, and thy father Adam forgot the covenant of Allah, and sinned against him, and ate of the tree." Quoth Bulukiya, "What thing art thou, and to whom belongeth this island, with its trees? And how art thou named?" Quoth the tall one, "My name is Sharakhya, and trees and island belong to King Sakhr. I am one of his guards and in charge of his dominion," presently adding, "But who art thou, and whence comest thou hither?" Bulukiya told him his story from beginning to end, and Sharakhya said, "Be of good cheer," and brought him to eat. So he ate his fill and taking leave of the giant, set out again and ceased not faring on over the mountains and sandy deserts for 10 days, at the end of which time he saw in the distance a dust cloud hanging like a canopy in air, and making towards it, he heard a mighty clamor, cries and blows and sounds of melee. Presently he reached a great wady, 2 months' journey long, and looking whence the shouts came, he saw a multitude of horsemen engaged in fierce fight, and the blood running from them till it railed like a river. Their voices were thunderous, and they were armed with lance and sword and iron mace and bow and arrow, and all fought with the utmost fury. At this sight he felt sore affright. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 492nd night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Queen continued, When Bulukiya saw the host in fight, he felt sore affright, and was perplexed about his case. But whilst he hesitated, behold, they caught sight of him, and held their hands one from other, and left fighting. Then a troop of them came up to him, wondering at his make, and one of the horsemen said to him, What art thou, and whence camest thou hither, and whither art wending? And who showed thee the way that thou hast come to our country? Quoth he, I am of the sons of Adam, and am come out, distracted for the love of Mohammed, whom Allah bless and preserve. But I have wandered from my way. Quoth the horseman, Never saw we a son of Adam till now, nor did any ever come to this land. And all marveled at him and at his speech. But what are ye, O creatures? Asked Bulukiya. And the rider replied, We are of the Jann. So he said, O knight, what is the cause of the fighting amongst you, and where is your abiding place, and what is the name of this valley and this land? He replied, Our abiding place is the White Country, and every year Allah Almighty commandeth us to come hither and wage war upon the unbelieving Jann. Asked Bulukiya, And where is the White Country? And the horseman answered, It is behind the mountain Kaf, and distant 75 years' journey from this place, which is termed the land of Shaddad, son of Ad. We are here for holy war, and we have no other business when we are not doing battle than to glorify God and hallow him. Moreover, we have a ruler, King Sakhr. Highs and needs must thou go with us to him, that he may look upon thee for his especial delight. Then they fared on, and he with them, till they came to their abiding place, where he saw a multitude of magnificent tents of green silk, none knoweth their number save Allah the Most High, and in their midst a pavilion of red satin, some 1,000 cubits in compass, with cords of blue silk, and pegs of gold and silver. Bulukiya marveled at the sight, and accompanied them as they fared on, and behold, this was the royal pavilion. So they carried him into the presence of King Sakhr, whom he found seated upon a splendid throne of red gold, set with pearls and studded with gems, the kings and princes of the Jann being on his right hand, and on his left his counselors and emirs and officers of state, and a multitude of others. The king, seeing him, bade introduce him, which they did, and Bulukiya went up to him and saluted him after kissing the ground before him. The king returned his salute and said, "Draw near me, O mortal," and Bulukiya went close up to him. Hereupon the king, commanding a chair to be set for him by his royal side, bade him sit down and asked him, "Who art thou?" And Bulukiya answered, "I am a man and one of the children of Israel." "Tell me thy story," cried King Sakhr, "and acquaint me with all that hath befallen thee and how thou camest to this my land." So Bulukiya related to him all that had occurred in his wanderings, from beginning to end. And Shahrazad perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. End of Section 34. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, June 2011. Section 35, Volume 5 of the Book of 1000 Nights and a Night. Translated by Richard Burton. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Eva Easton. The Book of 1000 Nights and a Night, Volume 5, Section 35, 493rd through 496th Night. When it was the 493rd Night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious King," that the Queen continued, when Bulukiya related to Sakhr what befell him in his wanderings, he marveled thereat. Then he bade the servants bring food, and they spread the tables and set on 1,500 platters of red gold and silver and copper, some containing 20 and some 50 boiled camels, and others some 50 head of sheep. At which Bulukiya marveled with exceeding marvel. Then they ate, and he ate with them, till he was satisfied and returned thanks to Allah Almighty, after which they cleared the tables and set on fruits, and they ate thereof, glorifying the name of God and invoking blessings on his Prophet Muhammad, whom Allah bless and preserve. When Bulukiya heard them make mention of Muhammad, he wondered and said to King Sakhr, "I am minded to ask thee some questions." Rejoined the king, "Ask what thou wilt." And Bulukiya said, "O king, what are ye and what is your origin, and how came ye to know of Muhammad, whom Allah assain and save, that ye draw near to him and love him?" King Sakhr answered, "O Bulukiya, of very sooth Allah created the fire in 7 stages, one above the other, and each distant 1,000 years' journey from its neighbor. The first stage he named Jahannam, and appointed the same for the punishment of the transgressors of the true believers who die unrepentant. The second he named Lazah, and appointed for unbelievers. The name of the third is Jahim, and is appointed for Gog and Magog. The fourth is called Sa'ir, and is appointed for the host of Iblis. The fifth is called Sakar, and is prepared for those who neglect prayer. The sixth is called Hatama, and is appointed for Jews and Christians. The seventh is named Hawiyah, and is prepared for hypocrites. Such be the 7 stages. Quoth Bulukiya, "Haply Jahannam hath least of torture, for that it is the uppermost." "Yes," quoth King Sakhr, "the most endurable of them all is Jahannam. Natheless in it are the 1,000 mountains of fire, in each mountain 70,000 cities of fire, in each city 70,000 castles of fire. In each castle 70,000 houses of fire. In each house 70,000 couches of fire. And in each couch 70,000 manners of torment. As for the other hells, O Bulukiya, none knoweth the number of kinds of torment that be therein save Allah Most Highest. When Bulukiya heard this, he fell down in a fainting fit. And when he came to himself, he wept and said, O King, what will be my case? Quoth Sakhr, Fear not, and know thou that whoso loveth Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep, the fire shall not burn him, for he is made free therefrom for his sake. And whoso belongeth to his faith, the fire shall fly him. As for us, the Almighty Maker created us of the fire, for the first that he made in Jahannam were two of his host, whom he called Khalid and Malit. Now Khalid was fashioned in the likeness of a lion, with a tail like a tortoise 20 years' journey in length, and ending in a member masculine, while Malit was like a pied wolf whose tail was furnished with a member feminine. Then Almighty Allah commanded the tails to couple and copulate, and do the deed of kind, and of them were born serpents and scorpions, whose dwelling is in the fire, that Allah may therewith torment those whom he casteth therein. And these increased and multiplied. Then Allah commanded the tails of Khalid and Malit to couple and copulate a second time. And the tail of Malit conceived by the tail of Khalid, and bore 14 children, 7 male and 7 female, who grew up and intermarried one with the other. All were obedient to his sire, save one, who disobeyed him and was changed into a worm, which is Iblis. The curse of Allah be upon him. Now Iblis was one of the cherubim, for he had served Allah till he was raised to the heavens and cherished by the special favor of the Merciful One, who made him chief of the cherubim. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 494th night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Queen continued, Iblis served God and became chief of cherubim. When, however, the Lord created Adam, with whom be peace, he commanded Iblis to prostrate himself to him, but he drew back. So Allah Almighty expelled him from heaven and cursed him. This Iblis had issue, and of his lineage are the devils. And as for the other 6 males, who were his elders, they are the ancestors of the true believing Jann, and we are their descendants. Such, O Bulukiya, is our provenance. Bulukiya marveled at the king's words, and said, O king, I pray thee bid one of thy guards bear me back to my native land. Naught of this may we do, answered Sakhr, save by command of Allah Almighty. However, an thou desire to leave us and return home, I will mount thee on one of my mares, and cause her carry thee to the farthest frontiers of my dominions, where thou wilt meet with the troops of another king, Barakya highs, who will recognize the mare at sight, and take thee off her, and send her back to us. And this is all we can do for thee, and no more. When Bulukiya heard these words, he wept and said, Do whatso thou wilt. So King Sakhr caused bring the mare, and setting Bulukiya on her back, said to him, Beware lest thou alight from her, or strike her, or cry out in her face. For if thou do so, she will slay thee. But abide quietly riding on her back till she stop with thee. Then dismount and wend thy ways. Quoth Bulukiya, I hear and I obey. He then mounted and setting out, rode on a long while between the rows of tents, and stinted not riding till he came to the royal kitchens, where he saw the great cauldrons, each holding 50 camels, hung up over the fires which blazed fiercely under them. So he stopped there and gazed with a marvel ever increasing, till King Sakhr, thinking him to be an-hungered, bade bring him 2 roasted camels, and they carried them to him and bound them behind him on the mare's crupper. Then he took leave of them and fared on till he came to the end of King Sakhr's dominions, where the mare stood still and Bulukiya dismounted and began to shake the dust of the journey from his raiment. And behold, there accosted him a party of men who, recognizing the mare, carried her and Bulukiya before their king Barakhiya. So he saluted him, and the king returned his greeting and seated him beside himself in a splendid pavilion, in the midst of his troops, and champions and vassal princes of the Jann ranged to right and left. After which he called for food, and they ate their fill and pronounced the Alhamdolillah. Then they set on fruits, and when they had eaten thereof, King Barakhiya, whose estate was like that of King Sakhr, asked his guest, "When didst thou leave King Sakhr?" And Bulukiya answered, "2 days ago." Quoth Barakhiya, "Dost thou know how many days' journey thou hast come in these 2 days?" Quoth he, "No." And the king rejoined, "Thou hast come a journey of 60 months." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased saying her permitted say. When it was the 495th night, she said, "It hath reached me, O auspicious king, that the queen continued, Barakhiya said to Bulukiya, In 2 days thou hast come a journey of 60 months. Moreover, when thou mountest the mare, she was affrighted at thee, knowing thee for a son of Adam, and would have thrown thee. So they bound on her back these 2 camels by way of weight to steady her. When Bulukiya heard this, he marveled, and thanked Almighty Allah for safety. Then said the king, "Tell me thy adventures and what brought thee to this our land." So he told him his story from first to last, and the king marveled at his words and kept Bulukiya with him 2 months. Upon this Hasib Karim al-Din, after he had marveled at her story, again besought the Serpent Queen, saying, "I pray thee of thy goodness and graciousness, command one of thy subjects conduct me to the surface of the earth, that I may return to my family." But she answered, "O Hasib, I know that the first thing thou wilt do, after seeing the face of the earth, will be to greet thy family, and then repair to the Hammam bath and bathe. And the moment thou endest thine ablutions will see the last of me, for it will be the cause of my death." Quoth Hasib, "I swear that I will never again enter the Hammam bath so long as I live, but when washing is incumbent upon me, I will wash at home." Rejoined the queen, "I would not trust thee, though thou shouldst swear to me 100 oaths, for such abstaining is not possible, and I know thee to be a son of Adam, for whom no oath is sacred. Thy father Adam made a covenant with Allah the Most High, who kneaded the clay whereof he fashioned him 40 mornings, and made his angels prostrate themselves to him. Yet after all his promise did he forget, and his oath violate, disobeying the commandment of his Lord. When Hasib heard this, he held his peace and burst into tears. Nor did he leave weeping for the space of 10 days, at the end of which he said to the queen, Prithee acquaint me with the rest of Bulukiya's adventures." Accordingly, she began again as follows: "Know, O Hasib, that Bulukiya, after abiding 2 months with King Barakhiya, farewelled him and fared on over wastes and deserts, nights and days, till he came to a high mountain which he ascended. On the summit he beheld seated a great angel, glorifying the names of God and invoking blessings on Mohammed. Before him lay a tablet, covered with characters, these white and those black, whereupon his eyes were fixed and his 2 wings were outspread to the full, one to the western and the other to the eastern horizon. Bulukiya approached and saluted the angel, who returned his salam, adding, "Who art thou, and whence comest thou, and whither wendest thou, and what is thy story?" Accordingly, he repeated to him his history, from first to last, and the angel marveled mightily thereat, whereupon Bulukiya said to him, "I pray thee in return acquaint me with the meaning of this tablet and what is writ thereon, and what may be thine occupation and thy name." Replied the angel, "My name is Michael, and I am charged with the shifts of night and day, and this is my occupation till the day of doom." Bulukiya wondered at his words and at his aspect and the vastness of his stature, and taking leave of him, fared onwards night and day till he came to a vast meadow, over which he walked, observing that it was traversed by 7 streams and abounded in trees. He was struck by its beauty, and in one corner thereof he saw a great tree, and under it 4 angels. So he drew near to them, and found the first in the likeness of a man, the second in the likeness of a wild beast, the third in the likeness of a bird, and the fourth in the likeness of a bull, engaged in glorifying Almighty Allah, and saying, "O my God and my Master and my Lord, I conjure thee by thy truth and by the decree of thy Prophet Muhammad, on whom be blessings and peace, to vouchsafe thy mercy and grant thy forgiveness to all things created in my likeness, for thou over all things art almighty." Bulukiya marveled at what he heard, but continued his journey till he came to another mountain, and ascending it, found there a great angel seated on the summit, glorifying God and hallowing him and invoking blessings on Mohammed, whom Allah assain and save. And he saw that angel continually opening and shutting his hands, and bending and extending his fingers. He accosted him and saluted him, whereupon the angel returned his salam and enquired who he was and how he came thither. So Bulukiya acquainted him with his adventures, including his having lost the way, and besought him to tell him in turn who he was, and what was his function, and what mountain was that. Quoth the angel, "Know, O Bulukiya, that this is the mountain Kaf, which encompasseth the world, and all the countries the Creator hath made are in my grasp. When the Almighty is minded to visit any land with earthquake or famine or plenty or slaughter or prosperity, he biddeth me carry out his commands, and I carry them out without stirring from my place. For know thou that my hands lay hold upon the roots of the earth." And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day and ceased to say her permitted say. When it was the 496th Night, she said, It hath reached me, O auspicious King, that the Queen continued, when the angel said, And know thou that my hands lay hold upon the roots of the earth. He asked, And hath Allah created other worlds than this within the mountain Kaf? The angel answered, Yes, He hath made a world white as silver, whose vastness none knoweth save Himself, and hath peopled it with angels, whose meat and drink are His praise and hallowing and continued blessings upon His Prophet Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep. Every Thursday night they repair to this mountain and worship in congregation Allah until the morning, and they assign the future recompense of their lauds and litanies to the sinners of the faith of Muhammad, whom Allah assain and save, and to all who make the ghusl ablution of Friday. And this is their function until the day of resurrection. Asked Bulukiya, And hath Allah created other mountains behind the mountain Kaf? Whereto he answered, Yes, behind this mountain is a range of mountains 500 years' journey long, of snow and ice, and this it is that wardeth off the heat of Jahannam from the world, which verily would else be consumed thereby. Moreover, behind the mountain Kaf are 40 worlds, each one the bigness of this world 40 times told, some of gold and some of silver, and others of carnelian. Each of these worlds hath its own color, and Allah hath peopled them with angels that know not eve nor Adam, nor night nor day, and have no other business than to celebrate His praises, and hallow Him, and make profession of His unity, and proclaim His omnipotence, and supplicate Him on behalf of the followers of Muhammad, whom Allah bless and keep. And know also, O Bulukiya, that the earths were made in 7 stages, one upon another, and that Allah hath created one of His angels, whose stature and attributes none knoweth but Himself, and who beareth the 7 stages upon his shoulders. Under this angel Almighty Allah hath created a great rock, and under the rock a bull, and under the bull a huge fish, and under the fish a mighty ocean. God once told Isa, with whom be peace, of this fish, and he said, O Lord, show me the fish, that I may look upon it. So the Almighty commanded an angel to take Isa and show him the fish. Accordingly he took him up and carried him, with whom be peace, to the sea, wherein the fish dwelt, and said, Look, O Isa, upon the fish. He looked, but at first saw nothing, when suddenly the fish darted past like lightning. At this sight Isa fell down a swoon, and when he came to himself, Allah spake to him by inspiration, saying, O Isa, hast thou seen the fish, and comprehended its length and its breadth? He replied, By thy honor and glory, O Lord, I saw no fish, but there passed me by a great bull, whose length was 3 days' journey, and I know not what manner of thing this bull is. Quoth Allah, O Isa, this that thou sawest, and which was 3 days in passing by thee, was but the head of the fish, and know that every day I create 40 fishes like unto this. And Isa, hearing this, marveled at the power of Allah the Almighty. Asked Bulukiya, What hath Allah made beneath the sea which containeth the fish? And the angel answered, Under the sea the Lord created a vast abyss of air, under the air fire, and under the fire a mighty serpent, by name Falak, and were it not for fear of the Most Highest, this serpent would assuredly swallow up all that is above it, air and fire, and the angel and his burden, without sensing it. And Scheherazade perceived the dawn of day, and ceased saying her permitted say. End of section 35. Recording by Eva Easton, Sloatsburg, New York, July 2011.